What does it say? Are we there? Anybody want any?
Not live yet.
Yeah, it still says upcoming for me. No, it's live.
I never got a notification yet. Usually I do.
Anybody got any? No.
No, I'm not live either. What?
It definitely is live, but I think YouTube's having glitches, so shut it down and try again.
It's definitely live. I was just on YouTube.
Yep, live.
Yeah, I think it's live too.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the
And we are live. It's Euclid night. Welcome. Thursday nights. I've built it shorter than a straight line, but I don't really know. They've been talking shit in here all day. Not really give us a chance to plan anything. There you go, guys. Well done. No.
It's been good fun, though.
Yeah. Well, the follow-on has been from yesterday. I mean, it was a long night. And Kev, thank you very much. No, not. I only got about 4 hours, Skip. The missus wanted me to get up. So yeah, I've not had much sleep. Was a good conversation though, worth staying up for. And we've been trying to follow on from that conversation we had last night, trying to find out with flat earth geometry. Obviously, it's a waste of time asking McToon about what he thinks flat earth geometry is, because he hasn't got a fucking clue. He's made it up. He's got to get other people to define it for him. His latest target, it used to be Nathan Oakley, but he stopped going after Nathan Oakley now. He now thinks I should be the one to define flat earth geometry for him. Well, I'll define it as something he made up to do his challenge. So he could direct a challenge directly at Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth debate crew. And now he's stuck because he can't fucking define what the he's talking about. But, and other than that, I don't know whether people have noticed that I put a thing out. SE had done allowed a little chat follow on from the Bob shorter than a straight line video, the one that got copyright struck by someone thinking he owned the conversation. Well, he's had to own the shorter than a straight line distance, which I don't know, it might be worth going over again. That a circle, strangely enough, is made by a compass, and you have a. In fact, let me see if I can get in the Euclid for studying Euclid and the propositions. We've been over these a few times. I should have them in a. Oh no, that's definitions. Propositions in book 1 state. I'll get the exact words for you if I can find them. Positions. There you go. Here's the Euclid's axioms in the 5. It says number 3 there is to describe a circle with any centre and distance. Well, that distance, obviously, is a straight line. This geometry that we've got here is Euclid, and it is based upon a straight line. Even the circle is based upon a straight line to describe a circle with any centre and distance. Well, can you have a shorter distance than that straight line? Could you get from A to B in a shorter distance than that straight line distance? That's the question. I mean, to normal people, you'd say no. No, not really. Doesn't make sense. But there are people that would want to be able to think that they could do that. We do have a way of dealing with all of these things. Ooh. And that is to know that straight line distance is the distance that it is. I mean, the very basic logic starts up with the law of identity. And very early on, it states that a line has 2 points, one at the beginning and one at the end. And a straight line is that which lies evenly between those 2 points.
No,
No? Who said that?
it's not lies evenly between. The straight line is the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Yeah, but Euclid states that it lies evenly between. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its 2 extreme points.
Okay, if that's what Euclid says.
Yeah, number 4. Definition number 4. It's on in the live chat. You might be thinking of what I say, because my proof for a straight line in reality is that it is the shortest distance between those 2 points. You can't get a shorter distance, but you could make a longer distance, but it wouldn't be a straight line, would it? So that's why I say, me personally, that a straight line is the shortest distance between those 2 points. Now, there are people who think you can have a shorter distance and still get between those 2 points. Well, there are people that say that out loud on a straight, flat, smooth surface, things like that, and say that they have actually gone a shorter distance than that straight distance between A and B. But then, obviously, it sounds ridiculous. They have to backtrack it and imagine that they said something different and people weren't understanding it correctly. Well, we've been over it. Kia was the first one that did it. It was all the way back when he was copyright striking the earlier 2 videos, not the recent one that has been copyright struck. But, you know, way back when he was doing the takedown claims as well, he must have done about 10 video takedown claims. And then the 2 copyright strikes. But when we were doing that, Rakia went over. When he had his 24/7 / 12/7 / 12/5 / 00. When he was doing all of that sort of stuff, when the going was good, making up YouTube channels and stuff. Well, when he was doing that, Rakia had a conversation with him, and that's the latest one that we put out, because I didn't put it out initially because of all of the copyright strikes that was going, and it was obvious that he was maliciously trying to take down this channel. So I decided not to put it out. And then I put it out recently, and then his copyright struck it. No big deal. Just a video. But we've been over it in the live stream anyway. But the good thing about that was that SE could go over to Geo's, what's it called, that server? Earth Awakenings. And had a conversation with Bob again. So that was a good one, about the same thing. Shorter than a straight line distance, in which Bob definitely doubles down, triples down, quadruples down on the shorter than a straight line distance. Now, the only way I can explain this is when you draw a circle and you put your compass at one point and you scribe the circle, draw it with the pencil. Well, you need to be able to draw that circle in exactly the same place, but you need to have a shorter radius. Sounds really strange. And I think it may be one of the forms of globe geometry that we're missing out on. We don't know. McToon is looking for people to define flat earth geometry. He's looking at me to define flat earth geometry. So I'm defining it as the geometry that McToon made up to bait the flat earth debate crew into a bit of drama, a bit of content. You know, he's got his things to do, and they might be able to make a bit of business out of it. I mean, who knows? So that's why I'm defining flat earth geometry as something that McToon's made up to cause drama and confuse the issue about actual geometry, which is what we deal with anyway. So I mean, it may be against us, but I mean, I'm not getting into that. But I think Bob, with the shorter than a straight line, because I mean that's, I would say, impossible, but Bob says it can only happen on a globe, and it's a proof that the earth isn't flat. Which, I mean, I'm a little bit, we just deal with reality, geometry, logic here. And I know that a circle has a ratio of pi. That ratio is the diameter and the circumference. The two of those are the two measurements within pi. I'm unaware of any way that you can shorten the diameter but keep the ratio, well, keep the circumference the same, thus increasing the number of pi. Like Brenda said, it seems like Bob and Brenda have got this new maths sorted out. Brenda said, was the one that said you could increase pi as a number, and Bob has come to Brenda's rescue like a white knight with some globe geometry to back up Brenda's claim that yes, you can increase pi. So Bob has put himself forward as, I think, the globe geometer McToon might be looking for, actually, because McToon's in a bit of a difficult position the way I see it at the minute. He's claimed that flat earth geometry is the geometry that you have to use. He's made that up. But he's also said globe earth geometry works. Well, Bob's the one that does the globe earth geometry, and it seems like he can get a shorter distance than a straight line within his globe geometry. Which is definitely, I would say, at the root of geometry, which is what we do here. And the basics of Euclidean geometry is that straight line. And if you want proof of it, then all you have to do is draw a circle and check for the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. And you will find that it is a transcendental. It's unachievable. It's not a real number. And that's because the circle is just a connection of points around the outside. It's a load of points the length of the radius all the way around. It's just the end point. If you have A at the center, it's just all the collection of B's all the way around the outside. A to B, straight line. There's no shorter distance, obviously, and there's no longer distance, otherwise it's not a straight line. Very simple, basic geometry. That's Euclidean geometry. Now, there is no other geometry because straight lines. I mean, what else are you going to make geometry out of? It's basic. I don't know what people are fussing over. I mean, we had a conversation last night going over a straight line test and a shared straight line, and it seems like people, well, I don't know, Emerald was drawing some pictures for us and he seems to understand about differing water levels, so he should be able to draw these out for us. Straight line distances is the radius or the diameter. So basic, yet I don't know. Does everybody understand how simple the straight line geometry actually is for Euclidean geometry? It may sound confusing when people hear geometry or they hear Euclidean geometry or anything like that, but it is literally just a straight line. It's a logical statement and an understanding of how a plane would work when you bisect any figure or whatever. It's just a two-dimensional plane with the shortest distance being a straight line. Now that is Euclidean geometry. I'm going to call it, when we bring it to the realizing Euclid into reality, we're going to call it right line geometry to make it simpler for everyone. It's just a right line, it's a straight line. And the two right lines that we use in reality are vertical and horizontal, making a right angle. Perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal. It's very easy, straight lines. And in order to make the curve, you need the straight line, the radius, in order to be able to draw the curve. Because we're dealing in mathematics, the curve has a radius at whatever point you're dealing with. You don't have radiusless circles and radiusless spheres. They're not real. Not in mathematics anyway. Well, I suppose you could just take it away once you've drawn the circle. Hey, who knows? If you're trying to explain geometry, though, in reality, you talk about straight lines. Measuring angles, straight line. Measuring a distance, it's a straight line. Always. I mean, simple geometry and straight lines. Oh man. So should we go over the SE's video? You said you'd do this. Right, well, I guess I'll get it all keyed up. Thanks, guys.
Sounds a good idea.
Where was it? Is it SE have it in the chat? Oh no, I'll put it in the on my posts, didn't I? There we go. If you'd have heard these people talking just earlier, you couldn't get a word in edgeways.
Questions. If
Right. Do we need to... There's nothing much in the chat, is there, Essie? You don't need this. There's no pictures or anything, as far as I'm aware. Wow, you guys are killing me tonight. Is my mic working? Are you guys there?
Yep.
Mm. Talking specifically to people like gods.
What's up, Beth?
Like,
Why would you want to talk to him?
yeah. Well, I'm talking to anybody and everybody's keeping quiet. Completely the opposite.
Well, it's because we want to hear your wisdom on the subject matter.
We were waiting for you to tell us about Euclid.
Yeah. Yeah. I told you I haven't had a chance to prepare anything, and I had my head mashed with a load of people talking shite.
Well, that was your opportunity to prepare. I think, Bev, you missed it.
Right. Well,
Is SE's mic working? Because I can't. Have you spoken, SE? I haven't.
No, I think he's gone quiet. I don't know.
He's flashing, but he's not coming through on voice.
Oh. Is he there? He might be working. I don't know.
You couldn't hear me all this time?
No.
Oh.
Nobody was talking. I was doing it on my own.
All the time I was saying, what are they saying? I'm not talking.
I saw it flashing, and then I couldn't hear nothing.
What the heck?
Okay. So, this is... Do you want to set this up, Essie?
Well, I went over to Gems, and we're just talking stuff, and then I seen Bob was in the chat. So I thought I'd bring up the shortest distance between 2 points. And, have a conversation about it. And I guess Bob heard it and he came in and we had a discussion about it. Quite interesting, I would say.
Well, so this is it. We've already been over the shortest distance, but this is going to be the conversation to be going over, because this is how you increase pi. This is how you, well, I don't know. This is how you do people's heads in with the conversation, I'm guessing, because this is amazing. We've got SE's link in there, so this is recorded on SE's Montreal's channel. Please click on it and go and follow, like, share. So I'm going to put this on. I'm going to go and make a brew for a bit. So this is it's about half an hour. Yeah, 30 odd minutes. Okay.
straight means curved, then what's the antonym of straight?
I'm going to switch to YouTube.
Good question. You want to hear the craziest thing you ever heard in your life?
Will it be on the bot too, or no?
What's that?
Oh,
Okay.
I'll put it on for you.
Let's say we have point A and point B on a plane, right? Plane surface. What's the shortest distance from point A to point B?
A straight line.
Okay. Now, if I told you we had a traveling distance of 1,050 miles, right? from point A to point B. And I asked you this question. Can you travel that distance in a shorter, like can you travel from point A to point B in a shorter distance than 1,050 miles?
I don't know.
Is this real world or just on
Real
a
world, real
hypothetical
world.
plane? Then yes,
Real world.
because there's
On a flat plane, no, because that's the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Yeah, but that's what you said you did, Bob.
Nope. What I did.
You
No,
cut
Yogi,
150 miles.
You didn't understand what I said. Let me
We
explain
have
it to
you
you
on
again
tape,
because
my
your
friend.
comprehension is
We
different.
have you
is
on
difficult.
tape.
I said that if you had a distance between 2 points on a flat plane of 4,400 miles, and you can travel that distance in 1,777 miles, by definition, that means it's not a flat plane. So basically, it's a proof. It is a proof that the Earth is not flat. Thank you for proving the point, Yogi.
There's 4 antonyms for straight. One's winding, one's zigzag, one's crooked, and one's askew.
There's 5 because one's gay.
Well, even on a ball, if you're traveling a curved path on the surface of the ball, there would still hypothetically be a straighter path through the Earth. And so the straightest path would still be the most direct distance between 2 points. That would tend to be envisioned as a straight line, unless you're talking about
not along the surface,
teleporting or something like that.
Wait, so
not
someone
along the surface, which is
answer.
what we're talking about.
Okay, so what's the antonym of flat?
Curve. But the thing is, the Globers are not saying that straight is curved. Y'all are applying that label to the differentiation of spherical versus
Well, you're saying the straightest, most direct distance is on a curved ball and therefore is a curve.
It says vertical, bumpy, exciting, emotional.
The correct term for that is called a geodesic lemon.
Hey, left lane, you don't want to comment on the shorter distance between 2 points that Bob drove? Bob the liar?
He was it's not. Call him liar if he's correct.
You have a truck?
Yeah, I do have a truck.
So what do you think? You think you can travel a distance shorter?
Okay.
Point A to point B.
You can definitely do it shorter than the flat Earth distance, you betcha. And that's impossible on a flat Earth, so that rules out the flat Earth. Thank you again, Yogi.
How do you know that? Where was it flat and you did that?
I did it between Panama City Beach, Florida, and Michigan.
And you did it twice, right? Once over the mountains,
yep,
and
once over the mountains and once over the plain. I also did it between.
Did you get the same distance over the mountain?
Stop talking! I'm talking. I'm speaking now. I also did it between. I also did it between London and Bristol, and I did it between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and I did it between Sydney and Perth, and I physically did it between Panama City and Michigan on 2 different routes. Yes. Match the globe distance on all of them.
Of course it did.
Don't get triggered.
What kind of dumb argument is this?
It's almost as dumb as flat.
Is there a difference between a straight line and a
He
curved line?
said it matched the globe measurements.
Did you make sure it wasn't curving upwards and not downwards?
There is definitely a difference between the spherical globe Earth distance and a flat Earth distance.
Where do you get the flat Earth distance?
What was the distance?
Yeah, where was you at? And you measured it flat and said, "Oh, okay, this is like this," and then you did what you just said and said, "Oh, that doesn't work." When did that happen?
Okay, I'll tell you exactly how it happened. Now, on a flat Earth, if you have
where were you when you did that?
On a flat Earth, you can have 3 locations on a flat Earth and draw a triangle between them. If you know the length of 2 of the sides of that triangle and the angle between them, you can calculate the 3rd side using the law of cosines. On a spherical Earth, you can take those 2 endpoints, the 2 cities, and you can calculate the great circle distance between the 2 using something called the Haversine equation and the Haversine formula. If you know the distance between those two locations, you can calculate the radius of the Earth. If you know the radius of the Earth, all you need to know is the locations, and you can calculate the distance between them.
How can you calculate the radius from just the length of two different points?
Very simple. If you know two locations on the surface of a sphere by latitude and longitude, you can measure the distance across the surface of the sphere between those two locations, and you can use that to calculate. And you can use those to calculate the radius of the Earth.
Hold up, it's circular logic because you're trying to prove the curve, which you need to necessitate the premise that's a sphere. So it's circular logic.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's not circular logic at all.
Nope.
Give
He's
it a
a
sphere.
liar.
Yeah,
He's a
listen
liar.
again.
Non-Euclidean
Listen
for
again.
life.
Listen carefully because
No,
you're
let
having
me speak
problems
now.
with
You spoke.
comprehension
Now it's
here.
my turn. You're a
Given
liar.
a sphere,
He told
if you
Rakia
know
that
the
he can
distance
travel.
between
I'm
the 2
talking now.
points,
Don't interrupt
you
me.
can find the
Don't be
radius.
rude.
Hold up,
I'm
Essie, let him
talking.
finish. Let him get it out, then you can address him and say what you want to say.
All right, since he was interrupting me, given a sphere and 2 locations on the surface of said sphere, if you know the distance between those 2 locations, you can calculate the
Yeah,
radius
I already
of
said
your
given the
given
sphere
sphere.
part is the problem.
Why are you just
That's
on
the
repeat,
premise.
dude? You're boring. Stop
It's a
repeating.
premise
We
that's
heard
not
you
true.
now. Let me now my
Go
turn.
ahead, Essie.
He's a liar. He told Rakia, and they agreed. He said, "Is it possible, Rakia, that we can travel 1,050 miles in a shorter distance?" And Rakia said, "No." And he said, "Yeah, okay." He goes, "I did it." That's his exact words, a lying shitbag. Excuse my language, people.
Yeah, but you see,
what
that's the
distance did he
limited
travel at?
understanding of old Yogi here, because he missed the entire premise of that conversation. And that was that on a flat Earth, a flat plane, the distance between these 2 points is 1,500 miles. I drove it 922 miles. That means that I did it in a less of a distance than would be required on a straight distance on a flat Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not flat. Period.
And you still didn't tell us
Hold
what
on.
flat Earth you were on when you did that.
You said, yeah, he said on a flat plane, he traveled it at a certain distance, and then on a sphere, he traveled it in less. You heard him.
Dumbest thing I've heard in a while.
Absolutely.
You heard him
He
say it
keeps
again,
saying it with
guys.
such conviction,
It's
like
so
it's a home
stupid.
run or something. Dude.
Well,
It's
the thing
unbelievable.
is, Dr. Bob, your argument's a little weak. You're saying that mathematically it didn't match
Ironclad,
my
Lemon.
perfect mathematical
Sorry.
expectation on a flat surface, therefore it's not flat. But
There's
there's a bunch
nothing
of perfect
You can argue
mathematical
against the math if you
expectations
want, not
on a
against
globe
me.
that don't
You
match
can
either,
argue
doctor,
against
yet you
the
still
math.
hold to the globe. Therefore, your logic is a little spurious and a little contradictory. We
You
have
can argue
math that
against
doesn't
the math,
match
Lemon.
flat
You
or
don't
round,
have an
doctor,
argument against
but you
me.
would
You have
tend
an
to get
argument
shorter
against the math.
distances
Go
on
for
a
it.
flat plane
Math.
because everything gets bigger and the distances increase from flat going towards something curved. So what you're saying is just really bad logic. I'm sorry.
It shows a fundamental ignorance on the topic.
The
You're
math is
basically
the
saying
math.
that
Sorry
the
about that, guys.
geodesic is a shorter distance than the chord straight line through. It's ridiculous.
Yes,
It's
sir.
insanity.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Who
Yep.
said
It's
anything
almost
about
like
a
you're
chord?
trolling us or something.
Who said anything about a chord?
The funny thing is,
I said
Winston,
chord
he's
line because it's a
serious,
said
straight
bro.
line,
anything
and you're
about
saying
a
the straight
chord?
line is longer than the geodesic, than the curved
A
thing.
straight line
You're
on a flat
on your
surface
rocker,
is
man.
longer
You're
than
falling
the
off.
geodesic line on a spherical Earth between 2 points. Yes.
You hear that? He's saying it again. Wow.
It's the other way around, dude.
Look, it's not my fault you don't understand the math. All
No,
right.
I'm pretty sure everyone just doesn't understand
back and
English.
try it again.
Okay, so
We
if I have
understand
2
enough.
points, I have a question. So if I have a point from A to point B, and it's a plane in between the two, and then I travel point A to point B, but there's a giant mountain in between the two, which distance traveled is greater?
I believe that was to you, Bob.
And I believe I'm not playing the mountain and turns and twists and valleys game.
Okay. I'll ask it one more time. If I travel from point A to point B and there's a plane in between the points, and then I travel from point A to point B and there's a mountain in between the points, which one is a
Not playing the
greater
mountain game.
distance? Which
Not
one is
playing
a
the mountain
greater
game. I'm not
distance
going to address it.
travel?
Busted.
D.
Like what you're
won't
saying
address
is so asinine. It's like me saying I have 2 points, and for one of them I walked a distance of 5 steps, 5 meters, and for the other one I leapfrogged a distance of 4 meters, even though they're the same 2 points and the same distance. It's
All right.
ridiculous, man.
You guys just can't get this, can you? You're just not
Then
getting
why
it.
can't
So
you
let me
answer
go
my
ahead and
simple
spell it out.
question?
I'll spell
No,
it out
answer
for
my
you to make
question.
it easy.
Answer my question.
Spell it
Answer
out,
my
I will
Bob.
spell it out for you to make it easy. The distance between
answer my-
Perth and Sydney, Australia on a flat plane is 4,400 nautical miles. The
He's gonna
distance
do it again.
between Perth and Sydney, Australia on a spherical Earth is 1,777 miles. When you drive it,
Swear to God.
you're running into about 1,777 miles. You have a little bit extra because you go over hills and you go around curves and down valleys and you got to cross a bridge and pay a toll, but it's nowhere near 4,400 nautical miles. Therefore, unfortunately, the Earth is not a plane.
He's gonna say it again. It's insane. So, and you say unfortunately, like literally, it's such a self-rejection. But my question for you again is, so is the distance traveled between point A and point B shorter on the plane or with the mountain in between them?
Come on, Bob. You can do it.
What part of I'm not going to play into your silly little games don't you get?
You see, the fact you can't answer the question shows that
I
you're
can
being
easily answer it.
dishonest.
I can easily answer it. I'm not answering it because it's irrelevant.
What's
It
the
shows
answer
the
then?
logic,
I still
Dr.
want to know where
Bob.
the
It
flat
shows
Earth
that a
was that
flat
you
plane
measured.
would be shorter, so what you're saying is a little absurd. Where did you get 4,400 nautical miles between Sydney and some other place, Australia? What
I'll tell
numbers
you.
went into that calculation?
I'll tell you, and you can do it yourself. Sydney has a known latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth. Perth has a known latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth. The North Pole has a known latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth. We know the distance between Perth and the North Pole. We know the distance between Sydney and the North Pole. We know the angle between them, which is the difference in longitude. Using that data, you can use the law of cosines to determine the side of the triangle between Perth and Sydney on a flat plane. It's 4,400 nautical miles. Using the Haversine formula on a curved surface of the spherical Earth, we come up with a distance of 1,777 nautical miles. The actual flight distance between the two is about 1,778 miles.
But to be honest, I was a little puzzled, but I understand now.
Yeah, so can you give me the documentation of knowing the interior angle to the two locations from the North Pole, please?
Yes, it's the difference in longitude.
So can you give me the actual documentation of the angles measured from the actual North Pole, please?
Yes, it's the difference in the longitude, which is the actual
You're just going to keep
angle
saying the
between
same.
those two. Yeah, because that's the answer. That is the
Okay.
difference. That is the angle between those two lines of longitude, the one that goes through Perth and the one that goes through Sydney.
Right, so the longitude and latitude have a presupposed area of the North Pole, right? So can you give me the verification that you documented these angles from the North Pole, please?
And the
Yes,
distances.
using the longitude.
You're just like a broken it's like you're a robot.
Well, that's because you don't get it the first 12 times I say it.
Okay.
Are you saying that latitude and longitude are not actual locations on the surface of the Earth?
What I'm saying is that your central point is off.
Are you saying that the latitude and longitude are not actual locations on the Earth? Because you know
That's
what
right.
I'm
It's
going to...
arbitrary lines. It's arbitrary lines that you...
Great. So go ahead and publish right now. Get your iPhone. Take a screenshot of your current latitude and longitude. See if I can't send you a picture of your house.
Okay, yeah. So we have it mapped out relative to locations now, but how do you verify the central angle, please?
So you can't.
So it's just sad, bro, that you don't understand these things. But so you do agree that if you travel over a flat surface and you travel over a curved surface, that the distance traveled over the curved surface is greater?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
If it's the same
How-
point,
A great
is it
circle is
following?
shorter than a flat Earth straight line distance between 2 points. I just demonstrated that.
You did not
No,
demonstrate.
you didn't.
You demonstrated your.
Do you disagree with the mathematics that I used?
I disagree with your premise.
Do
and
you
your faulty
disagree
logic.
with the mathematics that I used?
Yeah, because you have a faulty premise.
Okay,
He
go
just
ahead
said
and
that.
disprove the mathematics then. Disprove
No,
the
your
Haversine
premise is
formula and the law of
dumb.
cosine.
So if I can work out an equation about how fairies fly, it doesn't matter. Your premise is dumb. That's why you won't answer the simple question.
Work out the math.
Is the distance greater from point A to point B if the surface traveled is flat or curved?
Has absolutely nothing to do with the question. I've
has
already
everything to do
stated.
with it, man.
I've already stated
You
that
have
if
point
you take
A and
into
point B.
account
Let's say you
mountains-
didn't
okay,
know.
Come on,
Bob,
stop talking over me.
No, hold. Just real quick. Let's say
All
you
right,
didn't know.
Look, you get
that
done when you can figure the math out. Let me know.
No, I'm just like running it by you. So you have point A, point B, right? Now let's say you don't know whether the Earth is flat or curving between them. All you know is that you measured a distance, right? You can't then say, "Oh, I measured a different distance," because that means that your first distance that you measured was bad. If you measured it in a shorter distance a second time, that means you just didn't do a good job of measuring the first distance. Okay? You can't just say, "Oh, I measured it in a short distance, therefore my hypothesis is true." That's not how it works, bro.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay,
you
great.
respond?
So do you have any response to the mathematics? Now, what I very clearly stated was that if you take into account mountains and curves and bridges and tolls and hills and valleys and everything else. So if the Haversine formula distance between the two locations is 1,777 nautical miles, and we drive 2,500 nautical miles, but the straight line distance is 4,400 nautical miles, 2,500 is definitely less than 4,400, which again
A straight
rules out
line
the
goes
flat
through
Earth.
the Earth. A straight line goes through the globe.
Oh, once again, you don't get it, do you?
Bob,
Very
my problem with the
clearly, we're
math-
not talking about chords.
I have a problem with
We're
the math.
talking about a straight line on a flat surface.
Bob, I
We
have
are
a problem with the
talking
math.
a curved
The problem with
line
the math
on
between these
a
two
globe.
points. The problem with the math between these 2 points is that one of your distance measurements is wrong. If you actually traveled in less, kilometers or miles, and you actually did that, then that's accurate. Okay, that means the straight line distance that you had before was inaccurate because it can only be one distance regardless of the surface.
Nope.
Yes.
That's not how it works.
Unless
Sorry.
you're cutting through the Earth of your supposed globe, you can only
Nope.
have one distance measurement. That's
The
accurate.
Haversine gives you a great circle distance across the surface of a sphere, and that is the distance
Is it
for
the
that
distance
third
measured?
side.
When we
What's
take
the distance measured, not
4,400
calculated?
miles and divide by 69 miles per degree, we get about 63 degrees between Sydney and Perth, Australia. So it looks like we just took 69 miles per degree and just multiplied it times the number of degrees.
Is it
between
63
Perth and
degrees
Sydney.
of longitude between Sydney and Perth?
According to Google. It's
No,
negative
you're lying,
33
Lemon.
for one and 31 for the other one, talking about the
That's latitude, you simpleton. What's the longitude?
Which one did you use,
Longitude.
dumbass? If you're gonna call me simpleton, then I'm gonna start calling you names too, dumbass.
You're a simpleton, Lemon, because I
which
very
numbers
clearly
did you
stated
use,
the difference
dumbass?
between longitude.
Don't descend, Lemon. It's very
tell him.
evident that
Read
he
the
has to
longitude,
descend
Lemon.
himself.
The longitude appeared to be no different. It's 150 and 151 as far as I saw it. I have to double check the numbers again.
That's the latitude.
Try it again. No, it's the longitude. One is 151. What's the other
Let's
one?
go back to Google. Hold on.
Yeah, next time come prepared when you challenge me.
Anyway, motherfucker. It looks like you
I've
said 69 miles per
You're in
degree.
cognitive
Basically, you did
decline,
a
mate.
simple mathematical calculation, as far as I can tell, dumbass. But I'll
What's the
double check
difference
my
in
math
longitude
again.
between the
Thank
two?
you for keeping the discussion so civil.
I even
Doctor.
posted
I
an
really
image for it, Bob,
appreciate you.
just to help him out.
No, let Lemon do it.
Yeah, I know, but I thought posting it would help.
Lemon can handle him. Don't worry.
He's not bright enough to be able to read your post.
Oh, okay.
Anybody's bright enough to handle you. You think you can travel a shorter distance than the shortest possible distance. You, sir, are
the
unbelievable.
shortest possible distance on a flat Earth. I can go under that on the Earth. Yes, because the Earth is not flat.
You used a globe.
Oh my fucking god! You are brain dead.
So Lemon, what's the difference in longitude between those two cities?
It looked like about 45. It was 115 to 150 or something like that. 30.
115 to 151. What's the difference between 115 and 151? Is it 45?
35, I believe.
Very good. It's 35. It's not 60 something, almost 70 degrees, as you said earlier. So you were wrong, weren't you, Lemon?
36.
Nope.
You were wrong,
4,400
weren't you,
miles
Lemon?
divided by 69 gives you about 63 degrees.
But that's not the number of degrees between the 2 points. It's only about 35 degrees between the 2 points, 36. All right? So you're wrong. You can't even admit that you were wrong.
Nope, my math was fine.
rich coming from you.
4,400 divided by 69 gives you about 63 degrees.
69 has absolutely nothing to do with anything on longitude. You know that, right? Because longitude changes. The distance of 1 degree of longitude changes with every degree of latitude, doesn't it, Lemon? It's 69 degrees for longitude at the equator. What is it at the
This dude's
tropics,
argument
Lemon?
is if you take the globe model's math, it doesn't work on the flat Earth. Therefore, globe is true.
No, it's the
Thank you,
difference
Dr.
between
Bob. You are
taking
correct about that.
planar geometry and spherical geometry and seeing which one fits the actual Earth. Spherical
Thank you,
geometry
Dr.
fits
Bob.
the actual Earth.
A flat
No, because
line
they
from
measure
point A to
the
point B.
distances. Sorry, go ahead. What's
Why does it work?
Flat line
Look,
from
just
point
go
A to
ahead
point
and
B is
you disprove
always
spherical
shorter.
geometry.
Anyway,
It's just crazy.
thank you, Dr.
Unless
Bob,
you
for
can
your
disprove,
correction. You're correct.
unless you can disprove spherical geometry, you've got nothing to say. What's it?
I don't have to say anything. You pretty much told yourself whenever you couldn't answer the simple question of which one is a greater distance traveled, a plane or a mountain in between the 2 points.
Thank you, Dr. Bob, for reminding me that I need to multiply 69 times the cosine of that latitude. Looks like
And
it's
what's that
around
come up with,
33
Lemon?
degrees. So when we multiplied 69 times the cosine of 33 degrees, we get the new number of miles per latitude for that latitude. Thank you, Doctor. Let's go back to the calculator, gentlemen. Let's see.
He got the wrong answer, and I think he's got the right answer.
Doesn't matter calculations. A straight line can never be a curved line. No matter what you say or do, you cannot travel a shorter distance between the shorter distance. Less than. Impossible. Bob.
Yeah. So let's
Definition's
recap
right
your-
in the chat. You can't disagree
Okay,
with it.
so-
It's a definitional thing. It's not subject to your approval.
Okay, so let's recap your argument. Horizontal means curved, level means curved, flat means curved, straight line means curved, and a straight line flat path from point A to point B is longer than a curved path from point A to point B.
You got it, Witsit. Nicely done, yep.
And he'll be back tomorrow.
What a fucking nutcase.
In a nutshell, yep.
And he'll be back tomorrow to do it again. Pinky in the brain style.
Yes. Yes.
For years. For
Truth
years.
doesn't change, man.
Have you considered taking an AIDS test?
Jeez.
Too far? Okay.
I still don't understand how you got
The thing is, he had
4,400
AIDS before he
miles
took the
between the
job.
2 points. I still don't understand that. What numbers
All right,
went into
Lemon,
the
I'll go ahead and
calculation?
explain it to you again, Lemon, because you seem to be
I
interested.
just need the raw numbers, Doctor. How many degrees
distance?
per latitude times what? That's all.
All
that I
right, the
need.
distance to the North Pole is
I just need
69
the raw
is
numbers.
60 nautical miles
Lemon
times
likes
the
it
number
raw,
of degrees
Bob.
between Sydney and Perth. That gives you a distance to
Oh
the
yeah,
North
you
Pole.
said something about the law of cosines.
Angle.
Thank you.
If you'll stop talking, I'm finishing explaining it to you.
I
The
asked for the raw
angle
numbers.
between
I
the
don't need
two.
the whole process again. If you're
The
just going to
angle
repeat the whole
between the two
process
is the
again, I got
difference
it.
in
Thank you.
longitude, which is 36 degrees, and then you use the law of cosines to solve for the third side
It's
of the
almost
triangle.
as if an algorithm got triggered and you're on repeat malfunctioning or something.
For years. This is going on for years.
Well, you guys
Thank
simply
you,
haven't
doctor.
gotten it.
I'll figure it out myself. I would have
Yeah, but,
appreciated the
I
raw
mean,
numbers so you could have
it's
saved
too
me
much math
time,
for you.
pain, and heartache. But thank you, doctor. I'll figure it out myself.
It's too
If
much
you
math for
believe
you
that
guys
we
to
just
figure out.
still right, so if you believe that for years it's just too much math and we can't figure it out, is it your algorithm that has instructed you to come in here and keep repeating it, or what's the purpose?
I like to listen to your errors because it gives me ideas on how to correct them for people that actually do want to learn things.
Hey, is the distance between 2 points shorter with a flat plane than a mountain?
Whitsit, you're not going to get to ask me any questions unless you can answer some questions on globe science.
Oh, dang.
All right. The first question is can you have a right angle to a curve? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
True answer, no.
Second question, give me 3 different ways that on the globe model we can calculate the radius of the Earth.
You can't.
You can't.
Okay, so you failed both questions. You don't get to talk to me.
Oh.
Well, I'm probably not gonna get to sleep tonight.
You know what he did
Matter of
to me
fact,
on
you're
his
going on
show,
mute.
guys?
I know.
He
I know.
forbade.
You won.
I know exactly why Witcher's not sleeping tonight.
You glitched.
Nothing to do with you, Bob.
You glitched his matrix, his decision-making matrix.
Well,
He
he's
wants
on
to-
mute now, so he doesn't get to talk to me anymore.
Well, don't talk over him, and you won't get muted either, Bob.
You glitched out his decision-making matrix. He's here to teach something and then mutes people who ask him questions.
Well, when you
I
guys
just
can
think
figure
it's
out the math, let me know. I'll see you guys later.
okay. All right, man. Flat doesn't mean curve, man. That's an antonym.
It was a flounce.
Wow, what a show this is gonna be! Wow.
That's the best part. Like they'll say that.
So what do
Oh
you guys?
man, this is
what do
a
you
clip
guys?
and a half, brother.
What do you guys think that this about this Bob? Do you think he's a shill or do you think he's just a Dunny Kruger ass motherfucker?
He believes this shit, bro. He believes this shit.
He believes the mathematics. The
What
mathematics is
what he is he's worked up. The society tried to take him out because he's a scumbag. So he looked for other people that he thought was less than him. He wants to feel better about
What
himself
do you mean
and what
society
he.
tried to take him out?
I'll
he
DM you.
He
Not
Yeah, it's kind of like you're not supposed to talk about on this server, but you can just Google his name and you can see the headlines.
He what do you call it? He copyright striked Bev twice. Just so you guys know, watch out
What is
for this
that?
guy.
Yeah,
On
it's
YouTube?
also too. Did he pretended on a sock account to link a video of him talking, and then claimed it was a violation of privacy.
That's right, brother. You know the story. That's
Yeah.
right.
Because in
what
his
happened?
mind, if he's on the sock account, that's not him. That's somebody else.
What happened exactly?
What he did is he posted a video of himself. This is alleged now, because why we think this is because he made another video saying, haha, me, I'm conniving, you know, how do you know I wouldn't do a sock account and post it myself? I'm very strategic, this and that. Anyways, regardless of that, he copyright struck, is that how it's said correctly? two videos, and one we suspect, we don't know for sure, he did it himself, but he almost admitted it that he did it.
Yeah, he fancied himself as some sort of strategic deep thinker, but doesn't understand that if he's on the sock account, that's still him. He's still.
Hey, SE, did Emma's Discord get taken down?
Emma's Discord? No, not that I know of. No.
Yes. Well, Dawn said something about somebody had posted in chat that Emma's Discord had been taken down.
Not as far as I'm aware of, Left Lane.
That's good.
Hey, Left Lane, does flat mean curved?
Doesn't make sense to me.
Right, so 70% of the ocean floor is abyssal plains, which is entirely flat, and it's in fact the flattest area on the entire Earth. So 70% of the ocean is flat, and you agree that that's the opposite of curved?
No, I wouldn't say that. I don't know that much about the abyssal plain, but I would imagine on the globe model that it would follow the curvature of the Earth.
So when it's described as being the flattest area on all the Earth, it means curved?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that the people that make that statement are even aware of the flat Earth community, that they would need to be careful in their wording.
So what you're saying is they're using the word flat to actually mean the opposite?
Well, I mean, they say that Kansas is the flattest state. Well, Florida actually is, but they said that Kansas is the flattest state, but they don't really mean it's flat without curvature. They mean it's flat without elevation change.
Okay, so it doesn't mean flat without curvature. So are abyssal plains perfectly flat? Flat is almost an understatement. The abyssal plains are some of the flattest features on the plain. Some drop in elevation less than a foot for every 1,000 feet in distance. Sometimes there are small hills called abyssal hills, but generally abyssal plains are as flat as a tabletop.
Yeah.
I would say straight to trash.
I think. Was it? I'm kind of leaning towards cringy but harmless. I mean, I guess the exploiting.
I don't remember their stuff enough.
We did a whole content cop on that.
With
Yeah, I mean.
I'm guessing that was it. It's gone over.
That
to
was
the next
great.
video.
And I just
Yeah, that's it.
Go ahead, Rob.
do you remember when he was talking about driving in nautical miles?
Yeah.
Wait, who does that?
Across America.
Yeah, in nautical miles.
Well,
over mountains, valleys.
Yeah, that's model affliction, right? The entire thing. You don't go into a conversation saying that you can drive a shorter distance than a straight line on a flat plane without being severely model afflicted.
He also
nautical miles.
Yeah, he also said he took two different routes, one through the mountains and one over the plain, like what he called the plain, not through the mountains, and got the same mileage or nautical miles. That's unheard of, and it matched the globe perfectly.
Yeah,
it's a strange conversation, right? I think when I was having the conversation with him a month ago or a couple of weeks ago about the same subject, it was almost like he was doing it on purpose, or he was totally backwards, like saying it backwards. And I think he's just doubling down now. I guess.
Yeah. Can I just go to the other one that I wanted to say? Well, he talked about driving over a bridge and paying tolls. So how do you know he wasn't just trolling us?
No, he believes this stuff. And he gets angry. He banned us. This is the reason why he copyright stroke Bev twice, and he thought he was going to get away with it. You know, but I just wanted everybody to hear because he's trying to keep this silent. How's it working out for you, Bob? You're not going to get away with it. If you think that you can silence us by copyright strike, the complete opposite is going to happen. I promise you. You don't want to talk logic? Bow out and take a vacation. Leave the arena.
I don't get the copyright strike either. If he's trying to teach people, and that's what he did on these shows, is tell his story, right? How he knows he's proven a globe by driving in his car and calculating nautical miles over Florida to Michigan or wherever he went. Then why would he want it heard? Why would he want to copyright strike and get videos taken down? That doesn't make sense. Nothing he says or does makes sense. He might be, you know, I don't know. I mean, he might be going through something.
Well, we've been talking to McToon about the flat Earth, and we do have this Logos, right? Logos has given us this is a globe geometer. We've been asking people for I don't know how long. You know, how do you measure the curve? And it seems like Bob's the man to do it. He knows this geometry. He knows how you can get a shorter distance than a straight line. It is Euclid night, and we know what a circle is, and we know how to make a plane through the middle of a sphere to make it a circle, and that's, they're the basis of Euclidean geometry. Bob's looking for, like, he's going to support Brenda to increase pi. At least that's what I would deem from that. Or Bob doesn't understand what a plane is. Model affliction. I don't know. He won't talk to us. He won't let, Most people don't want to come and talk to us because they think, I don't know, they think we're being dishonest or whatever. But I mean, this is just a simple conversation. I'd say it's impossible to get shorter than a straight line distance on a plane. But that's just me. I'm a simple, normal guy. Bob sounds like a genius globe geometer. He looks like he can do what Brenda does and just sort of take an axiom out and put a new axiom where you can have something that's just shorter than a straight line distance. I say that's impossible in reality, but Bob's obviously got the power of the globe. It's like one of Thanos's thingy rings. I haven't got a clue what that means. The power of the globe. The consensus, the received opinion. What does sound strange is, though, nobody's backing him. I don't know whether McToon knows that Bob's out there. I mean, what would happen if Bob and McToon team up for this globe sextant thing? I mean, it's an ideal team up. We should put them together. Bob might even be able to help McToon define flat earth geometry better than my definition of flat earth geometry. It's the geometry McToon has made up so he can cause drama between him and Nathan Oakley. Or him and whoever he decides he wants to label in the group he's bigoted against. I mean, it's ideal. It's not really,
it's not even about the opinion of what group you're in. I don't care, whatever opinion you have. This is more than just geometry. This is about trying to silence somebody. And that's the worst. No matter what side you're on, you should be against that, in my opinion.
Well, He's got a globe. I mean, that's all you need, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't care how crazy your idea is. I'll fight for your right to say it. But trying to stop somebody from saying something, or you say something stupid, and this is Discord. People hear stuff, people record stuff, and you want to stop that? The content creation? That's ridiculous. Don't say stupid stuff, and you won't have a problem.
Yeah, that freedom of speech has been, fought over for years in wars, and a lot of our family members fought for our right to have an opinion and be able to voice it in an open public forum. Now I realize these things are, the rooms that we're in are owned by private companies, but it's not the company striking us. It's individuals that have these family members that did fight for the right to have freedom of speech. It's a shame, really. They're just willing to do and say anything to suppress other people's opinions and freedom of speech. It's a shame. Talk down and call someone a simpleton or bottom of the barrel, or just talking down to someone. You hear it in his voice. He thinks he's better than everyone whenever he's in the room. That's a shame. I feel bad for him.
Yeah, that's a bad trait to have, yeah. But I'll fight for him to have it.
Yeah.
I swear.
It's the attitude that he's coming to teach people, but not coming as a teacher. It's a very strange. I'm with Rakia. There's something not right about it. If you want to teach people, be a teacher. Don't come and berate people.
It's because it's more than it's really not teaching, to be honest. I think most fair people can see it's an attempt to indoctrinate. That's why with Lemon he kept going over it and over it and over it and over it in an attempt to indoctrinate Lemon to his way of thinking. At least that's the way I saw it. And speaking of all the different geometries, Bevan, since this is Euclid night, I'd like to know the thoughts on the idea that a great circle distance can be shorter than a straight line distance in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of geometry that is, but it doesn't appear to be Euclid anyway. Is this imaginary geometry we've heard tell about?
The only way I can understand this is that the model and the geometry, once you get into it, the understanding of straight for Bob must be messed up. Because I can't see any normal way for that to be logically possible, right? You've got to have either like some crazy logic, which I don't know, possible, but your understanding of straight always has to be crazy. I mean, like he had a straight distance of 4,400 kilometers. And he said the distance he drove over the curved bit was 1,700.
Yeah. Have you ever heard anything like that before?
Less than half. It's crazy.
Like, man, oh man, oh man.
I don't get it.
And then the numbers are coming from lat and longitude, which are, again, Cartesian coordinates. I mean, what geometry is that? Is that a geometry? Maybe I'm just
an angle. I'm not aware of that being a geometry. It's just an angle measured. I mean, one of them to the light in the sky. I mean, none of them are measured at the center, are they? None of these angles that Bob's talking about is measured at the center of a sphere. I mean, that's impossible. For him to even think that would be ridiculous. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how deep the model affliction goes. I would imagine with people like Bob, he's been in it for a while. Right? This model affliction could be really deep. I mean, there's a lot of, obviously, it breeds a load of people together into the same place. And they have a hatred of a strawman group. We've got one in the text chat right now. Vladim. He's come from McToon's. Seems to get a bit upset that he thinks we're talking about McToon, but we're not. We're talking about Bob. Talking about a shorter than a straight line distance. He will tell us, and there will be loads of other people that are going to come and tell us that we don't understand. Well, damn right. I don't understand how Bob thinks there is a distance of 4,400 kilometers, a straight line on a flat plane distance, and he can drive that distance in 1,700 kilometers. Like, I literally don't understand that. It's crazy to me. Go on.
That's what we said a while back. Yeah, you're damn right we don't understand you because you're not being logical. Because we're using logic and reasoning, and you're using mathematics. That's why it's. I don't even begin to understand a lot of the things they're saying and doing because they're not being logical about it. It's illogical. And they can't see it because they're blinded by the math. If whatever formula was written gives them their answer, they don't give 2 cents about the logic of it. We're getting away from logic and into the so-called science and math of things, and it's really turned this world into a wacky place.
Yes.
And also, Bob, have a look at the Streisand effect. You might learn something, Mr. Know-It-All.
Can I just point out that Vladim has said in the chat, Bev, a chord is shorter than a great circle, but it's difficult to drill through a planet. Read a school book. Vladim, that's not what Bob's saying. Bob's saying the straight line is the longer distance. Bob says the great circle is the shorter. I mean, like, don't be getting us wrong here, Vladim. We say that the straight line is the shortest distance. Right? I say that. All of us here say that. What we say also is we do not understand what Bob's talking about when he says he can make it half or even let him more than half. Bob can knock some sort of a distance off the straight line distance.
It's crazy. Shout out Rakia.
Yeah.
He brought this out and he got him to put 100 miles down. But yet, he went all in yesterday.
Yeah, he can knock thousands off now. He's obviously more experienced.
He's getting better.
Yeah.
Getting better. Practice makes perfect.
Where did he drive on the flat Earth at?
I don't know.
Yeah, good question. Yeah. Must have went on that Pancake State. Which one is it?
Yeah, but I mean, that's not even flat. Like, I've never driven on a flat Earth. How could he have?
Yeah.
You calculate it. Like, that's some really bad maths, isn't it? If he's calculated a straight line distance to be like 4 times longer than the actual distance. That's crazy. And he uses this, for anybody, he uses this as a globe proof. I think we should get him with the Globe Gang together and go after Dave Weiss's thing. I mean, he should be confident about it, right? To listen to the way Bob was talking to the people over in Earth Awakenings there in that recording that SE had done. He's confident, right? He knows. He should be the one to go after Dave Weiss's. I mean, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Come over here, Bob. We'll go over your proof of the globe. I mean, you can come and practice it. You might be coming here afterwards. See, Vladim, everybody, please be nice to Vladim, but he's definitely come from McToon's, and you can tell he's very bigoted. They have a really bigoted group of people over there in McToon's Discord server. Be aware if you ever decide to go over there and you want to ask them any questions. They do have a lot of names, and they will definitely put you in a group, and they will absolutely ask you stupid questions that mean nothing, because they've imagined that you're part of this group, and they must just sit around all day imagining about flat earthers. They do nothing but talk about flat earthers all the time.
Yeah, they're definitely quick to give you the scarlet letter, and then label you.
Yeah,
and
we
then,
got scarlet right away.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah, yeah, we did. I was just gonna say, and then Adham, you can see Vadim's, eloquentness in the live chat there. It's awesome.
Yeah, imagine how they welcomed us, hey? Right
Yeah.
away, they started painting our names red. They gave us the scarlet letter. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very hospitable of you guys.
Yeah. I would just say it's all right, Vadim. You could keep your model. We're not, we're not going to be too hard on you. We understand.
Yeah.
You're good. It's a safe space. It's just Euclid. We're just talking about Euclid. It's going to be all right.
He says we've only got one argument, and all we do is talk about Euclid. Well, strange that you've come here on Euclid night.
Euclid night, I know,
yeah.
right?
So, I mean, of all of the nights, this is a strange night you've come on for, Vadim. Is it Vadim? Yeah. From McToon's, of the guy that did the challenge that's made up flat earth geometry so he can cause drama with the flat earth debate team. Put it in a challenge for $10,000. I'm not too sure whether that's it's definitely not fair in the spirit of things for starting challenges. But I mean, everybody will be aware of it, surely, that it is a ploy for McToon to cause drama. He's very active. Welcome to the Euclid night over at Try Thinking, Vladim. Good to have you around.
Good to know he sees the consistency, though. You can't. I mean, that's one thing you cannot argue with Bev about, is the consistency. Yes, we do quite often talk about Euclid. Maybe it's just because it's reality. I mean, that could be.
Well, it's a good logical argument, a good baseline to start with, and then build off of that.
Yeah. He says all of my life is Euclid. Well, no. I mean, I was 40 something before somebody introduced me to Euclid. It was great. I got introduced to Euclid because somebody said about not Euclid. And I went, what's that? Doesn't make any sense. What do you mean not? You can't describe something as a not. I need to know what this actual thing is before you can say not. So yeah, I was thankful for it. It's helped me loads. Vadim, you should come and join in. You might learn a bit. Because I'm not so sure about the globe earth geometry that you guys are going to be using.
Or do it yourself. I mean, shoot, myself, I got myself a kind of a shitty edition of Euclid's Elements, if you ask me, but it's what's out there, cheap, that's cheap. But you get yourself a, Euclid's Elements, and you get yourself a little compass and straight edge kit and some graph paper, and you can have a blast. I mean, go do it. It's fun.
Yeah, there's multiple different ways you can use Euclid as well. I think it's a logical book. It's taught me, even though I think I was perhaps logical before, Euclid's taught me to refine an argument, to be able to become more ordered in my thoughts. So yeah, it's definitely helped me. And what helps us as well is people like Vadim coming in, showing us where all of their fears are. Because surely nobody should be worried about somebody else learning something, going over basic stuff. Why should anybody be threatened about anybody else doing that? Coming to some I've been to university, to college, studied a trade, done all that. I'd never studied Euclid. As the logical system that it is. Of course I knew about circles and triangles and stuff, but how to form a equilateral triangle? Don't know. How to form a perpendicular?
It's pain. It seems like Vadim is sharing. It's pain.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right. So we understand.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the simplicity of it. I mean, he's obviously not done it, so he imagines that it's like primary school sort of stuff, which it is elemental. It is called the elements. So it is very, very simple. But, I mean, the logical process is much more than you would imagine. It's we call it here advanced simplicity.
Yeah, I would say, at least for me anyway, I kind of call it foundational rather than elemental or being called a simpleton by Bob or something like that. To me, it's foundational. In fact, I think Sarogaki often puts out from his book that you master the first step before you move on to the second step. So therefore, that's foundational, right? You lay a foundation before you put your walls up or your studs, or if you're building a house or something like that.
Yes. Well, I like the idea of Sherlock Holmes. I mean, elementary. My dear Watson. It's just it's a process that your mind should go through to lead you back to the most simplest thing, right? If you can be led to an answer that is a deductive answer, then you can be absolutely certain of the truth value of that within a logical system. That's what Euclid teaches you. Well, it teaches me, it's taught me anyway, that what an explosive logical system is. How to have, and I think possibly it's the only complete logical system with no breaks, with no inconsistencies, with no contradictions in it whatsoever. From start to finish, everything is provable with a truth value of 100% all the way through. There's nothing else like that. And when people dismiss it as like childish, I'd say that's a little bit don't know. It's a bit too much, isn't it? When you've got these massive brained people like Vladim is supporting the McToons team. Not many of them, obviously, just the one. And we've got others hanging around. I don't want to undersell it as well either, basic geometry, because I know people are going to be talking about it as though it is we're a load of simpletons. You think we are? Just come and have a chat. It's quite. I think this is the geometry is. It's one of those things you have to do it practically in order to get a grip of it and see. You have to be able to see a problem and find the solution for the problem. Now, what we are in here is the idea that there's a debate going on which requires solutions to problems. And being in it and being having dealt with the surveying side of it, then obviously there's a group of people that are triggered because we talk about surveying land, we talk about geometry in the true sense of it, measuring the land, and that's where the troubles start with another group of people that don't want anybody to learn about very simple stuff in straight line geometry. Vladim thinks that you need... I've had loads of this for 2 or 3 years. I think you need measurements for vertical and horizontal. Because Rumpus tells them there's an angle of down. So people like Vladim have listened to him. And they want these measurements for vertical and horizontal. Not realising that vertical and horizontal are just reference frames. They're there to be found. You find tools that are, find these horizontal and vertical. You don't measure them. There is no measurement for horizontal. There is no measurement for vertical. They just are. Yet, people who have a model seem to think other people should provide them with measurements for things there are no measurements for. It's a bit like Bob saying that, he can just drive a distance shorter than a straight line. Well, but that's just the same as me saying I can walk to my front door. It's shorter distance than a straight line, calculated on a flat earth. Because on a flat earth,
in not on a mile.
Yeah, you could just say on a flat earth, it'd take me 4 miles to get to my front door, but I can just walk to the front door. So therefore, it's globe. Globe logic. I mean, that's how this seems to work for Bob. He doesn't ever have to justify it. He doesn't ever have to do anything. He can just say, "You're stupid, you're a flat earther." Like Vladim in the chat there. Any surveyor will call you wrong. They won't. I've talked to many surveyors, Vladim. I've got a certificate. I've qualified, only at a basic, really low level. But yeah, no surveyor has ever disagreed with me when I've said level is horizontal. They say yes, of course it is. Vladimir, I think you've been talking to people that have, I don't know, they're model afflicted, obviously.
Unless they're a YouTube curveyor.
Well, yeah,
They disagree with you.
he's been talking to McToon, obviously. And McToon's obviously told Vladim that level isn't horizontal. So I'd say, Vadim, I'd be really careful. McToon's lied to you. Surveyors will tell you that level is horizontal. I'm sorry. I've only been saying it for 3 years since I came in here. All of the people, the conveyors that did say it wasn't, they've disappeared. They've run away. Vladim. Vladim, you watch me. It wasn't a debate. And Jeff said when I asked him about surveyors establishing a horizontal, he said, "Why would you want them to? Like, seriously, that guy isn't a surveyor. Surveyors establish horizontals all the time. Yet the guy that you pretend is a surveyor asked me, why would I want them to?"
You better hope your surveyor knows how to establish a horizontal.
Yeah.
You better hope they know how to do that. If not, you're wasting your money.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely not a surveyor, right? The guy that said, why would you want them to establish a horizontal over a mile for a test?
I would say that guy is not a surveyor. And if it's the same guy who tried to set up 2 pieces of equipment at the same time and set them up wrong and said many things about that video, if it's the same guy, then no, he's definitely not a surveyor. 100%.
Yeah.
Or he's a surveyor in Maine that I wouldn't hire here on my projects. I deal with surveyors on a daily basis, and that guy resembles nothing I've ever seen or heard.
Yep. We've got loads of videos to go over for that, if it's needed. I mean, depends how much the people want, how much the globe geometer guys are going to actually need to back up their claims and where these people are, and we can go over who the globe side actually have as experts in this matter. But I would say they are the experts for the globe. Seems to be, who've we got? Globe experts for the globe. I mean,
Bob Blue George.
Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, in the greater scheme of things, you could say, who's the best mathematician? Yeah. Roger Penrose, he's got a thing, and, you know, he's imagined all sorts of stuff within mathematics. You could rightly say that. I mean, is there anybody in that field that's a globe expert?
Of course. You have Bob, measured the globe.
Mm-hmm.
You have Blue, measured the globe.
Yep.
You have George, measured the curve.
Ah.
You have Rumpus, What did Rumpus do again?
He drew a circle and called you a moron.
That qualifies.
That seals the deal.
That qualifies as an expert glober, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't Rumpus have some kind of observation he was going to do, never done?
He's not done it yet, though, so you can't say he's a globe expert because of that. I mean, he does have a drawing of a circle, and he does tell you don't understand, you moron. So, I mean, that's one of the globe sales. I mean, we've been watching them with the globe salesman, right? With the globesman.
Yeah, they're
brilliant
struggling.
Comedy thing.
Yeah, and they're struggling. Mm-hmm.
There's different tactics, though, right? They all have their own different ways of selling it.
Yeah.
And it seems as well.
Selling it nonetheless, though.
Well, some of them aren't selling it, though, are they?
Well, they're not doing a good job of it. They're all going, please trust me.
I think they come round to your house and go, look at my model. No, don't look at my model. But your model's shit. You're like, what are you doing here? Well, yours model's shit. I haven't got a model. Well, I have. But don't look at it. Don't look at it. You might find some flaws.
Don't look at this part. Look over here. Look over here. Stop. That's what we hear all day.
Oh, look at that bird over there. Look in the sky. My globe is brilliant. Now,
see the star up there? As you move away. Well, what does it do again? Hang on. Wait, it goes down. Yeah, wait, no, that's not globe. That's perspective.
No, you just measure a different angle, right? You just measure a different angle, and then you've took it out of everything else.
Forget about perspective. Forget about it right now. That's definitely Earth curve. Because you're going over the curve and it's getting lower.
Yeah, don't look at the curve. Don't look at the line. Keep your eye on the angle. Keep your eye on the angle. And then we'll be all right. Yeah, there you go. Look, the angle just changed.
It's globe.
It's globe.
No. I know you moved away. Don't worry about that. Just that angle. And I know your angle changes when the ships and things go away on that just turbulent medium that I just told you was very turbulent at the surface. But don't worry about it. It's disappearing bottom up because it's going over a hump of water. What do you say? Well, measure it. No, you see it? You see that? That's a boat going over the hump of water. But there's no hump. Don't worry about the hump right now. That's what the boat's going over. It's a magic trick, man. They've done a good job. I'll tell you what. I've seen a lot of magic shows in my life, and this is by far the best one. They got the books, the wording, the wands. They got the rumpuses and the bobs. Oh, Bob's all right. I'm still worried about him. I think that cut might have affected him. I hope he didn't get infected.
Yeah.
he's come back a different guy.
Well, he was keen. It was good to hear him in that one. He's definitely refreshed, right? He's had a rest, and he's come back ready to support the Globe, just in time for McToon to do his challenge. Bob's the man McToon's waiting for. Bob seems a little bit lost, doesn't he?
He did get his cables twisted the other night and get really aggravated quickly.
Yeah, he might be after a bit of a break from the telescope and all of that. He could do with a bit of a side job working for McToon. So he might be able to key up something. If anybody's listening, Bob, any of Bob's team, put it up there. Put the offer out there. Let's get McToon some help. He needs some help with the globe geometry, obviously, because the flat earth geometries are bullshit. But you're going to have to be able to support his claims for the geometry of what he claims can be done for his challenge. Because, I mean, it would be really, really, really bad if he were to put up $10,000 for a challenge, make up a geometry with flat earth geometry, and then not actually be able to do it himself with globe geometry. Because I think when we look at, because it's Euclid night, when we look at this, I think we can safely say that the glober cannot use Euclidean geometry, because there is no geometric proof for the globe model in reality, i.e. Euclidean geometry. It does not support a globe model, unfortunately, for the globers. I think that's why they had to make up not Euclidean geometries in the first place. I think that's one of the hardest things to get a grip on within this debate, is like when you are looking for proofs of anything, really, if you go on a true search for proof, there's only one place that you will end up, and that is within geometry. Now, that may seem like a mathematical thing that may think, oh, wasn't any good at geometry, and I didn't understand that mathematical stuff and all of that. But it's not that. Geometry is based on logic, and at its most basic, it gives you a framework of logic to be able to help you understand everyday life. And especially at the minute, there is an attack that's coming, and it's an attack on people's minds. And it's coming with confusion. I think it's already been placed there. It's already been placed in people's minds. And what's coming very soon is people arguing with family members and all sorts of stuff. Nobody's going to understand why they're doing it. They're going to think they're going mad. They may even start hearing voices. They may even have models dictating things to them already, like they have. But for the most part, you're best off trying to find some sort of way of ordering your mind so you can understand why other people are going to be going mental. And one of the best ways of doing it would be to find some sort of logical way of doing it. But along with that logical system that you have to be able to talk to people. You have to be able to bounce those ideas to make sure you're doing correctly. Make sure what you're doing makes sense, because there will be people make you question yourself. It seems to be the way. There will be people that make you question everything. I know that for sure. Went through it last night, 9 hours of people telling me I don't know what I'm doing, telling me I'm wrong. I mean, I'm pretty sure it happens to everybody. Everybody tells me I don't know what I'm doing, but I mean, I definitely do know what I'm doing. I don't do much, so what I do know is what I'm doing, and like it's pretty simple, really simple actually. Teaching people simplicity is don't know, getting people to calm down. The pace of life is just far too much. I think most people do have jobs and all of that sort of drives what happens to them, and I'm lucky enough to be a carer. I don't have a job. I'm lucky enough also to be not in need of wealth and those sort of things, because I don't know, simple life. But along with that has come a learning of a logic that's consistent with definite truth values. I mean, the Logos has led us along the way, and we had on the level was one of the first things that we did, and that's a honesty thing. To come and be direct. It's one of the best things of this Discord server. People won't hold back from saying things. If it needs to be said, it will be said. The conversation will be had, and we can carry on.
Yeah, like driving and using nautical miles for some reason. I'm still baffled.
Nautical mile. Well, I mean, have you never
driving in nautical miles? Like, shut up.
Have you never used your sextant, your land sextant, whilst driving to find how far you're going? Mid-journey? Do you have one? A car sextant.
It could have been a feature in Bob's car. Maybe he ordered it that way with nautical miles on the speedometer, and instead of the compass, like many of us have, like in the rearview mirror, he's got a little sextant.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Like Fred Flintstone with his old school stuff. He's that into the old school. He's got a sextant.
And nautical
miles in his car. Oh, yeah.
Would you have to pay extra for that?
Yeah.
Hell yes.
I wonder if he did a GoFundMe.
Yeah. Wonder what is if there is a conversion rate for nautical miles. Because I thought, they did in old school. The reason they stuck it to 60, it was because it changed. There was the actual distance was different, but that's changed. It's like, when I was a lad, the North Pole was where Santa lived and there was loads of snow. Now it's just a water. It seems to have disappeared. I don't know whether it actually has or not, but people, it's just changed. Nobody ever talks of where Santa lives at the North Pole anymore. And I think it's the same for this. Angles, distances. It's changed. And I don't know whether people have noticed. That's maybe at the different ages people go through as you get older. You sort of look back and think, oh, when my elders, when I was a lad, they always used to say, oh, it's changed since I was... I mean, has it changed? I think the education system's definitely changed.
I know one thing that's definitely changed. Gender recognition, which we won't get into now, of course.
I'll give you another change in my lifetime that was huge just in the last 20 years, 24 years. I started homeschooling my firstborn, and we homeschooled all three. And it was taboo, right? There were hardly any programs. You still had to pay your taxes and stuff for public schools, which I think you still do now. but there was no getting out of that. I think there's ways of getting out of it now. You know, like I said, it was taboo. It was frowned upon, right? You were the village idiot, basically, if you were doing something that was different than what the government told you that you should be doing. And now, 24 years later, it's so commonplace. It's taken over a lot of private schools. Like, it's shut down where the private schools are actually providing homeschool programs just to keep their doors open. 24 years, that's all it took.
Yeah. Yeah, the way I see it at the minute is what they're after is a division. It supports the narrative that they're playing after at the minute is the division, and hopefully we can survive without being part of that division. Obviously people don't like what we're doing, but I mean they may learn to be separate. I don't know. Or whether that everybody will have to assimilate into the everything that everybody's happy with, or just shut the fuck up and don't say things that upset anyone. I hope not, because I mean, people have the free right to not listen. That should be the way. But I don't know whether we're going to be allowed to do that. I don't want to upset people. But I do. I've been thinking over these past few days of the things that we do. Try and talk about basic logic, basic geometry, basic truths. There's a group of people that just don't understand what we're saying, and they think we're attacking them directly. I'm not directly attacking people at all. There's loads of people who obviously think really badly of me, but it's only because their models dictating to them that they should feel like that. And I'm not really attacking a model, because it's their model in their own mind. It's not real. The land and the table and the car and everything, that's real stuff. The model, they're not real. But people want to get upset that a geometry that exists in reality, that everybody uses, they get upset that doesn't help them with their model that's only made up in their mind. So they can't get a geometry that we use in reality, even conceptually, to help them support a model. So they make up a way to make that work somehow. Now, I would like to talk to people about how they do that, but I don't think they understand how they do it themselves. That's why we get into these heated conversations and arguments, because they actually haven't got a clue how it works. Although they've got books and things that they can cite that sort of say things that seem to support their cause, but there's still no method. There's nothing to back that up. It's just a book. Anybody can write anything down in a book. There's a guy called Einstein. I mean, look at this shit he wrote. But I mean, I've never heard a surveyor say that level isn't horizontal. Because it just wouldn't make any sense. And I've never heard anybody up until the other day say that you could get a shorter distance than a straight line. That's Bob. Bob said that. Now, other than Brenda saying pi could go the other way, but that was just complete ignorance on Brenda's behalf. Although other people have said that triangles can have more than 180 degrees, but that's ignorance as well of geometry. But what Bob's done twice, three, I mean, on the first video, the one that Bob copyright struck, Rakia was talking to Bob, and at first I could hear Rakia. He didn't understand what Bob was doing, and he thought Bob had got it the wrong way round. He tried to clarify. He asked Bob to make sure. And then Bob said it again, and Rakia still didn't understand. And he thought Bob had still got it the wrong way round again. So he asked Bob to confirm yet again. And Bob did confirm. So Bob's already in one video. He must have confirmed it 4 times, I think, in the one video. And now there's another video where Bob has once again stated it more than once on different times. He's done it in different places. And he states you can have a shorter distance than a straight line. Now, I don't understand Bob. I would love to have an explanation coming from somebody how you can have a shorter distance than a straight line on a globe. I mean, it's some fantastic globe model that you can do that with. Geometrically, it breaks the law of reality. But I'm guessing it is non-Euclidean. And if it is non-Euclidean, which it'll have to be, it will perfectly show what non-Euclidean geometry is. It's not real. Can't possibly happen. It's fantasy.
Non-reality.
Yeah.
When you hear non-Euclidean, just think not real, not reality.
Yeah. Euclidean geometry is the geometry that we use in reality. So whenever you hear non-Euclidean, it's just not reality. It's only in the mind, like imagonometry. It's not real. You can't draw it out. You can't make a model of it, because then it would be Euclidean. You would be in reality. FPV
X, Y, Z. That's it. They would have you believe that they can put a T there and come up with a new reality. No, it doesn't work like that. Sorry.
Shorter than a straight line distance is wormhole technology, I think.
Somebody seriously told me that, Bev.
Yeah.
I asked them, is it possible to travel a shorter distance between the shortest distance between two points? And he said, yeah. And I said, how? And he typed in wormhole, a wormhole.
Fold a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kid you not. This is real. This is for real.
Yeah, that's what Bob has to do. Well, not Bob. Not only Bob, right? That's the main point of this, is that in reality we have a shortest distance between 2 points, and that's a straight line. Well, in order to go outside of that, all the Globers will have to do this. Bob's sort of helping everybody with this. He's helping ease the way for the Globe believer.
It's crazy how they can believe all this stuff. Like, no critical thinking. Like, somebody comes up to you and tells you they can go shorter than the shortest possible distance by bending space, and you can entertain that for more than 2 seconds in your brain without laughing because Einstein said it. Man, I feel bad for you, really.
I still find it hard to believe that I've ended up being 50-year-old dude being able to talk about straight lines on YouTube. I'd have never have thought it. Never have thought it.
And be controversial. That's the thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that you're right, Kevin. Definitely. It'd be upsetting to a massive majority of people.
Yeah, and speaking of that, not only a straight line, but a triangle, as you can probably see in the YouTube chat. Triangle having 180 degrees. That's somehow controversial now.
Yes. Yeah, apparently now, anything you can do in reality, you have to also say straight after it how you do that on a sphere. At least whenever you're talking about geometry to people like us. I mean, you don't have to say that about drawing a picture. Nobody asks you to sort of include the sphere into drawing pictures. Talking about, I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? When you talk about straight lines, people talk about balls, and when you draw a straight line on a ball. But I mean, why straight lines? Why just straight lines? Well, it's pretty obvious. It's not real and they're obsessed with models. They just can't help it. A model makes them strike videos. It makes them say that you can travel a shorter distance than a straight line. It makes you say that triangles measured in reality have more than 180 degrees. There's loads of people that say it. It's why Globers don't like coming here. They find themselves saying things that I'm sure afterwards they go, did I actually say that? Oh, what did the Globe make me say this time?
Damn, did I say it again? Do I have to keep saying it?
Like a junkie who just can't get off crack. It just spirals down. Anytime you tell them that's bad for you, no, it's not.
I swear this is going to be my last cigarette. I swear.
Oh, now you're going to start fucking lying to us all, huh?
Yeah, I can't understand why McToon would do a challenge. I mean, I'm really it's still going over in my head. Why would somebody put $10,000 up for something and link something that doesn't exist?
Publicity.
In the challenge.
Publicity. That's the reason. He saw Dave do it. He saw Dave getting mentioned left, right, and center. Shout out, Dave.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just a stunt for him. Obvious, because it's rigged from the get-go. Publicity. Shout out to you, man. Good move there. But you didn't fool us.
I don't think he's going to fool anyone. There's nobody, he admits, there's nobody doing his challenge. Everybody over there on his server admits that there's no such thing as flat earth geometry. Oh. I've been sent a message from McToonery. Please remove this. I don't stand for doxing.
You want a real challenge? Go after the 3 bitcoins. They will pay up.
Oh, I think he might be redoing his challenge. He's got version 2.
Oh, really? That's news to me.
Yeah.
It looks like he who shall not be named is in the YouTube chat.
Who, Robert Townsend?
Oh, I think he might be doing a challenge ready for us. Who's that? Thanks for the shout-outs. Research Flat Moon in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah,
You're
Bob,
welcome.
we've been going over it. Shorter than a straight line. You might make yourself famous, Bob, for being the leading globe geometer. McToon's got a new challenge out. Have you helped him out with that? You do the sextant, and McToon's doing the challenges. He's here we go. I'll show you this. Almost ready. You will love it. I hope you've helped him out, Bob. Oh, look, he's got another one. Look how many accounts. What? What?
Don't forget, he's very strategic like that.
Yeah, he has. He's got 2 accounts watching. Thanks, Bob. Bring some more. Bring your other account in. What with he's a doxing master.
Bob, research the Streisand effect.
Here we go. Here's it in the live chat there. You ready for version 2 of the challenge? It didn't take too long for him to redo his challenge and bring a new one up.
2.0.
And Bob as well. Can you please stop threatening my channel? It's getting a bit old. You've come in with 2 different channels, and then you've put one of you has said thanks for the shout out, and then just watching you dox me reported. I mean, they're 2 different fucking accounts. Is there 2 different people in there?
Listen to what the
Bob?
weasel just did. What a weasel you are, man. What a weasel.
You should make the clarification right now. Just separate the 2. When you say account, you're not saying this Discord. He's probably saying his YouTube.
Oh, he'll be after my YouTube. Yeah, he'll be reporting my YouTube account. But yeah,
Right.
Bob's got Bob the Science Guy, a YouTube account, and Research Flat Moon, a YouTube account. He's got 2 different YouTube accounts in my chat. And one of them is saying, thanks for the shout outs. And the other one is saying, you're reported. Thank you very much, Rob.
Well, I mean, if YouTube doesn't look at that and go like, why is he thanking him? And then,
Well, you know he'll do it. He's not lying. He will actually have reported because, I mean, unless he's lying and just threatening to do that on Euclid night as well, Bob.
Fucking bluffing.
Well, I mean, it don't matter whether he's bluffing or not. I think it's about time he should stop it. It's a bit old. Or just sort of admit that you've put a shorter than a straight line distance.
You're a laughing stock. No matter what you do, you just make it worse for you. Every time you threaten to report or that, you just make yourself look more silly.
He just has to admit that what he said about the shortest distance being shorter than a straight line is wrong. That's all he's got to do. He doesn't have to go back a fucking 100 steps or anything. He's just gonna go back to where he started, right? Just admit that you made a mistake in stating something that you stated that you obviously know in your mind that is complete ridiculousness. I mean, come for crying out loud. Just admit it. That's it. And then you're off the hook, bro. Then you can go back to the drawing board and come up with some other spinning ball monkey stuff that we could maybe talk about. Right?
I wonder, isn't it embarrassing to do that in front of your friends?
Well,
Would you still have any friends left after that? I don't know.
To each their own, right? I mean, like, maybe his friends are, maybe they're on his side. Maybe they see the things the way that Bob sees them, right? Just the way that everybody in this room obviously sees reality how reality is. They just like to see their fantasy how their fantasy is. That's it. That's all. We work from reality. They work from fantasy. That's it. It's no big deal. I mean, fantasy's cool too, but I mean, sometimes we need to get down to brass tacks, right? And fantasy just doesn't get down to brass tacks. Reality gets down to brass tacks because it's fucking reality. That's why they call it reality, just like Bev said, because the things in reality are real. Fantasy is not real.
What was that movie, The Man Who Cried Wolf?
Well, it's a story. I don't know if it's a movie. It could be a movie. But
Did they make a movie or is it just a story? Probably just a story.
Right? The boy who cried wolf, right? You keep lying
yes.
and
Thank you.
lying and lying and lying and lying. And one day, that fucking boy was actually getting attacked by a fucking wolf. And he cried out and cried out and cried out. And nobody fucking came. And that guy died. True story. Don't fucking lie and lie and lie. And then when you actually need fucking help, no one's coming. That's what you guys are doing to yourself.
McToon's got a new challenge out.
Number 2.
Yeah, version 2.
Does this one make any sense?
I fucked up version 1. Nobody did anything. He might have. I think he'll have been after helping with Bob. Bob will obviously have advised him on what the fuck flat Earth geometry is. What before we start or even look at it, because I'm not gonna bother looking at it. It involves going to some sort of a website link or whatever. I'll wait until it comes out. But what do you reckon he might have changed in it?
The flat Earth geometry part? Maybe.
The globe Earth geometry part?
Yeah.
I reckon he might have even said that it's up to the individual to choose whatever they want to use.
I'm sure.
It's like it doesn't
Gotta
matter what
be.
you use. Basically.
New challenge posted on his website. Look, he's in there. Told you. At first with the news, I was even there first before McToon.
I'll click on the link if you want to share.
Yeah, I'll see if we can get a link for you.
I'll screenshot it and put it in the chat.
Copy link.
Let me see. I'm playing chess right now, though.
In the live chat. There you go. Sextant Challenge version 2 updated. Nearly 2 days after. I mean, I don't want to say we've influenced it, because I mean it was obviously a bullshit challenge with those flat Earth geometry.
Oh, he's been listening to the feedback.
To say the name, Bob. What are you talking about, Bob?
This is gonna be bad. He knows exactly what my IP and everything now.
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
You
I'll
never
just
know,
do it
you'll
anyway.
be getting tracked already.
Goon Squad on me is like IT team, the Glober IT team.
A what, Bob? What are you talking about?
Terms of service hit.
Yeah.
You're a coward. You're a little rat.
He comes into the chat to threaten my YouTube channel, Bob.
That's all he has left.
What are you doing?
An
Second
obsessed
one this
old
week.
man.
Oh my
You-
God, Bob.
You are a
Grow
coward,
up.
Bob. Shame on you, you wretched piece of whatever you are.
Wow.
It's
Wow.
pathetic. Everybody, look what this gentleman has become.
Here we go. Main screen.
I see. You must use that term very loosely, I'm assuming.
Extremely, gods.
Shut up, Colonel.
Okay, so McToons, here we go. This is the challenge. I know it's Euclid night, but since McToons needs to get as much publicity as he can, I'm helping him out. Maybe we might be able to do this, McToon, before Bob gets our channel shut down. Sounds like I might get one from McToon. Oh, is this a setup? Oh, I'm not doing that then. Look at that. Boom. We'll have to not talk about that. If that's what you're doing, McToon's trying to get us to do the thing. Well, I don't know. Bob's saying, sounds like you might get one from McToon as well. We're not doing that. Fucking hell, you guys are crazy. I think we should just fucking ban them, McToon. Like, I don't.
Misery likes company.
Doing? Wow.
Misery likes company. He wants to drag McToon down to his level, but I don't think McToon's gonna bite.
I think Bob was telling the truth the other night when he said he got his cords wrapped too tight and there was a malfunction. I think he was projecting about himself. Something's wrong with that guy.
They're babies. It's just their way of crying.
Nah,
Okay.
McToon is not like Bob. No way. He's the only one like that.
Yeah. There you go,
Blue fell
McToon.
into it for a little while.
McToon's in the chat now. McToon, Why is Bob saying you are going to give my channel a terms of service? Why is that? Well,
You see, I told you.
Why is
McToon
Bob
says,
saying
I
that,
don't see any
McToon? Come on,
TOS
what the fuck's
violations.
going on? Why is Bob
That's
doing
Bob.
it? Fucking hell.
That's Bob. Being a little girl.
Right.
I told you McToon ain't gonna fall for that shit.
No. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, McToon. I can't get involved with that. You and the... I know that Bob isn't lying about hitting my channel with a TOS. He's actively trying to copyright strike my channel and take it down. I know that. And that's where the globe is at the minute. You call people names. You are actively bigoted towards a group of people that you choose to put us in. Well done. Well done. Looks like Bob's laying down the law for the globe side.
He's all alone. You're all alone, Bob.
I'll have a look what McToon's saying. Yeah. I'm not doing it. I can't trust people in this arena anymore. Because Bob's just been sat around already copyright struck it. Copyright.
He just said he did.
What?
Which one, Bob? Which one did you copyright strike, you pathetic little
This
man?
one.
This one, huh?
This one, yeah. He thinks, hang on, he thinks that saying a name could be anyone. John Smith. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone.
Dave Jones.
Saying a name is doxing. It's not.
And he can copyright strike it. What?
This is delusional.
Yeah.
You've got a
The
wild
ramblings
one,
of
you
a
guys.
delusional man.
The
There
one
you go,
that
Globe.
was removed.
Can't you just ban him and then he won't be able to do that anymore?
I don't. Yeah, he still can.
He'll
Doesn't- it
still
just means he won't be able
copyright
to film it.
strike stuff, won't he? I mean, I don't know what's... Babe, Bob, are you all right?
No, I don't think he is because he's not making much sense.
Is this a cry for help, Bob? I mean, I know there's not many people here that actually want to help you, but I do. I think you're struggling.
I don't. He's a degenerate.
Well, I would rather see him not publicly go into this sort of a thing. It's crazy.
I know. But if people knew the real Bob, no wonder he doesn't want anything coming out about himself. He's got a very, very dodgy background.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. This is... It's obvious that there is somebody here in the background that's... you've got a problem with us, Bob, for some reason. I don't know what it is. You admitted to...
He's got a
putting
problem
the
because
thing in
we
for-
know. He's got a problem with us because we know what he is. We see through you, Bob. And that's what he doesn't like. Now go away and find someone else to bother.
See, he's bragging about false copyright striking videos.
I know. What a disturbed little individual.
Globers, this is you. This is your side representing you right there. Over and over again every day.
Yep. This is one of your top guys. You should be proud.
Bob the science guy or the moon, whatever. Top Glober. Wow.
relegated to a little rat hiding in a shadow behind a dirty sewer pipe in the back lane of some dirty restaurant.
At least Blue had the dignity to realize that he was being a scooter and kind of left us alone. Bob has no humility.
Not a human. Whatever it is. They don't have any arguments anymore. So they just come here now. The attack is starting now, it looks like. They ran out of all their arguments.
Well, I think actually, Bob, I think this is well worth us taking the time to point out the cancer within the community. Because there is, right? The community needs people to be able to communicate with each other. It does not need people shutting channels down and bragging about it in the text channel of the videos of the people that he's trying to take down. Now, Bob, we are not flat earthers. I'm not a flat earther, Bob.
This is the kind of thing that Brenda does, and everybody has basically disowned Brenda. Bob, be careful. You're going to be the next Brenda.
Yeah. But see, we had to wait for a bit as well because Bob had copyright strike us. There's only one on my channel now. We had to wait until all the other ones had come down. Otherwise, I might have lost my channel. If Bob had have had his way, I might not actually be here.
That's what he wants. That's exactly what he wants.
Yeah.
It's like going into a UFC fight, getting beaten up, then leaving the ring and going calling the police.
You use my name.
Me.
Why did you say my name?
I know I call myself Bob, the science guy, but when they say Bob, they're doxing me. That's moronic. It's just a distraction from the shortest short line that he thinks he travels over a curved surface.
Yeah, globe geometry. I mean, we were about to go over McToon's thing, but that's obviously been spoiled. We might have to do that, go over it some other time once I make sure that McToon isn't involved with Bob.
You'll have to get explicit written permission.
Yeah.
And once you've got that, then it's fine.
So he thinks he can copyright strike something that I taped on somebody else's server? He thinks he can do that?
Well, I don't know. He thinks he can do anything, but he thinks he's almighty powerful, I think.
He's just doing it to be a menace. He's not doing it because he cares about his name or copyright. Why would he? He would want his name out there. Publicity. He would want his story to be told and his information to get out there and all his good teachings to be published. He wouldn't want to copyright that.
Unless he's hiding something.
Oh, that's true. Unless he's a deceiver. And he has a shaky ass.
He might want to be the bad boy of the globe, right? He might. Is there a bad boy globe model? I mean, crazy. Is there a crazy dude role?
Yeah,
a lot of globe crazies.
He did. He says he has. Let's see. I did. He calls you Yogi, doesn't he? Is that
Yeah,
you?
that's my new
I heard
nickname.
him calling you that. Yeah.
You got Bev a strike. How does that? Hang on. What?
I got him a strike.
Yeah, because you
Bob's
can't
crazy.
strike someone else's video that someone else is what? But I don't think you know how copyright works, Bob.
You're a
Yeah, what is
pathetic
that
little
about?
man.
Was there something on SC's channel or something that he listened to, or?
Yeah, but this is what they want, because I don't know if anybody else who doesn't have a channel realise this, but once you get into copyright strikes, to appeal, you have to give these people your details. Yeah, you have to hand it over to YouTube because it's a proper thing.
It's illegal.
It's a legal thing that you have to give your details over to even fight it. So even to appeal and say, no, this is wrong, you can't even do that without handing over your details, which is why they do it.
Got a rogue
Scream about the
blower
doxing.
on the
Peacock
YouTube
Pat
channel.
is right. He is abusing the system, and you probably will be found out. Keep
Yeah,
it
he's
up,
just
Bob.
taking the grass. But this is also what Bob wants. He doesn't want us talking about Euclid on Euclid night. He wants us talking about Bob copywriting on Euclid night. I say we just make him a nothing. He's already disgraced himself. Everyone's already heard it. It's not like we got to say it again.
He already is a nothing, yeah?
Yeah, it's
we
nothing.
just exposed him today, and he's bitter. Doesn't have an argument. He only has one thing, crying for the principal. He called my name.
If his argument was so strong, he wouldn't want to copyright in the first place. But he wouldn't have to. He wouldn't even think about that. He would just stick to his argument. His argument is so lame that he has to brag about doing false copyright claims. He was on a live show telling his audience, oh, well, maybe I could do this on Bev's channel. Maybe let me check into that. Maybe I can do this also. Pathetic.
Shameless. I hope you can look at yourself in the mirror, Bob.
While we all wait for his telescope video, I'm still waiting.
I'm not.
So I'm waiting because the joke's still happening right now. It's all a joke. That's all it is.
I think he's mostly upset because he can't build a wooden model. I think that bothers him a lot.
Speaking of telescopes, I asked for a just off the wall question because I am interested. These people that say they can track things in the sky, I asked for a video of an object in the sky that was tracked if someone had a video of it. B-Ball posted a video of a guy who was with a telescope filming a star and then said, wait, at about one more minute, the ISS is going to appear, and oh wait, yeah, there it is, right where the star was. So when he focused in a little further, the star started like a glare, like like it was like glare, but before it was a star, like it was just a light in the sky. And then he's tracking the ISS, which is also a light in the sky, right where the star was. This is B-Ball's proof of a guy tracking the ISS. Very nice.
Just a flicker, probably. Because they flicker. They just go in and out sometimes, or if you zoom in on one, you'll see it sometimes. It's like they move around and
You couldn't even tell this was moving. When he was on the star, it was just steady, steady, steady. And then he said, "Oh, we're tracking now," and it looked like the same thing. It was you couldn't tell the difference. It was in the exact same position.
Yeah, just a camera trick or something. You probably couldn't make out the ISS, could you? Probably not.
Just lights in the sky. Okay, I've got do have permission from McToon to do it, but I don't know whether that permission is part of a trap, because I've already got one copyright strike. Bob is successful with another one, and then McToon lures me into another one. Then that'll be my channel gone. So it might be a strategic play to let me know that. I don't know. How devious are they? Bob did say he was very, very devious, didn't he? And we all know that he is definitely underhanded, but I'm not too sure whether... I don't know. It's too much of a risk. I best... McToon, I best leave it till tomorrow to see whether the copyright strike or whatever Bob's done tonight actually goes through.
Yeah, Bob said he was so devious and witty that he would be the one that would make an account to post a video and then copyright strike that channel that he posted the video on.
Yeah.
He bragged that he would do that, or has done.
Yep. You see what you done, Bob? You cast a bad light on all your fellow ballers. All of them. You're a disgrace.
Even your friends on the baller side that make videos and do all that.
That might not be Bob, though, right? That might be a soccer account just trying to cause trouble.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that might be a soccer account, but I'm saying Bob acknowledged that he is devious enough to do such a thing.
Yeah.
Said it himself. That's all I'm
give
saying.
him a range real fast, and you can go to his channel if he has a range. And you can verify if it's him or not on those accounts.
Oh, I wouldn't give him he'd start banning people if it was him, wouldn't he?
It is him in the chat now, yes.
What are you doing, Bob? Are you crazy? You're out to get me. You're crazy. You're the one copyright striking me. You're the one coming into the chat, threatening me, threatening my channel. You want to take it down. Like, are you all right, Bob? I mean, this is crazy. This is a live stream on YouTube.
I don't know if Bob knows that we can use this against him right now at YouTube. Bob, you're an idiot.
This is...
and I know your name is Bob.
Yeah, I'm not in the flat earth community, right? I'm not a flat earther. Yet there are triggered globe earthers coming out to try and shut my channel down. Now, why are they doing that?
Yeah, which is strange, Bev, because my name is Rob Keane. My name is posted right there. I am actually a flat earther. Call my boss if you want, Bob. What you got? Come at me, bro.
Yeah, it's almost as though it's not anybody as a group. Bob specifically has a thing for me and this channel. Got the hots for me. I'm not on your channel, Bob. You know you've banned us all. We only watch your shit for comedy value. You've banned us from the chat. You've banned us from your Discord. You've banned us from everything. And now you're coming on the Discord channel threatening us with copyright strikes and takedowns, terms of service. Are you okay? I mean, I don't want to be the one that's watching a mental breakdown of a prominent globe earther. Is there any other globe earthers that can make sure Bob's okay? Is there anybody that knows him?
Wasn't he bragging he was an officer?
He had a hat. I think he showed a hat.
Is this behavior conducting? How do they call that? Is this behavior conducive to an officer? I think not.
No, the saying is this behavior becoming of an officer?
Thank you, sir. I think not. Bob?
Sad.
You bring shame to the uniform, Bob. If you ever have one. In my day, you had a disagreement with somebody, you'd go in the back, have a little shuffle, and then come back in as friends and have a beer.
I've never
Not
watched the
anymore,
chat
huh?
so much. Never watch the chat so much. I don't know. You know, most of you guys know me. When things are going however they go. But this, although sort of expected, this can't be good. Bob's not in a good place at the minute. He can't be, can he? What sort of a person threatens other YouTube channels in the thing? I mean, Bob, he's got a big name. The channel he's doing it with has 20,000 subs. Why would somebody be doing what he's doing with that?
Because he says crazy shit and we expose him. And he has no rebuttal, and the only way to do it is to shut the person talking. Shut him up, shut him down. Bob, even if you succeed, which you won't, there's plenty of more channels. It's not going to work. Your plan, I promise you, is not going to work.
Well, copyright striking will probably work. I mean, anyone can do that. False copyright striking, not so good. Threatening.
Yeah. Once they open the file,
I'm not too sure
Bob.
about that.
Once they open the file and you see you've done it so many times, maybe it's your channel that's going to get shut down.
Well, that's the thing, right? If anybody's listening, any YouTubers or anything, like we know, you have to keep quiet when these sort of things happen. Because obviously you can't go after it. You can't do that if you don't want to give up your name or anything. And you can't really say anything for threats of more, because then your channel will go. So if there's anybody out there that's in a similar position, that Bob's been doing this to other people, then come and get it, come and let us know, and we'll have a chat about it. Or we might find out that it's just me. Bob has a personal vendetta against me and this channel. Whether it's the group of us here or whatever. Maybe he doesn't like Euclid. Maybe it's logic he has a problem with. I don't know what it is. But if anybody else has experienced a certain prominent globe earth YouTuber that's been copyright striking any of their videos for anything, Mainly when you go after... Well, you don't go after him if you put any content about him. There's the Alan. Bob's really got to this server. Bob's really copyright striking shit for this server. And Bob is really threatening us. Here we go. It's another account. Third account from the man. Is this a different personality?
It's good to see you squirm, you little biatch. I love it. When you were prancing around a few years back, tall and mighty, and now, look at you, man. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
You treat me like I have a Monarch drive, Bev. What's that? What's he going on about? I'm not so sure he's okay. See, Alan's
Monarch?
come with you. Alan, do you want to make sure he's okay? Or did he ask for you to come with him as a minder? Make sure I'm alright, Alan. I'll come on my other account. A Monarch drive. What's that? I'm not into computers or whatever. Does anyone know what it is?
He's either a butterfly, a monarch butterfly, or a king who
Silence of
fancies
the
himself.
Lambs. Was that that butterfly?
I don't know, but he's behaving like a butterfly.
I don't know what I don't know. Bob, you're speaking gobbledygook, and it's I don't know. I'm a little worried. Anyone know anything what Bob's talking about? Oh, Raven's Eye, Monarch. A mind control drive. I don't know. You need to download a new personality, Bob. I'm not too sure
maybe
any
we
of
should,
those things are working.
He's projecting.
Maybe we could ask the new guy Rocco how he feels about his side of the aisle right now.
Surely he wouldn't want to do that. He can't do that for Bob.
It's funny that Bob brings up mind control.
If that's what it is, I mean, that's Raven's Eye has to interpret, but we don't know if that's what Bob actually meant or not. I mean, it might be a pre-programmed response. Who knows? The Alan's here, though. Alan, he should be able to help him out.
Yeah, that karma thing. Yeah, that's for real.
That can't be Alan Bean. I would actually like it if he started trolling again.
Why doesn't Bob come in chat? I wonder why.
No, but who's going to come into this chat? If we've got Bob threatening the channel for copyright strikes and doing all of that in the side chat on YouTube, why would anybody want to come in here? Perhaps that's what Bob's doing, right? Bob's there to show everybody what happens when you come and talk about Euclid and logic to normal people. If you've got a model, this is what happens whenever you come and talk about logic and geometry. Bob's just been at it for longer. Look, he's got another account. Wow, Bob. Have you got different phones there? Or are you just like different personalities that you switch on and off? Different
That's 4 accounts? That's 4, right?
Wow. Yeah. Research Flat Moon. Bob the Science Guy. What was the other one? Common Sense Science. And what's the other one? You've got another one, Bob, haven't you? We've not seen that one yet, or have we seen it? Is it that just that obscure that nobody mentioned it, nobody knew it? He could have been in here all the time on that. Who uses 3 different accounts, YouTube accounts, to come and chat in a chat? I mean, what's that about? Why? Do you reckon he's putting strikes in and complaints on all of his different accounts?
Oh, YouTube's gonna love that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that would make sense. And the other thing is, if you have 3, how many more do you have? And if you have more, how many of those are maybe mimicking other people? Maybe have the same name as some of the people in this Discord. Maybe putting some stuff out that that then can be used to say, "Hey, doxing, copyright, what have you." I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
that's
game,
pretty bad.
right? It's a game.
Reinforcing it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll just say is, all of this is, and I think Bob said it himself in the chat, right, to get us off of what we were talking about, having a discussion about logic and Euclid, and here we are talking about Bob.
Yeah, but this, like I say, this is as important as that. I mean, geometry is not going to change, but this sort of stuff needs to end.
Yes, this is more important than Euclid.
I agree.
This is free speech.
I agree.
And it's not working. He wants this to work, but it's not.
I just want anyone that would see this, or any new people that have come around here that we've had some good conversations with. This is what happens, right? When we're talking about logic and Euclid, and we're just having conversations, this is what it devolves to, because people don't want us having these conversations for some reason.
It's because the topic is so good and damaging to their model. They know it. That's why they're here, trying to inflict harm and shut the conversation down. My dog agrees.
He's like, yeah.
No. Can I just say something? Ask Bob if he believes in a creator. Bet you I know his answer.
He won't answer that sort of a question.
Takes away from everything. If you're a person, I think that's why he does this stuff. Or that's why they come here and think they know everything. It's like they've been brainwashed to not understand the creator or understand the creation. I'm not saying it's bad, to not, but I think it takes away like your personality,
You're free to believe whatever you want, as far as I'm concerned.
It's like a mind control thing.
As crazy as your beliefs are, I'll fight for you to have them. As long as you don't push them on me, though.
Alan says, logic is meaningless. Talk all you like. It's getting you nowhere.
Whoa.
I mean,
Alan,
it's a
and
conversation.
he's like going to be a PhD too, I think.
Yeah, and it seems to be. Yeah, exactly. And it seems to be a little dangerous to some people. So I'm not sure that's entirely true. I mean, if it was meaningless, no one would be here. No one would be doing to the Discord or this channel what they're doing. So it must be meaningful in some way. No?
What is logic? It's just a progressive type of, philosophy in a sense that leads to something. And it's just, and you have to agree, and it's just an agreement system.
Oh, look at that, Bob, you doxing mofo.
Nice.
Right, he can go.
I
Somebody want to ban him? Ban him, doxing. Come on. He can't be talking about doxing and then be doxing. Get him out of here. Do I have to do it? Thank you very much.
He is a psychopath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up with that? Really upset,
Sad.
Bob.
Sad. Maybe he is struggling, Bev. Maybe you're right. Maybe he's got something going on.
That's not normal.
No.
That's not normal. I hope things get better for you, Bob. I really do. No, I don't. But I wouldn't mind another the telescope thing. That was hilarious the other night. Showing how incompetent they are.
Or maybe do another GoFundMe for a $200 piece of equipment that you can't put together in less than a week without cutting yourself.
For a side ornament. It should be globe proof at any time, Bob. I mean, I know you've just doxed me and all of that in my own chat after you've copyright struck us. But if you ever do want to do the proof for proof challenge, I mean, that's what we're all about here. So still leave the opening. If it's about the conversation and about progressing it for proofs, and imagine how many people might learn something about the fact that you've got no globe proofs. Then, I mean, I'm up for teaching people that there is no globe proof. There are no globe proofs. They don't exist. People don't have them. We're going to be doing the proof project, so obviously we might be able to catch Bob out at different places whenever Bob goes out anywhere. Proof project's back on now, SE, so
let's do it.
Yeah, let's put it all together. We'll start compiling videos of conversations of people specifically about proofs and how the globe don't have any. They don't know what proof is. I will lead the proof from our side, Essie, if you want to do the asking people about what they think proof is, and I'll try my hardest to explain to people what we consider proof.
Absolutely.
Anybody else want to get involved?
I did a few runs already. First run was on the beginning of the year. But then we got a whooping of crazy talk, and it's like, whoa. Day after day. But we'll get back to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the proof project was one of the best things I think we did to start off with. It really opened up the logic and the proof that we had and the difference between the two, right? Coming from reality, obviously the proofs are there everywhere, so it's not hard to find proofs within reality. But when you're coming from a position where you have a model that's imaginometry, right? It's only imaginable, you can't realize it, then there are no proofs. You realize you cannot have a proof. They don't exist for the globe model. And I think that was the first thing that happened with Bob when we did that. We did the turkey Bob. The Thanksgiving
yeah,
turkey.
I didn't like that. Yeah.
And that was the There Are No Globe Proofs video. There are no globers. That was my Black Swan. Remember that? There are no globe believers with any geometric proof for the globe model. Show me the Black Swan. And nobody's ever come because they don't have any proofs. There is no black swan for that statement. Doesn't exist. Dave Weiss put the proof thing out, and nobody's come forward with any recognizable proof for the globe model. And nobody really has wanted to come and watch and see through the globe, the proof that we have, the straight line proof. Also, the proof that level is horizontal, which I'm going to have to redo. Because I think it was Alan. Alan, did you come and see it? Was it Gary? Might have been Gary. Or Alan, I mean, one or the other. But Gary came and watched the level is horizontal. Said he'd come up with a rebuttal video. He hasn't. So I could redo that again. Go over the proof of that. I thought that was quite good for an early proof. So thanks, Bob. I think you might be able to get us a bit of publicity, a bit of drama out of this. I'm wondering how we can use it, Bob, whether we can hype up McToons' challenge for tomorrow. We might go over a special day. Yeah, there are no geometric. I said evidence, but since Dave Weiss put the Bitcoin challenge out, it's definitely better to say there is no globe proof, or geometric specifically. There are no geometric globe proofs in existence. There's no globe believer with any. And we've never had one to come and... Oh, look, somebody says we're slandering Bob. Is that must be another Bob sock account, I think. We've all got t-shirts, haven't we? I'll get my one out. Should all get your DP design t-shirts. I've got mine. Mine came today. Well, not today, this week. True level. My one. Rakia's gone for the Logos. T-shirt logic. I wouldn't know, McToon. We will be having a word with him soon about it, though. I've not had a look at your challenge again. Have you fixed the flat Earth geometry bit? Has anybody had a look at it? I'll have a look at it when I'm not live. But has anybody had a look at McToons' account? Oh, slide rules and mathematics. It is, Bob. He's come on his 4th account. Wow. It's a fake challenge. It's a fake challenge when you don't stipulate what you're meant to use. You're trying to get people to use something that doesn't exist. We were going over, McToon, we were going over the proof thing last night. And I think, hopefully we might end up finding a way that we can agree on what a proof is. From both sides. And then we can go about how to present the proofs and stuff. It's going to be quite good. Providing we can get people like Bob out of the act. Maybe Bob doesn't want people to do McToon's channel. He's not. Is Bob jealous, Toon? Is there something we should know about going on internally? Globe Council thing. I don't want to be getting into some internal Globe Council battle. Four accounts. That can't be stable. I only have one YouTube account. Well, I do have the On the Level account, but I don't even know where that is at the minute. Can't be good. I hope, Bob, you've not been reporting everything with all of your different accounts. What's George talking about as well?
Oh no, George is here too.
Yeah, what's going on? What are we doing? Like, I honestly don't want to be doing this to the boomers, to the Globe Earth boomer crowd. What's
They leave you no
on?
choice. Yeah, what is going on?
When you get close to the truth, you will be attacked from all sides and all.
But they're not attacking. They're just like breaking down. I don't know. They're showing themselves to be like not stable people.
They were attacking. Now they're crying to the principal. He pulled my hair and called me Sam.
McToon, I will go over your challenge tomorrow. I just need to make sure that we haven't got an unstable guy copyright striking stuff on 4 different channels. I presume that's why he's coming in on here with his different channels. There can't be any other reason. Or somebody's hacked his account and they're just sort of... Maybe somebody's hacked him.
Hacked his brain.
Asking, what do you reckon? Could have sent a new program through. It's downloaded crazy. Just for a night. Turn him off later on. George, go and see if Bob's okay. Make sure Bob's alright. Don't tell him it was me that sent you over, but I mean, yeah. Go and make sure he's alright.
They're having a breakdown.
We were worried about George, but it's actually Bob we should be worried about.
Yeah, if there's anyone that should know, George is the man, right? Or go
Yeah,
and
George.
go and watch. Go and get your telescope and go and sit down and calm yourself down. Go and watch some lights in the sky for a bit.
Yeah, George, no one really does care about you shoveling snow or what you did or if you gave Khan a walk or anything, really.
We watch the news.
Watching the news or whatever. Just trying to sort this out.
Yeah, it was good. It was a Euclid night, but I mean, wise Emma did say it's going to be a shit show tonight. So, thank you very much, Emma. You warned us. I was ready for it. I don't know how Emma knew. Must have just felt it in the air or something.
I think those two knuckleheads that were on last night really got them stirred up because those guys just got taken through the ringers.
The new school. I mean, like we're listening to the old school now, right? The fall of the old guard. Bob, George, Blue. They're on the way out. Dahomey, Don. They're the new guys. They've got a new way of dealing with these stuff.
George, because look at George's comment. He's going to fund a challenge, he says.
Fund it. Wow. Nice one, George. Fronted money too. They're all fronting money up. We've already just done a dead simple test to prove that level is horizontal. Just a simple little thing. I'll run you through the test. I mean, it could be made bigger. Not that it would need to be, because it's scalable, right? It's straight lines are scalable. How long's a straight line? As long as you make it. How big's a circle? Twice the radius. It's pretty simple geometry in reality. You guys, I know you're keen on doing all of this, throwing money about, but some people don't need money. We're just out for simple truths and proofs. It doesn't have to be about money. Yeah. My money got put into buying myself a 400 meter water level. The proof I gained out of it is obviously worth more than your 10,000 that you're putting in escrow. I have a proof. You guys can't take it. And we're going to do it again. We're going to do plenty of proofs, truths. And he's talking about independent arbitration. If you're looking for a personal proof, you don't need anybody to do that. I'm struggling to wonder what exactly the idea is. It's almost as though all of this talk of money is a massive distraction. I think that's what money is anyway, but all of this particular stuff that these guys are doing here, what's it for? I mean, does anyone want to go? Either of you guys, proof for proof. I'll start off in reality with the most simple thing you can in a system of proof, and to lead up to level being horizontal. All you guys have got to do, match me and end up with level being a circle. In reality, scale 1-to-1. How do we do it? I'll come up with my proofs, take you through them. You come up with your proofs. Match me. Simple. No money. Just do it for for the joy of doing it. Showing everybody how we can present the proofs that we've got. It's the big test. Is level straight or is it a circle? Is a straight line straight or is it actually a circle? I know the system of logic that'll end up winning that one, but that's why we have proofs and they do $10,000 challenges with put money in escrow. What you want to be asking yourself is, why are we the little poor channels with all of the proofs? And why are they the big rich ones being ballers, throwing money about with no proofs? What would you rather have, money or proof?
Proof.
George is going, you're okay with Weiss non-existent bitcoins, but refuse real money. McToons is Bitcoin as well, George. What are you talking about, George? Has George just made up something else with more money? I know you've just sold your house, and have you got a new house? You've got a little bit of money. You're coming over to the UK, George. Don't be doing sending out money like that. Mandelbrot set. I'm not going to present any proof that the Earth is flat because I can prove the Earth is not flat. This is obviously from McToons' channel. I'm not a flat earther. You guys are crazy. No flat earther can provide one single scrap of evidence that the Earth is flat because the Earth is not flat. It's dead easy. Really easy. You can't prove things that aren't real. Flat Earth is a misnomer. How would you ever be able to prove a misnomer? We have had a proof for proof challenge with you guys running forever. And I really like the idea of you've swapped to the sextant rather than the theodolite. Because I know Toon, we had actually went round there and had a word with you and Jeff. You didn't talk about the sextant when we were over there. You had a definite proof with Jeff. That was, you know, the proof that you couldn't get a surveyor to make a horizontal a mile long. It'd cost about 3,000. Even that's cheaper than your 10,000, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of money being bandied around now. It looks like surely for 10,000 they should be able to come up with a globe proof test. How about that? That would be good, wouldn't it? If the Globers, McToon with his 10,000, imagine this, right? For publicity wise, Toon. If you've already got the Dave Weiss, right? Dave Weiss has got his 3 Bitcoin, right? You could put your 10,000 up and say, I'm going to offer up my 10,000 for the best globe proof. And then you could get somebody to give you the best globe proof. You would give them 10,000, obviously. They'd be happy. But then you, McToon, could take that proof that you've just paid 10,000 for and take it to Dave Weiss and get 3 Bitcoin for it. You'd like double, triple, I don't even know what Bitcoin's worth at the minute.
Like 40 grand.
Wow, each?
Yeah, around there.
That's 120k, McToon. Look at that. 12 times. Now that's profit. And then you would have, like, you'd be giving to your community then as well, Toon. You'd be giving to the globe proof. You would get all of the globers looking for that proof that they so badly need. I mean, I haven't got any of that sort of stuff. But if anybody needs any training, if you guys need a training on how to present a proof, come on over. Next Level Discord. We'll help you out. That's what we deal with. I'll present the stuff that we've got. Just basic stuff about straight lines and right angles and stuff like that. Telescope at the beach. Has anybody ever seen telescopes at the beach? Anyone? Zoomy says easy proof of the globe. Oh, it's been deleted.
I've seen cameras.
Yeah. Telescopes though.
Well, why would you use that? The atmosphere would just block out most of the stuff.
It was something about seeing Africa from America. Can you do that? I don't know.
Zoomy's new, I think. Or has never done it. And probably both.
There's obsessed with the model. We just deal. It's like a daycare centre for the model afflicted. Come round here, we'll take care of you.
Yeah, it is like a babysitting thing.
Talk about your model.
A daycare.
Yeah.
And then when they get all mad and they start crying, they try and take your channel down. We have to like calm them down, and it's kind of, yeah, it is like that.
It's like for an adult, right? The adult glober comes round and says, flat earthers don't have any proof of a flat earth. And you go, yeah, because it's not flat.
They go, what? Well, aren't you a flat earther?
Yeah. Are you a flat earther that says it's not flat? Like, are you sure you're okay? Well, and then, the Earth is a globe. Are you sure you're all right? You come round here to say that. They all do. They love it.
Hmm. They don't like logic, that's for sure. It's funny that they picked today for Euclid too to do this, because the logic is very evident today.
Logic is a gift.
Hmm.
And I'm glad somebody led me to it. I bet they're not glad It seems like there is a community of people that are definitely not happy that we found logic. And strangely, well, I mean, we were already dealing with logic, but QE brought a black swan, which is logic. And I think we took it to an extra step. That modus tollens on its own was just a modus tollens. Once you break it down to the law of identity and modus ponens and just different ways of understanding, simplifying the logic to, you know, you can then start using that system that you've just put into place in your daily life, and you find out adult globe earthers are melting down. Yeah, it's really rich, George. You should try it at some point.
We got all 4 of them in today.
Yeah. Blue, how do you feel about the community of YouTubers that we are together and false copyright striking people, threatening false copyright strikes as well? I mean, how does that look within the YouTube creator community? I'm not too sure. I mean, I don't know whether you guys think you might get some extra views or something out of it. I don't know. But there's well, we're only a little channel, but it's quite obvious that there's a lot of people that are getting upset. He's used the telescope at the beach. So that Zoomy has used the telescope at the beach and pointed level. He's a telescope level. He's leveled a telescope. All you see is ocean, the horizon, and stars. Can't see Africa from Florida. It's a globe proof. You can always tell the glober, the adult glober, they might be in strange places with strange pieces of equipment, doing things that you wouldn't normally see. If you see anybody at the beach with a telescope looking at the horizon, that's a glober. Guaranteed. Anybody
Trying to set up
with
a
telescope pointing horizontally, you know he's not looking at stars. It might be a perv, you never know.
Bev,
Yeah.
I have something really like surprising. Did you still remember like the conversation you had with Betty on the fifth postulate?
Yeah.
Right. So just today, I came across a fucking surprising publication. It's just quite recent, published on Britannica.com, right? They published a whole article trying to refute the fifth postulate. It's a recent publication.
What, they're trying to refute it still?
Yeah. Go to the live chat. That's the link. You can read about that.
Yeah, that's Romanian.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the dude that helped Einstein get a geometry that he needed.
But what is surprising, the article is was published last week.
Really?
Yeah.
An update to it.
It's an update, yeah.
Wow, what's going on in the chat? It's like all the Globers have come so they can get... they all come in and saying stupid stuff and having to be hidden. I didn't realise...
George is willing to fund stuff. George is being serious.
We've already got our own stuff. That was one of the stipulations that we did. We didn't think it was worth getting funded by people because it's a personal thing. These proofs are personal.
I wonder what he has in mind.
Well, hopefully George has got some tests planned for the globe side. I mean, he might be able to come and help Rumpus and do another test there with Rumpus.
Yeah, the traveling globe salesman.
Yeah.
But I think this is different. I think he wants to do something with us here.
George wants to work with us, a collab.
Yeah.
Really? RBD face? Could we realise RBD face? That.
Who knows? With a little effort.
Would be amazing. Buster would be doing a song and all sorts of stuff. We could get Emma to do a dance.
No way. Emma, do a dance?
I can take care of tech support.
Everybody's pitching in.
SC does the voice.
Blue, are you having a party over there? That sounds like great. It's fun.
George, I'm in.
I'll be the first one.
Yeah, realising RBD face. Double rodding with George. Double rodded RBD face. How about that for a challenge? That'd be worth funding. Do that at Bedford level. We'll all be there. We'll film it. Comedy.
You said yesterday you would tell us what RBD face was.
It's the globe Earth differential leveling system that George developed. Have you not seen it?
No, I think I was MIA for the RBD face, and then you guys all just laugh every time you say RBD face, and I feel like I'm in the dark.
Where's all my stickers gone? What's going on with that? Your server is waiting to upload stickers. Is Discord messing us about? I don't seem to be able to have any stickers.
Discord might be acting funny.
Yeah, we will have to go over that when we'll do a special on the globe surveyors, because we've got quite a few. We've got Larry measuring 2 inches, old school from Rakia. We've got RBD face. There you go, expose the trolls. And we've got the not being able to set up the theodolite. and looking over the lake with the drop on both sides. Impossible stuff.
I'd like to see George give us a lesson on how to orientate his level to calibrate it and tell us how to do his leveling, and it would be a good lesson, I think.
A 2-peg test, a globe Earth 2-peg test is what we should be dealing with. That should sort it. But if George does want to come and do a double rodding, at least a proper double rodding, like, we'll sort out the method. Because I think if you wanted to do a proper test, I think we could develop a test based around surveying, using the tools called levels that establish horizontal planes. I think we could probably do that. And you know, if you had 10,000, is that how much you put in? 10,000? That seems like a lot. If you had $1,000, UK pounds or whatever, you could get 10 auto levels. You could just set them up 50 meters and then 100 meters and 100 meters, because you could go like 1 kilometer and get the measuring rods and stand them in the middle, and you could just look at them from one to the other. You wouldn't even have to reset them up. You could just walk. Everybody could come and do it themselves. And you could jot it all down and work out what the elevation change is over that distance. And if you were to do it at the side of a canal, then you could measure to the water at one end, the water at the other end, and see what, you know. That'd only be like 1,000. I mean, it would be quite a good day. Like, everybody's just come out and sort of that. We could have a water level set up there as well. So you could refer all of them to the auto level. Yeah, everybody could come and see how an auto level works, how the water level works, all that sort of stuff. It'd be like a day out where we all get together and just do that. I mean, that's only 1,000. I reckon we could do it. 1,500. You could probably get a water level, 10 auto levels with tripods.
Wow. It'd be nice if George wasn't so reactive to the tests in terms of, you know, befriending you or whoever at the canals. Or, I mean, it would be nice to have you and him and maybe Rumpus just do a little video, but they're not going to do it. And you know why? Because they make excuses for it. Or the children. They're children, basically.
$800 for an auto level? I guess Rakia would be the man to ask for that.
You can cheaper and more expensive.
You hear that, George?
Is he in the chat?
He's in the YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, these 125 I've got here for the AL32. It's 125 quid, George. I mean, if you were going to have 10 of them set up, they'd look 50 meters one way and 50 meters the other way. You'd just have 10 of them, so you wouldn't need to reset it. I mean, everybody knows all of the horizontals would be parallel. You'd just be able to mark it all and check it with the water level at one end and the water level at the other end. Be dead easy, like really easy to set it up. There'd just be no purpose to buying 10 auto levels. It's wasting money for doing things that isn't really needed. But
It would be fun.
Yeah, it'd be a great day out.
Maybe Ruhif could fund it. He's a millionaire, right? What's 10,000 or whatever? $1,000 to him.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ruhif buys auto levels for people and leaves them in the shop. He doesn't even have to use them. He gets the benefit from just buying them.
Still hasn't been picked up by Ranty because we haven't made our prediction of what he would see if he brought the one in the shop. If he ever went and got it by bus because he doesn't have a car, he says is the reason he hadn't got it. If he brought it up the hill, our prediction of what he would see is why he hadn't picked it up. And if you believe that, you live on a spinning globe.
George thinks that the AL32 datum auto level is a toy. He thinks water levels are toys as well. George thinks anything that doesn't cost like £1,000 is a toy.
You could check the accuracy of the auto levels with the water level to make sure the auto levels were calibrated.
Yeah, but what George, I'm sure George knows that the accuracy of the auto level is 1 millimeter over a 1 kilometer double run. Well, if you get the best you can, it will be 0.7 of a millimeter over a 1 kilometer double run.
Yeah. Moving in, the ideal increments.
Yeah. So you'd end up saving
Around
0.3 of a millimeter, but that's only because it's 0.3 of a millimeter on each turn.
Which side of the pencil line is that? When you get back, I was top of the line when I left, and now I'm on the bottom of the line. That's pretty accurate.
I know it is a bit globe Earth heavy, but what they would do, I imagine, is they go, what we need is an auto level, but I need this auto level, and I have to have a pocket auto level, and I have to have a really expensive auto level, and an antique auto level, a few different tripods, and they just buy loads of things and do nothing with them. I think that just having them is the thing. I'm talking about telescopes and sextants.
Gadgets.
Yeah.
Men's, boys' toys, when retirement tools sort of thing.
Yeah, once you buy one sextant,
collecting.
You have to have 3 or 4 and a pocket one.
A wooden one, a metal one.
Yeah, the Willis or whatever it is, and the Mark 16 and the 13 was a good year.
Model 13, yeah, that was good.
And we've got whatever in the chat now. Whatever has done a brilliant video at one point. He did a water level video. He won't let us see it again. It was too powerful for the globe. But he keeps coming in the chat. You might be able to see it in the chat now. If anybody knows what this is meant to be, let us know. Do you reckon? And you see the picture with my head underneath the horizon in the distance. That's right. That's the true horizon. there in the distance above my head. And he's put some pictures there as well. Now, I reckon, to whatever, the addition of those pictures make it a globe. Somehow these pictures
What?
here. I don't know. What?
Oh yeah, I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it.
What's he
It's
mean?
come up for me. Is that a deer? It's like a stag from here.
No, that's me. That's me.
Oh, it's Dan. Under the horizon, yeah?
Yeah.
And then he's got some very small pictures going into the distance, ever decreasing.
Yeah, he's put some pictures up in the air.
It's weird, isn't it?
You learned how to fly.
What do you think that is?
I don't know. That's
Is he thinking that that's where the sea should be, up there? Why that?
Well, I think he's one of the people that believes the horizon should rise to the eye level, or to the level, to the crosshairs. Let's say.
Yeah, this is drop for him.
Mhm.
That's what this is.
That's where the horizon should be, if you go along with the straw man idea of the people that say that the horizon should rise to the crosshairs of an auto level. I've never actually heard anybody say that. But I think
that's what he's getting at.
Yeah.
True
Although
comedy, whatever. Sorry,
There
Sparta.
aren't many people. That's all right, mate. No, I was going to say there aren't many. I haven't heard anyone say that it rises to eye level. Not, like in talking.
So don't you think that the horizon rises to the eye level?
No, it can't. How would it?
Parallel planes, mate. Isn't it?
I mean, how would it?
That's what you get when you first kind of get into this.
Yeah.
Is that
I don't get it. The whole argument, really. Can you explain, right?
Your eyes are always above the horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So it only appears
appears
to rise towards your eye level. But if you're always above a horizontal plane and your eye level is horizontal, then that would make two parallel lines, right? And
If you were stood at the lake, and so you know that water is creating a plane at your feet, and your eyes got another plane, say 5.5 feet, 6 foot if you're lucky, not sizes or anything, but and then that will be a 6 foot plane difference going to the distance, won't it? Yeah.
What's the horizon? What's the definition of a horizon then?
That's where the sky meets the land or sea.
Exactly. So if you gain more altitude, right?
appears to meet.
Yeah, appears to me. Yeah, it's a
An
visual.
optical illusion. Yeah, it never does meet.
Yeah. But the problem I have is, like, for me, see, like, the when the horizon rises to the eye level, for me, that looks natural. It's a fact. If you gain more altitude, right, it raises with you, right? It changes with the. Yeah.
It changes,
The
but it
higher
doesn't
you go,
get to your eye level.
The more high you go, the more the expanding would be, the horizon, it changes. It rises with you with the eye level. That's what the whole argument is about, right?
Near eye level, though. It can't be eye level. Really, it's near eye level. If you raise it up,
what is eye level?
It's just an optics, visual. So we can't set. Yeah, I think of it. You can't set exactly at the horizon. The eye level is not exactly at the horizon. it's it's all optics. So that's what I'm just saying.
If you bring your eye to the water, as close as you can, then your horizon's getting closer and closer and closer, isn't it?
Ah, okay. I see.
The
I
higher
get
you
it.
get, the horizon goes further out. But you're also increasing altitude, so therefore the plane that you're on is a different plane than below you.
And because you can't see forever, there's going to become a point at a point with altitude that you're going to start separating, right? You're going to be so above where you can see where the horizon is because you can't see forever. There's going to appear the horizon is going to appear lower than your eye level, but it's actually, it's always been lower. It's just an optical phenomena. They call that dip.
You'll get so
they
high
call
and you'll
that
hit the cloud. Yeah. Sorry, Becker,
Yeah,
go on.
of course. I mean, when you look at their altitude, 30,000 feet, of course you're looking at clouds in the distance. You just can't tell they're clouds because they've merged with the sky. You can't make them out. You can't get the information because we can't see forever. You're looking through a medium that distorts and has turbulence and dust and you name it, gas movement, water moving, evaporation, all the different things that we know what we're looking through. And that deflects, refracts, diffracts the information getting back to your eye, which your brain is interpreting. So at a distance, the sky looks like a gray, just a gray blanket or a gray canvas.
Yeah, and that is so you come from underneath the cloud, and then you hit these cloud layers, and therefore you're in the cloud. Yeah. So then you go above the cloud. Seeing some of these balloon footages, and then you're seeing the blanket of cloud. So there's still not the actual land. It's just the top of the clouds.
Think of it like this: if you had a horizontal flat ground, and then you saw the horizon, and the only thing around that horizon was, a flat horizontal, say like a just ground, right? The ground is below you, right? But that horizon in front of you is going to be below you too. But it looks like it's kind of meeting eye level, but in reality, it's just below you.
Limit.
It's just what I call a mirage. If you look up the basic definition of a mirage, it's an optical illusion caused by the conditions of the day or conditions. And those conditions are how you see at distance and the conditions that you're looking through, the medium, how the medium that you're looking through is affected by the hot and cold, the mixture, whatever it may be. How many gases, If you're near a polluted city, you're not going to see as far as if you're in a open field, open space that doesn't have a lot of pollution.
It's a visual effect. That's it.
Yeah, the crosshairs show what you think would be level. And I think most people think eye level is just something when you're looking out. Well, when you're looking out, what can you see? How many angles can you actually see? Where do you put that horizontal when you're looking out with your eye? You need a tool to do it. You've got to have a tool called a level. You can't just do it by looking.
What better way than water?
Water is the key.
It's why there's a limit to these auto levels with the optics.
Never hear that talked about.
No.
Well, apart
To
from
that,
in here.
There's
Can you
limits.
see my screen, yeah?
Let me add something to the limit there before we move on. The limits to these tools are even based on the method that you're using. So if you're taking an angle measurement up towards a mountaintop to get a distance or to get an angle, accurate as if you're taking vertical change from horizontal, and that is at lower, closer to the surface. So of course that distance to be accurate is going to be significantly less than if you're aiming up. So just remember that there are different methods that can do, be accurate or what you need as accurate at further distances. But at these vertical changes of horizontal, you take very short measurements. But they're very accurate.
Wow. We've got a guy in the chat telling us he spent tens of thousands to become indoctorated so he can come here to tell flat earthers that they're ignorant. Seems like a waste of money, that, really. Tens of thousands so you can come on a Discord channel of a load of people that say they are not flat earthers. So you can come and tell flat earthers that they're ignorant. I mean, how fucking clever are you?
Yeah, we'll let them know for you. We'll let them know for you. It sounds like he's the ignorant one.
Yeah.
He could have done that for free, right? Just tell us, hey, man, tell those flat earthers they're ignorant for free, and we would have done it.
Yeah. There's no need to spend tens of thousands for an education to do that. Seems a little bit wasted, if you ask me.
Yeah. I'm kind of in the same boat he is, though. I paid tens of thousands of dollars for an education I don't really use either, so we're similar in that aspect. But that degree sure is nice hanging up on the wall. Congratulations, young man.
You can't forge him either, right?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask Fight the Flat Earth. To ask his mum, see whether she can take a picture of it on the wall. Yeah, do pieces of paper on the wall.
I expect he's got a P1000 somewhere kicking around.
Yeah, pieces of paper on the wall. That's what I mentioned earlier in the chat. Some people need to feel relevant by having patents hung on their wall, like their patent paper, the number and all that hung on. I'm sure it's framed and everything.
Yeah.
And it makes them feel good about themselves. That's what makes them who they are. Congratulations.
Yeah, I got mine.
A certificate.
Yeah. I've got my Dr. Becky.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You stare at it all day, huh, Bev? You just revel in
it's there. Right next to me whiteboard. Look at it. Ooh. Land surveying.
I've got a Hilti gun certificate.
Yeah.
On somewhere. That's all I've got. I've got some certificate for using a Hilti gun.
Hilti gun. It's 22 that shoots nails.
I got a winter survival badge from Scouts.
Oh yeah, I got a couple of badges I robbed from Cubs as well.
I beat a couple of them dudes up and took their badges one time. I hope that wasn't you, SC. I'm sorry if it was.
Couldn't have possibly been me, that's for sure.
It was me.
Yeah, I've never lost a fight, mate.
I'm way beyond that now. I would never do that now.
Uh-huh.
Got ranked up to 47.
Rank 47.
Rank 47, yeah. That's
Whoa!
something,
No,
isn't
there
it?
was such a thing.
You need to frame, print it out.
You need to frame that.
Speaking of ranks, who do you think ranks higher, McToon or Bob?
What, on the
Rank?
globe?
Yeah.
The globe
Council.
ranking, yeah, the globe hierarchy, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
neither.
For the globe, yeah, neither.
Neither?
No, I don't think so. I think they're both loners. They've both got their own troll armies, but I don't think they would rank together.
So they're like unranked boxers?
Yeah,
they gotta have some, right?
Semi-pro. Didn't quite make it.
Unrepresented, no white flag, no representation. Didn't a guy do that in the last UFC? He came in with a white flag.
Surrender, that is.
Yeah, I think because he was from either Russia or Ukraine, and he didn't want to. I think so.
He wanted to be neutral, didn't he? Yeah. So yeah, the straight line. I mean, I fell asleep earlier. Sorry, but yeah, you went over the straight line is longer than a curve path, and yeah, did you spend much time on it?
Well,
did you learn anything from that?
It's a new one. SE's done a new recording.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah,
I heard most of it. Yeah, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
Like what? What?
It's hard to follow, isn't it? I think you have to listen to it 2 or 3 times to really get all of those bits. Because it passes you by. Like the first time we were here, because I mean, that was stunning. Like you could see that Rikier was what? Hey, who? But now we're ready for it, and he doubled down and tripled down. Like he's got really good at doing this.
Oh, this straight line is definitely a longer distance.
And you know his reasoning? Math.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maths. That's right. Yeah, I heard him say that.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was confused. He almost had me convinced that I was wrong. Like I was questioning myself. Maybe I'm caught up in the conversation and I'm just not thinking logically or something. Okay, so tell me again, Bob. And then he repeated, and I was like, no, man. Even people in his own show were like, yeah, we're moving on. We don't really want to talk to Dave anyway. Like, moving on.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
I'll block him if you want, Bob. Just give me the word. I'll block him. Oh, he took a phone call without telling us. Block him.
How dare you, Rakia? How dare you take a phone call when you're talking to Bob?
Yeah, it was my bad. I'm going to try not to let that happen again.
Turn down business.
It's the auto. It's however my settings are. I don't have a choice. Like if I get a phone call right now, it's taking me to it. I'm gone.
I'm sure they'd understand though if you just explained. So excuse me, I'm just going to talk on hold. I'm just talking to someone about.
Well, I came back and I was like, "Hey man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to take a phone call. What? Catch me up. Get me up to speed." And I got like bombarded with. I was such a terrible person for taking that phone call.
I've got to go. I can't stop and talk. I'm talking to a man about a straight line.
Yeah. Hey, I know we're gonna do this big project together, but seriously, I'm talking to a guy who knows he did this, right? I gotta go.
Yeah, because that guy that was on Geos, I couldn't figure the voice, but it was the guy that explained it as a plane, and then he said put a mountain in the middle of it.
Yeah,
and is it the same? Yeah, is it short? Is that Witzer? Was it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah,
He
and
didn't
Bob
answer
doesn't
it.
want to answer it. Yeah, he can't answer it because, of course, it's a longer distance.
Yeah, but that
You don't
is fun.
understand.
Knowing
At
that,
point, doesn't
that
it?
a model does that to you, right? There would be no need for Bob to say that if he wasn't in this conversation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And what was good about that is everybody got in on it, right? Everybody got to ask him a question, so they don't think we're the ones that are crazy, right?
Yeah. More and more
Everybody
people
got a piece
ask.
of Bob. Yeah, I was trying to talk the least amount as possible on that one.
One person
Oh,
agreed
good
with
for you,
Bob in the whole show, and that was Left Lane, and he was kind of like, you could hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
I didn't get it at first, but now it's crystal clear, I think. Maybe go over it one more time, Bob, for just to nail it in.
Can you imagine Bob working out the fuel it takes to get from Africa to Scotland?
Was it? Oh, yeah.
On a submarine, yeah, on a
Submarine.
submarine.
Diesel.
Yeah. It'd be like, well,
On
I
a
don't know how to
flat
tell you
earth.
this.
And a flat Earth is so long.
What are they doing to these people in the military to make them officers and gentlemen and then turn them into, like, what do you call it? Like dirty, nasty, conniving boomers that go into people's YouTubes and like threaten to, cause harm. It's a strange world.
Yeah, it's nice being in reality, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's nice being at the simple end of things, because a straight line being straight is very simple. But the people that we talk to have to make simple things really difficult so that they can have the perception that you don't understand it. And they do.
Yeah. Mm.
Increase difficulty.
Read far more about
it. Yeah.
Especially the fifth postulate and all. Spent a long time on that. About 30 years been trying to figure that one out.
For hundreds of years they've been trying.
What do you mean they're not parallel? You mean it's a triangle? Oh.
And the way they say it, they've been trying, mathematicians for hundreds of years have been trying to solve the fifth. Even this one family from father to son passed it down generation to generation. No luck. Like, are you freaking serious, man?
Exactly. Son, don't waste your time on this. Right, well, my dad told me, so I'm going to fucking do it, right?
Yeah. He told me not to. Right, I'll show him.
I'll show Dad who's smarter. And they believe this crap. And we read it, and in 2 seconds we say, yeah, triangle.
Yeah. We do seem to have a lot of text chat trolls. We already knew that they were, but having less of the experts, when I say experts, I'm talking about globe experts, because I still say that to this day nobody's ever taught the globe at school ever. So the only people, when you end up being an adult and come into a bit like this, everybody on the globe side presumes they've had a globe education. That's why they presume they can tell you about your non-globe education. So I would
the lack
say,
of it.
Well,
yeah, why aren't you up to speed? Yeah.
Is it because
you didn't go on this course?
Yeah.
It's their first question. Well, usually in it, it's like what what are your not statistics? What's that? The university level of education, or that's what they're after, isn't it? And then they can gauge you on that. That's it, straight out. And if you haven't been to any higher education, then they must just tick you straight off. Like, nah, he won't understand.
He won't have done any globe work because nobody does, right? Like, why would your mathematics skills make you any more knowledgeable about the globe? Wouldn't make any sense. Like, you did pottery at school. Well, would somebody say, well, because you did pottery and not computers, then what would you know about the globe?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
well, unless he's making a
Making
glowed
a
pot.
glow
Sorry, that's
pot
what I was going to say. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Well, yeah, unless he's making a pot, a sphere-shaped pot. But even in like specific courses like surveying, turn to me to the day or the part of the textbook that teaches me how to measure curved water. It doesn't. It teaches me how to find elevation change, vertical elevation change based on the horizontal that I create. It's nowhere. Like it's like something that you don't talk about, like Fight Club type thing. Globe Earth, right? Don't mention it. Or if you do, talk really low. And if they start asking a lot of questions, just call them an idiot.
Yeah.
It's like a cult, it's like a cultish type thing. Like, it's understood, right? Don't
Who
talk
talks about the globe apart from the people on here?
Nobody. Not one person. They don't even know about it.
They don't even know about it.
No, most of the Globers that I talk to, they don't realize that water would have to curve around the sphere, right? Like they don't get that. They know water is as horizontal. And when you tell them that, I've had one even like adamantly in front of like 10 other people tell me that no, that doesn't happen. I'm like, yeah, I know it doesn't happen. Right? Exactly, it doesn't happen. But it would have to happen on your model that you are fighting to get far. Curved water, my man, underneath your feet. He's like, nah. Like, yeah, you got it.
There's a guy called Truth for All in the chat, which maybe subtly, I don't know. It says, Bev, if you deny vast swathes of geometry, or like vast swathes of geometry,
Lots or swathes,
or any geometry that shows it's a sphere, what's that? Like a sphere? Then you are not a person that should not be involved in determining shapes.
Hmm.
It says
So we can
water
look
is
at
not
sphere.
horizontal, as in flat over in weight. Truth for all, I get the idea that truth for all isn't really after any truth.
Troll for all.
Yeah. A water level is a tool for making a horizontal plane. And you can't get around that. It just is true.
At what distance, ask him, does the water start to bend?
Yeah.
Why does it say on Wiki that the water level is more accurate than any of the other tools?
Yeah.
And especially over long distances.
Over a longer distance. More accurate over longer distances. It's a tool for establishing a horizontal. I've never seen, you know, in all of the surveying things, have you ever seen the tool, a level, making a curve? Or are there only documents that say level curves? Or level is a curved surface? I think that's what they say now. Level is a curved surface. And they did that after they managed to make a straight line a curve. Remember that? They made a straight line a subset of a curve. That way they can say level curves.
Yeah, in spherical geometry.
Merriam-Webster, isn't it? Is it like...
It conforms to the curvature of the water, the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. And the liquid parts of the Earth's surface is water, and water finds its level, which conforms to a horizontal condition. Therefore, the curvature is 0. But they call that a zero curvature line, i.e. straight, but a curved line with 0 curvature. Straight. They're like wizards with words. Casting spells with truths. Oh, look, quick. It's there. Yeah, copy.
I have a parting gift.
I know.
For you.
I know. He must be going.
Spinning water level.
Whoa.
Yeah. We spoke it back into existence.
And I have a parting gift for you. Unspinning water, 10 miles. Show me the drop hump.
Oh, no.
Or slope.
What's the point of a spinning water level? Is it just for show?
Well, what I thought when he did this, I'm downloading it, I'm having that. When I thought he did this, it was to show, right, that a water level, i.e. hydrostatic, is the only way you can get a water level to be a horizontal plane of reference. So what he was doing, I presumed, within this, was to show you what happens when you affect a water level under motion, i.e. disproving the motion of anything moving, right? It's obvious that when a water level establishes a horizontal plane, i.e. hydrostatic, there is no movement. You know, no spinning. Because this is what happens when you do get motion within a water level. A spinning force.
It looks like
you
that
with
level.
me?
Yeah, what?
The water goes away from the center, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, what exactly is he trying to show here?
Well, the center.
There's no motion of a water level when it's hydrostatic, i.e. it should be one for you, Essie. It should be your title one. Right?
Yeah.
This is stationary, right? The only way you can have a water level is when it's stationary. Thank you very much.
Thanks, bro. I mean, are you kidding me?
That's great. I've been trying to get that out for quite a while, right?
This is crazy night.
Yeah. I remember this. We were just like, what? Weren't we? Like, what is going on? Why is he trying to, what is he showing?
More fluid stuff, right? Any fluid, even at a constant rate, moving in one constant direction, would show change. Like, would show, it would build up on that side, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, there would be difference. It wouldn't be in the middle of it. It would be where it's meeting the most resistance by being, you know, pushed in that way or slung in that way or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that's one of the arguments against the movement of what you call a sphere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, thank you very much, bro.
Yeah.
Man, you could just
make
argue with the water, and it's like just water, just reacts all over and over again.
It's like a brilliant design that of the water levels, isn't it? To show that the outside ones match the one on the center. See, that's when we were doing the original first water level test. This is what happened. Slice Bar Kane got one, took it up a mountain. He looked up it. Yeah. He looked through it up a mountain, and this is what whatever did. He put it on a potter's wheel and spun it. Look at all that gunk on it.
He doesn't realize he defeats his own model by doing that. It's incredible.
Water, tends to want to fly off or outwards from the centrifugal, isn't it? Yeah.
How would we ever have a calm lake? Wouldn't be possible.
Look at that gunk. How much how much mastic is there? Have you paused it to have a look at it? He might have had a word with Slice Bar Kane. I mean, look how much stuff there is there to stop that from leaking.
Yeah, that masking tape. Electrical tape.
Well, it's not tape, it's sealant, isn't it?
Oh, the cement.
It's the sealant.
No, the sealant. It's like mastic, you know. I can't really see it.
It's like a clear. It's like a clear mastic sealant, and it's tons of it all over.
Well, he's only got to spin it quick, hasn't he? It's not a very long.
Well, thanks for that.
Was he thinking?
Thank you.
Was the water coming out the top, or was it coming out the bottom? With the force, or was it going out the bottom just because it was leaking? What a test, eh? Oh, there's water coming out of it.
Those zip ties? Yeah, I think those are zip ties, those blue things.
Should hook it up to one of those ninja blenders. Give it a whirl. Pulse.
What compares to reality best? If we leave it still and let it settle, don't touch it, or do we spin it?
Oh, he's saying that's a red herring because that was spinning. That's Truth for All's upset. It was whatever's video, that. Yeah. Truth for All. Whatever's video. Whatever's not a flat earther either. We're just not flat earthers showing a not flat earther with a water level test that we designed, but he decided to put it on a potter's wheel and spin it. Truth for All says we're being dishonest for showing whatever's video.
What?
We laugh at you. We laugh at you. This is comedy.
The test.
Sorry, spot on. You're a bit low.
Right. I was just saying he's trying to disprove the test. with that. I mean, that's what you're up against.
Yeah, that's the original water level test. That's not the new water level test, but I still think that one's as good as any, really, to explain it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do like the new one with the 600 plumb bob.
Yeah.
Homie Don, just wondering what this is for. That's because we did a water level test and they decided how the fuck can we obfuscate. So nobody took the water level test on for the principles that it had. The way that you can check. Because that one does show the slope, right? I think that one is an easier way to show that those two water levels at the either side cannot be higher or lower, because they have to be the ones that are going up at angles, right? If you have the hump.
I think he thought they were going up and down in the middle, but it was just the angle of the observer. I think maybe that's what he was thinking. People were thinking.
I think Truth for All sounds like somebody. Listen to this. See if it sounds like anybody. It says, "You're being dishonest because of the way that you strawman it." Doesn't that sound familiar? Truth for All says, "Because you need 3 water levels in a row, Bev. 2 won't show anything."
What?
What? Wow.
Obviously one of the obfuscation guys.
Okay, he asked for it.
Dom, what's he talking about? "I've been giving this some thought. I'm pretty confident that on the globe, each of the pairings will be equal." What's he talking about? Anybody? Equal pairings? Do you reckon he's talking about the arc? All of the animals going in 2 by 2, the pairings.
Noah's Ark.
Mm-hmm. Or he might just be talking about the consequences of the globe geometry, that wherever you have a start and an end, you have to have symmetry about the center.
So ask him, where's the 27-mile bulge at the equator? There's a hump, 27 miles.
Oh, here we go, another one. For the water level test, the tubes that are adjacent to one another. They would be equal. Yeah, for the straight line test. He's not being able to draw it, I don't think. He's not going, is he? He's whatever, sort of leaving us again. To be honest, we don't sound like much like... That's the video that whatever came back. Whatever when we first started the channel, whatever was one of the first people we talked to at the beginning. Whatever, Pepe Lolgul or whatever, he should be coming back soon. Oh, Dahomey Don says that the water levels are going to be equal on a globe and in reality.
Yeah, well, you might want to look into geometry.
All evidence is evidence of a globe. Truth for all. It is whatever's video. He put, here's what you've been asking for as a leaving present. Truth for all. I just played it. It's his video. How can it be a straw man? How can me playing somebody else's video be some sort of a straw man for something?
Unless he thinks the video is showing something, that different to what we're seeing. What do you think it's proving? I mean...
He says it's a straw. If you're listening, whatever, you've got Truth for All in the chat, who is, I think, a baller, right? That says that your spinning water level test is a straw man. I don't know what the straw man is. Probably the straw man that he's invented. What's Dahomey Don want? A pic of what? I don't understand. Does he want a pic of the water level test? I think that's what... He came round last night. Dahomey Don, and I know he knows nothing about levels. He's never used a level, an auto level, a water level, or anything. Don't think he's doing geometry. And he's never done anything practically. He knows civil engineering. Civil engineers do this sort of stuff, but not him. And he wants to go over our water level test. There you go.
Oh yeah, I mean he said it will be equal for the globe as well, and so he's on about the water level, yeah.
Yeah, our test. If you just put a straight line all the way across, and then all of the water levels would be the same. I think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying on the globe model they'd all be level as well. They'd all be
yeah, exactly. It's just they wouldn't be on a straight line.
Well,
they're straight from depending on what you're looking at.
Yeah, but if you look down it from the other end, you put a dark shark it. I think
dark shark.
Yeah. Yeah, a Truth for All, I wasn't strawmanning it. A water level in reality is a horizontal plane of reference. So, and obviously when you spin it, it's not. That's pretty simple. That a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. But don't spin it, because then it's not a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. I mean, you would have a job of using it as a horizontal plane of reference if you were spinning it. Wouldn't be very useful.
In a carnival, maybe.
Because 2 water levels, no way to differentiate between flat and curved. You need a third. And that's been explained to us, apparently. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. But you don't think that's enough? Or showing a shared straight line segment in the centre. That's not enough. You need another one. For some reason. Where's it going to go? What's the point of you doing the third one? It's crazy, isn't it? Like, why?
Yeah. Well, they got the hump and drop, haven't they, to deal with? Whereas we've all we got is this plain old horizontal. Standard.
I'm seriously trying to wonder how you could add another water level and then say, like, well, perhaps 3's not enough. I mean, like, let's add another one.
Check the water level being checked by the water level. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This
Dark
was one of the first ones I did. I called that the infinite water level, as in you could have as many as you wanted. You would normally call it like a canal or something like that. Because that's what it is.
Some of the drawings we've seen from them, they were funny, weren't they? I suppose you've got a few kicking about,
yeah.
When they saw that, they were like, "Oh."
Well, I've not shown these people what the early guys did, because these latest ones. I mean, Dahomey Don had a go at drawing one today.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. He made fancy shapes up in the sky.
Oh. Wonder. He's in the YouTube, is he? Not in the.
For Globe.
There's the carnival ride. Thank you, Captain.
Oh, God, yeah. I've never been on one of them before. Woohoo!
The vomit comet. Or no, that doesn't spin as fast. But when those do spin, those get really, really crazy.
What's that say?
Is
that say equal?
Aual. Oh.
Is that EQUAL equal?
I can't make that out, mate.
No, well, that's nice to show there. Because he's showing there that the ones in the middle are equal to the ones at the end of each. Because that is the middle ones of each and the end ones of both levels. So the middles and the ends are all equal, i.e. shared straight line segment. Thank you very much.
That's not equal, is it? It can't be equal.
Oh, well, I don't know. What other word? E.
I don't know. I mean, they all look different. Are they different words? I'm looking at different words.
EQ. He's got a green one and a black one.
A pink one in the middle, in there.
Has he wrote anything pink in the middle? I don't think there's anything pink in the middle there.
Oh, I've got something pink in the middle of mine. Oh, I'll have to zoom in and download it. Hold on.
As well as the peach one. No, I'm not. Equal. It does say equal. As well as the peach one. I don't get the peach one.
Well, I'm looking on my phone.
Are they all
see
equal?
some. This is what I mean. I can't read it. It's so faint, and I'm just downloading it so I can actually zoom in on it.
If they're all equal, then it's a shared straight line segment, like we said it is.
Yeah, but the letters are O, P, A, U, A, L. Oh, equal. I get it. Shit. Yeah, now I've got it. Oh, mate, I'm silly. Right, okay, yeah, so it's in pink in the middle when it's got equal. Yeah, can you see
They're
that
all
one?
equal.
It's like circled.
Equal, equal, equal.
Yeah, equal, equal, equal.
Yeah. Shared straight line segment, right?
Yeah, he understands that quite well. I mean, he hasn't drawn other lines on the water level, has he? To show any difference. He's just circled what is equal. And he's put 4 globe on the top of it.
Truth for All in the chat has said, explain how 2 can differentiate between flat and curved. I'll be waiting.
What? Like a water level is establishing a horizontal?
Not equal. What's not equal?
One's lower than the other. One side is lower than the other.
What? How can you have equal and not equal? That seems like you've got a bit of a diletheism in there. The different colours show that each pairing is equal, but each set of tubes will be at a... Like, what?
Wow. Does he realise they're like how they're set up, like the pipes?
I've tried to tell him, yeah.
I mean the tube.
Yeah.
They're
I tried
connected.
to tell him, but I don't know whether he was actually listening when I was telling him, because he was rambling on at like
2 separate
400
water
miles
levels
an hour.
combined in the middle. Yeah, that's what that is. Equal, equal, equal. Right.
Not equal, not equal.
Not
Full
equal.
globe.
Oh, so he's changed it now.
No, it's...
On the other one it said equal, 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 and it said full globe, and this one says not equal, and it says full globe. So which one?
But each set of tubes will have a drop. A drop from where?
And then he says, "Yes, I understand the setup."
Where are you having the drop from, Don?
Wow.
I hope he's not going to have it at the 300 metre mark. Because that'd be convenient, wouldn't it?
Oh, God.
I still need to think. He's already stated that he still needs to think.
He's going for a double drop, isn't he?
It's a good job. Yeah, he's come here and gone, try thinking. Yeah, I best... give me a minute. Give me a bit. Give me a bit longer. Go on. Just a little bit longer.
30 years I've been on.
He can come in if he wants to come in the VC. Yeah. Come on in.
Come and explain your diagram of the test.
2 400 metre water levels. Not too tricky. But deciding, it's a bit of the like a LIGO problem, isn't it? Like, where do you put your... If they're not horizontal, Where'd you put the middle? You can't put the middle for 300 metres of each end for 400 metre water level, can you? Doesn't make sense.
Oh, the middle's higher. Imagine that. Oh, we've had that, haven't we? You know, like it's higher. Actually, no. When they're faced with it for the first time, it can be confusing.
Don's in here. Right, Don, you've done a nice drawing for us. Well,
no, it was pretty bad. My art's pretty bad. I fully acknowledge that.
Do you know which one? Do you know which one's the highest? If you were gonna give them all, you know, rankings out of 10, like
elevation,
lower and higher.
Elevation ranking.
Yeah, no, hold on, because I put high in quotes because I didn't know how to explain it on text. They will all be at the same elevation, as in they will all be the same distance off the ground. But if you stand at one,
they won't be all the same distance off the ground. It's got nothing to do with the ground, the water level.
I mean, they'll be like in the video where whatever has a spinning water level, they change. I'm saying that, you know, when it's still, they're all the same height off the ground.
Yeah, same horizontal.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, at least, and again, y'all just introduced this to me. I'm thinking about what would happen. But what I think would happen on a globe is that each of those pairs of tubes in the middle, that the water will be right next to each other, right? Like they'll be nice and straight. But if you were to go to one water level, or not one water level, but one of the end tubes, and then sight across to the next one
to
create that horizontal plane, and then you compared it to the other ones, I think that they would drop.
So
that's what I think.
So you saying that if you're stood at one end, you think the other end will be lower than the end you're starting at?
Not quite. I'm saying if you start at one end.
Well, yeah. Well, if you've got a horizontal line, do you know what a horizontal line is?
I do know what a horizontal line is.
Right.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is.
Go on then.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, and again, I'm not saying this like authoritatively. This is me just thinking about it, right, and where I'm at. I'm saying if you started at the far left one, and then you sighted across to 200 meters, and you use that and establish that as level, and now you compared it to the heights of the other ones, or if you looked for a drop from that first one that was 200 meters away, I think they would. I am not confident about that yet, as I have said, but from what I can tell, I think that's what would happen.
Do you need some testing?
You're thinking, yeah? Oh, yeah, it's quite good that you're thinking.
I mean, fundamentally speaking, right, the test is what will... that's what the answer actually is, right? So...
Have you got $200 or whatever your currency is? Have you got 200 quid, pound?
I kind of. College students.
You can buy yourself 2 water levels, 400 meters each, and go and set it up yourself.
That's true, and
not a lot of money.
And I could just look across.
Then you haven't. Then you'll know.
Yeah, he needs a dark shark, doesn't he?
Well, just wondering, when y'all did it, did y'all look across the water levels to see what would happen?
I could see spot on. I could see you from quite a way away, spot on, right?
No,
actually, we were on Discord.
Yeah, you don't need to with the water level. You just look at it. It's there, right next to you.
Well, but that's how you'd be able to tell the difference. Because that's what I'm saying. If each of those 3 middle ones you just look at it and you see that the 3 middle ones are at the same, like they're right next to each other, I'm pretty sure that would be just inconclusive.
But what we're saying is he was one end and I was the other end. And there was someone in the middle, and we were level with each other, weren't we? Like our end tubes when we left them for a long time, they equalise. That means that it's level with the other end. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah. The water levels
Right.
will be level.
Okay. Right. So they'll be level. Yeah.
Yes.
And because there's 2 points, there'll be a straight line from one to the other.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And then so the middle tubes, they're going to be on the same level, aren't they, on that straight line?
That's why he asked you if you knew what a horizontal was when you got ugly and kind of snapped back at him. Pretty simple, right?
Because if not, you're going to have to say whether or not the centre uprights.
Above or below or whatever you want to say.
Above or below, yeah.
If you looked across from one, if you looked across
No,
the
no,
whole,
not looking. No, not looking. What will happen to the ones in the middle without you looking across them? What do you think is going to happen? Will they be lower or higher than the actual straight line between the other end?
yeah, so that straight line would be our line of sight, right? That's how you would test it. Would be my assumption. Or you'd physically build something.
So without looking down it, well, you don't need to do that. It's a horizontal from one end to the other, and you know that the middle is right because the way that the test was designed, it's a shared straight line segment with 3 uprights, and if each of those are level with each other, then they're accurate, right?
I'm finally getting where this hump is coming to play, because
There
I'm
is
not
no
confident.
effing hump, Sean G said.
Did you all?
I agree with him.
Yeah,
When
I
you-
agree with him
Have
as
you
well.
heard of Sean G?
I'm
Definitely
on
no
Sean's
hump.
side. Definitely no hump.
Did you all measure that there's no hump?
Yes.
How?
It's a
It
water
sounded like you
level.
only compared you. It sounded like you only compared the 3 heights of each of the individual pairs.
Yeah.
Well, if there was a hump, then the middle ones would have to be higher than the horizontal line that you just agreed that the 2 longest, further apart ones established.
And water would have to be able to support itself laterally.
Which is a problem.
Don't forget about that. That's impossible.
No.
Yeah. Never forget about if one end is either higher or lower than the other, then the water will come. Remember that.
Yeah,
So
they're
that,
all at the
like,
same
yeah.
elevation.
Fundamental that you can't. Yeah, one can't be any higher or the lower than the other. Do you agree with that?
The same elevation, the same equipotential.
Height.
Which is different.
Yeah, like the
I'm
same
You
level.
realize you realize the end of these tubes can be like different heights above the ground, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your baseline for hang on. What would be your baseline for elevation then?
For elevation?
Yeah.
The ground that you are.
Gets difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, as I said, I admit it, I'm not confident with my answer. And I think there would be a hump. I do think there would be
The more you're imagining it, is it? The more you're thinking and imagining it, the more it's becoming more real.
Well, I mean, you all said it didn't happen, and I'm asking, like, how did you all measure that it didn't happen?
Well, I can just explain it this way. It seems like to me you're doing exactly what I did, and you're trying to put a ball or curved water underneath the water level, and then trying to figure out how it would work instead of trying to learn how water works, how hydrostatic create a horizontal plane.
Is that funny
God,
laugh?
I'm an aerospace engineer. You do not know anything about hydrostatics. I can tell you for a fact that you all do not know anything.
Wow. Oh, wait. Tell us.
So confidently.
Yeah.
Oh my
Did you?
Cool.
Did you just? He just laughed at me about.
Yeah. Hydrostatics.
What's the name of the formula that tells you how much pressure a certain amount of water, or how much pressure you're gonna have at a certain elevation within the water? That is hydrostatics. What's the name of it?
So is
Go ahead.
this the road we're going to go down? Because you know the formulas.
Yeah, and
I like a diversion.
Design something with hydrostatics.
Can we go back to the point?
Did I hear you say you're an aerospace engineer? Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah,
Go back to the horizontal.
Talk to me about hydrostatics.
Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah, I said
Cool.
that.
Congrats, bro. Congrats.
What?
We need
Why
you
are
around here.
saying don't talk to me about hydrostatics? Why did you say that?
He said, or maybe I misheard and got defensive, but he made it sound like I didn't know about hydrostatics.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, maybe I misheard. I got defensive.
So, do you agree that the water level tool that we're talking about, does create a horizontal? Because I just heard you agree that point A to point B would be a horizontal line.
Yes. But I do think that the middle one would hump up.
Because so it wouldn't be horizontal then?
No, because the horizontal is established between the two ends of the water level that you choose.
Yeah, but what about if you were to move one of those ends to the center? Would then the horizontal be in a different angle than the other horizontal?
Yeah, the same tube at a different distance. Would the horizontal change the angle?
I mean, I think that's what we've been saying for a while now, is that horizontals are different angles from each other.
Well, then I would say you don't know anything about how pressure affects water.
Oh, now that was against me. Again, until you can name the formula that actually tells you how much pressure you will have at a certain elevation in the water, you do not know anything about hydrostatics.
No, I'm fine with you saying that.
Design with it.
Okay,
you're going to have to come up with more than laughter and
can
and
we
all of
say that if you have a water level, right, and both of the ends are together, right, both of the water levels will be together. They'll be level, right, equal.
Okay.
Now, if you move one of those water levels further away, right, now, will they both be level? You say that would be horizontal. But in the middle, where the water level isn't, does that get higher the further you move those two water levels away? Does that hump in the middle get bigger?
I wouldn't say higher. I mean, so
in relation to a straight line between the other two that we've just called horizontal, would the bit that's in the middle get higher?
Higher as you moved away. I don't know. I'd have to work it out. Is the answer.
How about the other side? How about the other side?
If I can't answer for one side, I can't answer for the other one. I admit that I just can't come up with an answer in like 20 seconds.
Bro, you're an aerospace engineer. You should have this in your back pocket.
This is hydrostatics. It was a... Don't talk to me about hydrostatics. I'm the hydrostatic master.
I thought he was fixing to explain to us the formula and how gravity affects this and that and all that, but I guess he's just going to laugh at it.
I mean, to put it simply, right, the equipotential that all of these water levels should be following would be equal or concentrically.
Should be, did you say?
Yeah, because I'm not saying that this is The test will tell us if it's happening in reality. I am making a prediction. I could be wrong, right?
But you were don't talk to me about water levels.
Why'd you just laugh at me?
Hydrostatics.
Because of the hydrostatic thing.
Yeah.
That's why.
Right. You're laughing because you made an A on the test? Or that you know, or that you can explain to us how it works.
A formula.
I have a feeling that you all would not want to go through a very lengthy discussion on how hydrostatics works. It's
man.
Unless you know calculus, we would not.
Who are you again? You're assuming we don't know calculus now.
Calculus for a water level. Really?
No, hydrostatics, not just water level. We're talking about all hydrostatics, not just for water levels. We use
We got y'all off of the horizontal. Y'all know that, right?
It's just pressure, right?
Oh no, you got to take into account the density of the fluid and
density. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Oh,
the
and
zero
gravity, right?
pressure state would be at the level, right?
No, it would be 14 point. It would be atmospheric pressure because it's open to the atmosphere. But they're both sides have the same atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, we call that the zero, right?
Zero. Yeah.
You would say
The
both
zero
sides
state.
have atmospheric pressure. That's what you would say in hydrostatics.
Call it zero.
14.7 isn't zero, so I don't know.
Well, that is the zero. They just applied
It's zero, but you called it 14.7 psi.
When you measure the pressure of the atmosphere,
You can think of it as 14.
Sorry, you've measured the pressure of the atmosphere. How did you do that?
all the time with a pressure transducer.
How did you do that?
You take a pressure transducer, you put it on the ground, and you see what pressure it gives you. Not too bad. Although the ones we use typically are in 4. Well, no, and PSI as well. But yeah,
How does it work?
A pressure transducer? It's an electromechanical device where the higher the amount of pressure it feels, the more voltage will be running across the sensor. And then you apply a calibration curve to it. And that's how you get the pressure from it. Or you could use a mechanical pressure gauge. That would also work too. But those are big and bulky.
Oh my, I've never heard of those. Please do explain.
I mean, we're getting way off topic from the water
Not
level.
really.
No.
Yeah,
Not really. I
don't think water levels have to do with pressure transducers.
Really? Pressure.
Yeah. Pressure transducer.
The transducer is just how you measure the pressure, right? We're talking about pressure, though, right?
It's just all 14.7.
Who's laughing?
Assuming you're at sea level, I should mention. If y'all are in like Colorado, no, it won't be 14.7.
Oh, so it matters your altitude.
Very much so, yeah. Of course it
But
matters.
we're just talking about the actual level of the water within the device, right?
Yeah, which is why I
Right.
said I don't think pressure transducers matter in this conversation, which is why I'm trying to move away from it.
So when we're talking about doing our test, we're not going to be talking about 14.6 or 14.8 or whatever at the ends of each of the water levels. We're just going to be saying they're all like a zero, right?
It's equal.
You will not have to worry about it.
That's what we've been saying all along.
Because we're at an equal state, right? At each end of the tube, creating a horizontal line in between point A and point B at that equal state, right?
You could describe it like that, sure.
Established by hydrostatics.
Yeah, the
hydrostatic equilibrium, maybe?
Yeah, it was an equilibrium.
Oh,
Things are
holy crap. That just came to me like a fairy dust in the air. I must have passed a few tests, too. Haven't quite laughed at anybody about what I know and what I don't know lately, though.
Knowing water at rest will find equilibrium is not knowing about hydrostatics.
You're starting to bore me.
That'd be funny.
Wow.
What happens
That
if the
was
pressure is different, but that's okay.
Oh, that is a quote. That is. I like that.
There's
have
way
you-
more to hydrostatics than
Yeah,
that.
have you ever looked into the history of 14.7?
Of 14.7? No, but
Okay. So what exactly do you think 14.7 pounds per square inch it deals with?
it is the pressure of the atmosphere at sea level.
Ooh, the pressure of the atmosphere. Do you mean... What do you mean by that?
I mean the word pressure.
Yep.
of the atmosphere. I mean, like, should I define the word pressure?
With direct, in relation to the pressure of the atmo. Yeah. What do you mean?
Most people call it atmosphere, so I'm going to keep calling it atmosphere. The easiest way would be to say pressure is force divided by area. Is the simplest way.
Pounds per square inch, yes.
Precisely.
Pounds. So 14.7 pounds per square inch.
Yes.
Where does that come from, right? What is that?
It's measured.
Yeah, but what is it? 14.7 pounds. That's a weight.
Right.
Okay, so what is that?
14.7 pounds per square inch. As in, if you were to take an inch by inch cube and just let the atmosphere push on it, it would push with 14.7 pounds.
Air weighs 14.7 pounds.
I didn't say weighs. I said it would push on it with 14.7 pounds.
From all sides?
From all sides. Yes.
Do you think you could get it to float then? Because if you...
No, I don't. Not like that.
Oh, so it doesn't work like that then?
Well, because you got 14.7 pushing from the top and 14.7 pushing from the bottom.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get it going anywhere.
Yeah, it would. Something would fall to the ground, wouldn't it? It wouldn't.
Yeah, because there's more forces involved than just the pressure of the atmosphere.
Okay, so it's pushing it down then.
No, the atmosphere is not pushing it down.
So what's causing the air to have a number of 14.7 pounds, right? Because you do know that's a weight. There's a scale, right, involved in 14.7 pounds per square inch, right?
It is specifically a force.
It's a weight. 14.7 pounds is a weight.
Pounds is a unit of force. Weight
it's
is
a unit of weight.
It is a unit of force of which weight is a type of force. We just commonly use it because we weigh ourselves.
Which is why I was asking you, do you know the history of where that number came from?
I think he missed that day in school.
Yeah.
No, but it's just measured.
It's a measurement of a weight.
14.7 pounds?
Yes.
I mean...
Per square inch.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but again, like the pressure transducer, right? Nothing to do with weights there, and I can get 14.7 pounds per square inch today without using any
because they've just adjusted it, haven't they?
No.
I bet it does all sorts of different readings, doesn't it? I have one.
No.
It only does 14.7. It only does pounds of... it only does mercury, right? Inches of mercury.
No, it actually spits out... The raw value is a voltage, and then you have to apply a calibration curve to it to get the pressure.
A calibration curve?
Yes, calibration curve. Like many items. Like a load cell, all of those things. They require calibration curves.
Okay, which is why I was asking you about the beginning, the 14.7 pounds. Do you know where that came from?
No.
Okay.
Where do you think it came from?
It's a weight of mercury.
Should we laugh first?
I don't know.
No,
it's about,
we'll just
about us learning, right?
Hopefully. Yeah, we'll skip the laughter.
Of how much mercury? The weight of how much mercury?
14.7 pounds.
So you just take 14.7 pounds of mercury and you weigh it, and that becomes...
You don't weigh it because you know it's 14.7 pounds.
Yeah.
Right, but how is this related? You haven't connected that to the atmosphere yet.
Well, do you know how a barometer works?
How a barometer works? Yeah, hydrostatics.
Aha. Now we're getting somewhere. So, how do you know how you make a mercury barometer work?
Hydrostatics.
Okay.
You started off at
with the generalized words as answers to questions. What's with that?
I mean, I spend 5 minutes explaining it, but I figured you all wouldn't want me to do that.
Yeah, he's getting there. Let him go because he's at least he's not laughing anymore.
Yeah.
A barometer?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you cap one end off. You make sure that before you put the mercury in, you have it at some sort of reference pressure. I'd imagine that would be standard temperature pressure, like at 14.7 psi at sea level. Then you fill it in, and then so one side is always experiencing 14.7 psi or whatever other reference pressure you chose, and then the other side is exposed to the atmosphere. And depending on the difference in pressure between the closed end and the open end, it will give you, that will change the height of the mercury, and that's where you'll be able to read a pressure reading from.
You read the pressure reading?
I mean, it'll be in like inches of mercury, but that is a pressure reading.
Yeah.
It's a weird unit.
It's the amount of mercury that's left in the tube, isn't it?
Yeah, or like the change that it has when it goes up or down.
Mm-hmm.
And I do wonder why they use mercury. It should work with just about any. Well, maybe it's because it doesn't. I don't know.
It's because it's the most dense fluid. They wanted to use water, obviously, because water's the natural state of everything. But it turns out that a water barometer goes to 33 feet. There's a surprise. You can't be walking around with something that's 33 feet, can you? So you need something that's equivalent, but with density of the most dense liquid. And do you know what that is?
Mercury.
Mercury. So mercury is just a replacement for water within the barometer. And that works because at a negative pressure, obviously, you know what the negative works.
It would be less than 14.7 psi probably. Because it's PSI gauge, right? That's what a barometer would measure. It's PSI gauge, not PSI absolute.
Well, this is where the 14.7 pounds was just the amount of mercury that's left in the tube when you subject it to a negative pressure rate. But I mean, within water, you'd end up with, well, I don't know, what do you call it? Off-gassing, boiling, cavitating. Yeah. Call it all sorts of different things. But I mean, I don't know whether mercury does that. Would you expect that mercury cavitates under negative pressure equal to that what water would do at 33 feet?
Let's hold off on saying negative pressure. That doesn't exist. You cannot have a negative pressure.
Yeah, of course it does. It's the opposite of positive.
PSIG, you can have negative pressure. It would just be below 14.7. But you cannot have negative PSIA, right? So I would be very, very careful.
This is why, I'm not being careful at all. This is why I said at the beginning, if we call the water level 0, anything below the water level is a positive pressure, right? Yeah? You know, like fathoms, you go down 33 feet. You gain an atmosphere, right? What's that what you call it? 33 feet downwards in a vertical direction. Well, if you cap it and lift it up, that's negative, isn't it? It's the opposite. As above, so below, 33 feet upwards.
No, but the pressure that the fluid will be at will never be negative. Not negative absolute pressure. Fluids cannot have negative absolute.
That's why you get off-gassing or cavitation.
No, outgassing is not due to negative pressure. It's because of a vacuum, because you'll have a low pressure, which will pull gases out of a material, but that's not negative. There's still a positive pressure there. You cannot have negative pressure.
So you can go under the water and gain pressure, and you can go the opposite way, but you say you're still gaining pressure. You're not.
No, the delta P might be negative, but the absolute pressure you're at will not be negative. Right? The change in pressure.
I know not you. No. The water level, because at 33 feet it cavitates, doesn't it?
So, like, if you're on the surface of water, you dive 33 feet down, you'll be at, 2 atmospheres of pressure absolute, 1 atmosphere of pressure gauge. If you go back up, you'll just end up back at 1 atmosphere.
Okay, so but if you get that water at that 0 there and go up 33 feet, then what happens?
You cap it at 30. So you're under the water. You close it at 33 feet, and then you bring it back up, and you expose the other side of the atmosphere.
No, you just sort of lift it up. You cap it and lift it up.
So you're filling this barometer at 33 feet under the water, and then you...
No. Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to fill a tube up with water? Right? And then make sure there's no air in it at all. Yeah, under the water.
Okay, it sounds like...
And then you lift it upwards.
And we're still talking about a barometer, right? Or just a tube?
Well, it's a barometer, right? Isn't it? If you're doing this in a vertical state, let's say we're doing it with mercury, right? We've got a big pool of mercury. We've got a glass tube. We fill it up, right? And we invert it and stand it up. It's about 1 meter.
Okay.
Right, now what happens to the mercury in the tube? Remember, water's 33 feet and you're at about 13 something. Density of mercury is 13.7 or something like that over water being 1. So you've got about 30 inches or something like that, maybe 33 inches. I doubt it. Something like, right, let's say it's 30 inches. And let's say your tube is 36 inches. It's a yard. Yeah?
Vertically, right?
What happens to the mercury? Does it off gas?
Does it outgassing? That wouldn't be...
Or do you create a vacuum?
I guess I'm literally just not following what you're saying. And I'm going to be honest, when you went to the mercury example,
Well, you do know that's how 14.7 is first, made.
And it's just measured. You can use whatever measuring device you want. A barometer is a cool way to do it, but you don't need a barometer to get 14.7.
Mm-hmm. But he's teaching you, right? He's teaching you right now how it was first established.
Awesome. I love the bit of history.
It's not history. It's hydrostatics.
It is.
You want me to answer? You want me to answer if I think mercury would off gas? I would say no.
Wouldn't outgas. Mercury outgassing.
Would it cavitate?
Properties of outgassing.
Would it cavitate?
Would mercury cavitate if one end is exposed to a vacuum and the other end is exposed to a higher pressure?
Like a barometer.
Yes, so one end is exposed to a vacuum and the other end is exposed to higher pressure.
Yeah,
Is that what you've been asking all along?
I don't know. Would it be exposed? Would you create a vacuum? Or would it off gas? Or would it cavitate? Because there's definitely... The column of mercury definitely moves, right? It goes up and down. Yeah?
As I said, you've introduced so many things into the scenario. I'm just not following the scenario anymore.
It's just one thing.
No, it's been multiple things at this point.
Not really. It's just things you don't know about.
You were talking about taking a barometer and flipping it upside. It sounds like you wanted to flip it upside down, take it down to 33 feet in the water, and then
No, that was just to get you to understand fathoms.
Negative pressure.
That's positive pressure down, but opposite to that is causing negative pressure, lifting it up out of the water.
It would be a negative delta pressure, but none of the fluid is at a negative pressure.
Okay, would you cause a vacuum to be created, or do you think mercury would off-gas, or do you think it would cavitate? They're the three options, I think, unless you can think of any others.
Take barometer, fill it with mercury. You take it down. When we take the barometer,
right, we've got a bath. We've got a bath full of mercury.
Okay.
Right, now we've got a glass tube, like a
barometer,
big
right?
test tube, right? But it's an inch square, but a circle, right? You know what I mean?
Wait. So just a single test tube, not a barometer.
All right, just go with this for a second, right? You've got a tube that's 3 foot long, 36 inches. It's an inch square, but a circle.
Cool.
Okay. Now, we're going to put that in the bath. And we're going to fill it up completely with mercury.
Okay.
Right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to lift the end that's closed up. Out of the well, not out of the mercury, but that bit, the other end stays in the mercury, and we're lifting a full tube of mercury out of the bath.
I see what you mean. And when you lift it up out, so the test tube is going to be partially submerged with the open end still in the mercury, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, so we've created a negative pressure.
It would be a vacuum. No, but that wouldn't be negative.
It would be a vacuum. You would create a vacuum.
But a vacuum is not negative pressure.
Okay, no, wait a minute. We've created a vacuum. Now, is there any off-gassing of the mercury?
Any off-gassing of mercury?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And, or, is there any cavitation of the mercury? Or have you created a perfect vacuum at the top of that tube?
No, you've definitely not created a perfect vacuum.
Right, okay then. So, does mercury off-gas? Or does mercury cavitate? We don't know. I don't know. But something occurs, doesn't it, where you can go up a mountain and that mercury column would change heights. Because at sea level, if you've made that 1 inch square, then there would be 14.7 pounds of mercury in that tube.
Yeah, because it has the atmosphere has pushed down on the mercury, and because it's pushing down with 14.7 psi, it'll push 14.7 pounds of mercury into the tube. I do see what you're saying.
No, I wouldn't push 14.7. I'm just saying that at sea level, there's 14.7 pounds of mercury in that tube.
Yes.
Right.
I do see what you mean. Yes, there would definitely be 14.7 pounds of mercury in that tube.
That's where 14.7 pounds per square inch came from. It's a weight of mercury in that tube once you've done that at sea level. Now, does that mean there is 14.7 pounds of air pushing down on the mercury that's keeping that mercury in the tube up there?
There's 14.7 pounds per square inch of air pushing down on the mercury that is supporting 14.7.
No, that tube is an inch square tube, and there's 14.7 pounds of mercury within it.
Yes, and so all around on the outside of the tube,
Yeah.
or on that bath, right? So you have the interface between the air.
Is it
and
not the vacuum within it that's holding the
No.
mercury up there, though?
No, that is a huge misconception. Vacuums do not pull. Pressure pushes. Vacuums do not pull.
Well, what's causing that vacuum?
Yeah, so this is a huge misconception. Vacuums are still positive pressure, but because the pressure on the outside is greater than the pressure on the inside, the outside pressure is pushing on that fluid.
Yeah,
And because there's nothing else pushing
you're
back on the
going.
inside.
I know you're trying to go into a lesson, right? But the point here is that you're missing is the fact that it's just a weight of mercury, but it's meant to represent water, isn't it? Now, water, as we know, definitely off gases and absolutely cavitates. So when you do it with water, there is no vacuum.
When you do it with water?
Yeah. Definitely no vacuum in that tube.
You're saying if you fully submerged it and pulled it back out, the water wouldn't begin to rise.
The water would definitely go all the way up to 33 feet. But at the top of that tube, there would be no vacuum.
There would be vacuum. Why do you think it's risen to 33 feet?
Because the pressure would be equalized by the water. That's why it does that to that height.
You mean but that's why so the reason why the mercury rises to where it is because that would be 14.7 pounds of mercury. But because water is less dense, you need to have much more volume for it to go the same, or for the same mass of water to be in that tube that you're talking about. So the same thing is happening between the mercury and the water. It's just that the mercury is denser, so it doesn't need to rise as high.
But the water cavitates. Or off gases, depending on what you want to call it. It's up to you, depending on what your particular form of. I mean, have you done that with water?
Water outgassing. So when you say water outgasses, do you mean that the vapor pressure is too low? Because normally, like, the term outgassing is for solids.
Right,
like you've been using the term outgassing a lot, and that's for solids. For liquids, it would be vapor pressure. I think you're talking about vapor pressure.
I'm just saying when water cavitates.
It's because it's at a low pressure, and this is true for every fluid. It would be true for mercury as well. It's just that for mercury, you'd have to be at a higher temperature. And I've actually tried. Well, actually, no, I haven't. I've heard about it.
But water doesn't need to be at a temperature, right? It happens with a low pressure, not just temperature.
No, they're all intertwined, right? For fluids, temperature, pressure, they're all intertwined. But for all fluids, they have their boiling point will be determined by the temperature of the fluid and the pressure of the fluid, the pressure.
So that's why we say cavitate, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I've heard the term is vapor pressure.
Uh-huh.
And so the water, and you're using the term outgas, and I see where you're getting outgassing from.
No, I just said depending on what you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
So is it off gassing? Are you just getting gases out of the water, or is the water cavitating at 150,000 to 1 or whatever, however it does? But what happens is it either off gases or it cavitates, and that equalizes the pressure. There is no vacuum formed within the water barometer.
Well, I mean, there might be a smaller one, but at a certain point, the pressure will be higher than the vapor pressure of the water for a given temperature. So, and I mean, fundamentally, right, we're just kind of speculating. We'd have to go out and do it and see what actually happened.
Yeah, that'd be a good test, wouldn't it?
It would be very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got on this particular conversation. It was very interesting. Thank you for enlightening me on where they first measured atmospheric pressure. And you all, I mean, we are in agreement that the atmosphere has pressure, right? Like, that's not in dispute, right?
Pressure?
The atmosphere has pressure.
Yeah. What is pressure, though, to you?
It's force divided by area. That's the simplest way to explain it.
What's a force?
What is a force? The ability to accelerate a mass.
Over an area.
Yeah, for pressure divided by area squared, yes. Not squared, oh my god, divided by area.
Sounds a bit weird when you do it like that, doesn't it?
I mean, pressure is force divided by area.
Yeah, I know. But where do you get your force, and how do you exactly divide that by an area?
So you would take I mean, if we're using a person, right, and I have my thumb, and I push against a table, I am exerting a certain amount of force. I'm not strong, so not much of one. But because my thumb is going to be smaller than my hand, when I push with my hand, I'm going to exert less pressure than when I push with my thumb. So for the air gets its pressure from for the pressure we experience down here is due to the weight of the air above us. That's where it comes from. But the pressure...
The weight of the air, did you just say?
Yeah. Air has... We are in agreement that, air has mass, and like all masses, air has weight.
I wouldn't say air has weight, no.
Oh, it definitely does have. Aren't there videos where they show helium balloons falling in a vacuum? You can look that one up pretty quick.
What, that shows it has weight? What?
Yeah, that's...
A balloon has weight, right? The actual rubber part of it has weight.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
and how does that show air has weight?
Well, I could see your point, because you wouldn't be able to distinguish between the rubber and the air inside it. But, I mean, the easiest way to know that air has weight is the fact that it exerts a force on everything down here. That's why we get 14.7 psi.
No, you get 14.7 psi because you lift mercury out of in a tube and lift it up.
But the lifting occurs due to the atmosphere.
No, the lifting occurs because the vacuum holds it, right? Only to a certain pressure, right? When it gets to a certain negative, then it has to give way and cause a vacuum or cavitate or off gas or whatever in order to equalize that pressure. Otherwise, it would stay all the way up at the top.
No, Bev, absolutely not. The pressure inside of the device that we're talking about will be positive, but because the pressure on the outside is more positive, the net force that the mercury will experience will be upwards into the tube until so much of the mercury is there that, it gets pulled back down at the same...
You don't think it's the weight of the air pushing down on the bath that's holding the mercury up in the tube, surely?
That is exactly how it happens. It is definitely 100% sure. Well, wait a minute. I don't do proof. So, very high confidence that that is exactly what is happening. Because vacuums do not pull. Pressure pushes, always. Always.
But what's pressure?
It's... we're just going in a circle. I just said it's force divided by area.
Well, so the force would be the mercury that's in the tube and divided by the area of the tube, an inch square. So 14.7 pounds divided by the inch square. 14.7 pounds per square inch.
No, the force.
Boom, that's it. I mean, dead easy. We weigh the amount of mercury we've got left in the tube, and we just say it was a inch square, right? The tube was an inch square.
It's because the weight of the mercury inside the tube is equal to the force that the air is pushing
I don't
on
know.
it.
Do you imagine if we were to do it with water, and we could do it the same? I mean, would it matter if we had an inch tube of water? How much do you reckon that would weigh?
An inch tube of water. If you were able to create a really nice vacuum at that top by doing this method, and it actually created an incredible vacuum, then it should rise. It would rise to the amount that the weight inside the water, or not inside the water, inside the tube would be 14.7. Whatever that is.
You reckon?
Yes, but I mean, that's
33 feet of a column of water.
That's assuming we can keep a nice vacuum up there, and due to things like vapor pressure and whatnot, I don't think you probably wouldn't be able to keep it all. But you still should get some.
That would be an interesting test. That if we get 33 feet of an inch square tube and lift it 33 feet, you reckon the amount of water in that tube would be 14.7 pounds?
No,
I'll take that bet.
It was just mercury, wasn't it? I mean, you think water would be the same? That would really be an interesting test, huh?
As I said, no, I don't. I think the vapor pressure would cause some issues.
Vapor pressure?
What you've
just
been
a column of water, right? You do hydrostatics.
What you've been calling outgassing is what
cavitation. Cavitation, definitely.
The term is vapor pressure, like the pressure at which fluid will boil. That is vapor pressure, or boil, quote unquote.
Yeah, and leaving a column of 33 feet.
Yeah, but I mean,
cavitation point.
Yeah.
They didn't have that on your test either?
What?
Let's just say I was the teacher.
Okay.
And I asked you, at what height does water cavitate?
Oh, I would have to do the math. Is the answer. I don't know that. I can't just give you that off the top of my head. I'd have to do the math.
I did want you to answer, though. We moved on a little bit. Do you think the mercury weighs more or less than water at sea level? The same amount?
The same volume of mercury and the same volume of water?
3-foot tube, 1 meter.
So, the same volume of mercury, same volume of water. Because mercury is denser, the mercury would have more mass.
13.7.
So, wouldn't be 14.7 if you used water, right?
Well, but the water would climb. Right? So if there was no...
You'd be picking it up. The water wouldn't climb.
Yeah.
You'd be taking it up.
And we're talking about the weight.
Yeah.
You know how they got 14.7 was the weight of the mercury left in the tube. If you did it with water, what would you think the pressure would be at sea level?
If you did it with water, as I said, I'd have to do the math.
Would it be different?
If you did it with water, I think that water wouldn't be able to sustain a vacuum as well as mercury would be able to. So some of the water would outgas into the tube and be at a higher pressure than the mercury.
So it would be different.
Off the top of my head, yes. But again, I'd have to give you like an actual answer, I would need to do the math.
So it's the weight of the mercury that gave us 14.7.
I mean, to measure the pressure of the atmosphere, sure, that's fine.
And if it was the weight of the water at sea level, our pressure at sea level would be different.
Well, no, it's just because that there's so the pressure at sea level wouldn't change, but the pressure inside the tube would change, right? So with mercury, it would be closer to zero than with water inside the tube.
Okay. Well, can I just take you? Are you do sciencey shit?
All the time.
Right, okie dokie. Now, you've got a tube of mercury. Let's say 3 foot. And we're going to lift it up like we've just done. And it goes down to 33, 14.7 pounds. With a vacuum bit at the top. Now, let's say we've got a 6 foot tube of mercury. And we're going to do exactly the same and put it next to the other one. What would happen to the column of mercury?
So long as it has enough space to fully extend to where there's 14.7 pounds of mercury in that tube, it wouldn't change. So if these tubes were like the same diameter and it didn't reach the top of the 3 foot one, then it should be the same for the 6 foot one.
Yeah, but what you do is you fill the tube up and then you invert it, right? That's how the barometer works.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so in the 3 foot tube, off-gassing or cavitation, yeah?
For the mercury, less of it, yeah.
Right, now if you've got a 6 foot tube and you do exactly the same, is there more cavitation, more off-gassing to make those two columns the same? But the vacuum...
No, that's not how it works.
What?
There wouldn't be more off-gassing. Again, the vacuum inside of each of these tubes is doing none of the work. It is not the thing causing the rise of the mercury.
Okay, so in the 6 foot tube, there is a massive vacuum, much bigger than the one in the 3 foot tube. But
doesn't matter.
The
vacuum's
mercury is the same weight, right?
Yes, because the vacuum is...
I'll take that bet.
I literally work with vacuums like every day, but okay.
That's why I would take the bet.
Vacuums don't do work. It is the outside pressure of the atmosphere that is
No,
doing
you said the amount of mercury would be the same weight, 14.7. I'll take that bet.
Between the 6 foot tube and the 3 foot tube?
Yes, sir.
How do they even measure? I'm actually really curious. How do they measure the weight of the mercury in the tube?
I would
Like, what was
with
the mechanism
scales or
they-
something.
Is that what is this your way of saying no bet?
No, I mean, if you want to bet. I mean, I don't gamble, so that's just like...
No, it's not gambling. No, it's a sure thing. No gamble whatsoever.
Oh, I mean, if you want to do it and prove me wrong, go for it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
George is saying in the chat, I just don't want to be. He's asking, who is this Glober, George is. He's checking up on you, right? George says, what is with this Glober talking to Bev? The water or mercury inside a tube does not weigh 14.7 pounds. That is only true if the cross-sectional area of the tube is 1 square inch. Well,
isn't that what we've been talking about?
That is, I know, yeah, that is exactly what we've been talking about, but we're just pointing out to George. George, you might have missed it at the beginning, you old fool. Well, that's exactly what we've been talking about. That's why we've been talking about a cross-sectional area, a tube of 1 square inch, you muppet.
And both this 3 foot and 6 foot tube, I was under the assumption that they were both 1 inch square.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yes, we always be. Even with the water, we had it. That one is 1 inch square as well.
Okay,
Just
yeah. Then,
to keep everything the same.
I mean, the thing is, you should be able. To do. I don't know where you're gonna get mercury from. It's very toxic. But you should, if you got your hands on mercury. I don't think you would need even like a 3 foot one. I don't know.
No, getting a 6 foot glass tube and inverting mercury in it would shatter it, wouldn't it? Because it can't hold a vacuum of whatever's going to be needed for the mercury to do that.
The vacuum, not at all, because the vacuum is going to be the same. You can't go below 0 pressure. In the tube, at maximum, there is 0 pressure.
The vacuum would be the same in a 3-foot tube and a 6-foot tube.
They would be very nearly the same. If you put a pressure transducer in there, they would be... I mean, there might be like a small...
I'd love to see this. You reckon mercury off gases or cavitates like water?
I mean, all fluids have a vapor pressure. So I would imagine a little bit. I don't know the properties of mercury off the top of my head. So I don't know the vapor pressure of mercury at 20 degrees Celsius. If I did, I'd be able to answer the question better. But I'd imagine at 0 psi, which is impossible, there would be a tiny amount in there. Not enough to affect your measurement. You would need a very, very sensitive pressure transducer. But I mean, if you wanted to actually do this test, I wouldn't use like a 3-foot or 6-foot one. I wouldn't. I mean, we could do the math right now to figure out how
I think it's 13.7 and 33 feet for water.
Yeah, at 1 atmosphere it should be 33 feet. Should be, yeah. For 1 atmosphere, 33 feet. That's going downwards. It
Upwards
should be,
as well.
Yeah, it should be. But I'm talking about from
both ways. It doesn't make any difference, does it? Water.
Yeah, no, because it's just a change in 1 atmosphere of pressure. So
it's just a vertical change, isn't it?
But I was talking about for mercury. Like you mentioned this.
All points on a vertical, right? Sorry, on a horizontal plane. Vertical will have the same pressure, won't they?
All points on a horizontal plane?
Yeah, from the water, from the surface of the water.
Well, I mean, in my position, no.
In your position, no.
Yeah, I mean, I am a globe believer. If you just kept going straight, you would.
You don't want to be saying your models dictating to you what the physics of water would do, especially since you were laughing at us.
Oh, I'm not using a model. I'm using reality. I'm pretty confident that reality is a globe. I have no reason to think it's not. As you said, only talk about reality in here. No need for models. I have not been talking about models.
You did say you were a globe believer, though.
I am very confident that the reality is a globe.
Okay.
No model needed.
Okay. So you don't have the water being at equal pressure on a horizontal?
Yeah, if you had a horizontal... I mean, it's because...
Like a vertical change.
Yeah, because if you... I mean, I think that level water curves. I'm pretty confident about that. In fact, that was kind of the whole point of what I was mentioning beforehand. Level water has it's a very slight curve, but, but that just goes in. But to answer your question...
No, hang on. Don't breeze by that, please, because that's the whole conversation, right?
I mean,
at what distance would an what are you again? Astro what?
An aerospace engineer.
I'm sorry. I didn't want... Yeah. At what distance would an aerospace engineer... Did I get that right?
Yeah.
At what distance would that person, you, say that water starts to curve?
Immediately.
And at what distance could it be measured by a... Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm going to mute. I cannot stop talking.
No. The question was to you. At what distance do you think you could start to measure it?
At what distance do I think you could start to measure it?
On your non-model that you don't have of 25,000 mile circumference.
Yeah. It should be, depending on the tool you use, you could probably half a mile or a mile. I mean, I can't give you a confident answer unless I do the math. I'm gonna say
fair enough. And that could be calculated how much, dare I say, drop Or would it be a rise of the water?
From your position, it would be a drop.
Okay, so fair enough. At my position, at a half a mile, the water would be dropping from the horizontal that you create?
Yes.
I would presume.
Precisely.
And that could be easily calculated.
I believe a drop from horizontal, that would be, because we're not talking about observer height. I think that is the 8 inches per mile square.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what that is.
So you're saying it can be measured at a half a mile and it would be at X. It would be a certain drop from that horizontal.
Yes, it would be. That should be. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, as Jesse Kozlowski measured, but y'all don't like him, so. I'm curious. Was there were those just clarification questions or?
No, I just want to know if you think it can be measured.
Yeah, over. I mean, half a mile, maybe closer. But yeah, I mean, it's not just can it be measured. It has been measured. That's.
You think you could measure it?
Do I think I can measure it if I had $10,000 theodolite? Then maybe. And I learned how to use one. Then yeah, sure. But I would have to do both of those things.
Expensive theodolites again.
That's what's needed, huh?
No, nice.
I mean, it would be you would need a pretty precise optic to do half a mile. You'd need a very precise instrument. So
to do half a mile what?
To measure the drop that Rakia and I are currently discussing.
Half a mile.
I'm saying half a mile. I mean, I'm not. Wait, no. I said I would need to do the math to give you a confident answer. This is off the top of my head.
Half a mile's a long way.
Of math.
It's very long. Yeah.
Half a mile of math is. It's not much, really, is it?
I mean, to try to measure over it would be to try to measure a dip over half a mile would be pretty difficult without very precise instrumentation, which is why it's going to cost.
Dip.
I bet Rakia can do the calculations for the amount of dip or drop over any distance you want.
I mean, that, especially if we can still see the object, would be 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Nah.
That one.
Nah, you're using the old numbers there.
I mean, isn't it a good approximation?
Nah, it's ridiculous.
Oh, then I would have to do the geometry because I mean the actual formula would be much more complicated because of course 8 inches per mile square wouldn't form a circle.
But... No, I mean they don't have that anymore. They wouldn't.
No one even mentions it anymore.
Yeah.
But I mean, over a sighted distance, I'm pretty sure it's close enough. It won't give you too far.
Sighted.
Yeah, as in you can still see it. You're not looking for the obstruction height. That is a very different formula than 8 inches per mile squared. But over
the obstruction.
Yeah, like a boat over very far away.
The hump. The hump.
I mean, what you all call the hump, I wouldn't. From your perspective, I should not use that word. From your reference frame, the water would not hump up.
Yeah, it's horizontal. Yeah.
The boat would just be
on the water, floating.
Normally. Yeah, and you wouldn't be able to see it
bobbing up and down.
Yep. I'm curious. How do you all think there is a horizon in the first place?
It's an apparent position, right? That one. The apparent position where the sky meets the water or the land. That bit.
Yeah. Why do you think that? Why do you think we have such a crisp, sharp one?
Well,
who says it's crisp and sharp?
It's normally got something to do with the sky and either the water or the land, right? Crispy comes in when the good conditions are there and there's a definite barrier between the two.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of pictures where you can definitely see where the water stops and the sky begins. There's lots of pictures of it. There's plenty of them.
I would have to agree with him there. There's a lot of pictures.
Of a crisp horizon is what is specifically meant.
Of what you're calling a crisp horizon, which is the sky meeting the ground.
Or, what appears to
You ever been on a large body of water and it's wavy? Like you're in a boat and you're rocking back and forth and you look out into the distance and it looks really smooth over there?
Sure, yeah.
You ever gone over there?
I mean, if I'm in a boat, then it will probably be just as rough over there as it is over here.
There you go. Nice answer. Crisp in the distance, right? Smooth looking. Yes.
The horizon is blurry. From what you are saying, because think about it, right? What would
I've thought about it.
No, but what would be the thing limiting your vision then? Like, how far would you be able to see? What would be?
How much time you got there, fella? You're gonna start asking me what limits your vision. I'm gonna ask you how much time you got.
A bit.
Mm-hmm. What would be your top 3 things of what limits your vision?
Me, I don't. So you would have any sort of scattering that would be able to limit your ability to see. A physical obstruction. I cannot see through walls. I am not Superman.
Mm-hmm.
And assuming I don't have an optic on me, angular resolution would make anything too far, too small to make out. But if I had an optic, then that wouldn't be a problem.
So you would wait a minute. So you would agree your eyes have a limit, right?
My eyes, they would have an angular resolution limit, yes.
And the optic doesn't have limits?
The limit of an optic is, if you can make it big enough, not really, no.
Every optic has a limit. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I'm just talking about optics in general. You could
Me too.
Bigger and bigger telescope, and it would be able to see further and further.
Why would you need a bigger one if they don't have limits?
No, that's what I'm saying. A telescope.
So they do have limits.
A telescope has a limit, but telescopes in general, right? If you just talk about a general one that we can make as big as we want, it would not have a limit.
Do you think a telescope, if big enough, could see forever in like a low marine layer?
Well, it would need to see forever. You would need an infinitely big telescope. So no, that would not be physically possible.
I mean, your eyes can see a million light years.
You can't be serious,
An
right?
infinitely big telescope.
Sorry.
Did we just say that?
No, I said that's not possible. I said it wasn't possible.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, we know.
Damn right it's not possible.
We know.
Fucking hell.
Extremist is right. You can, if the object is bright enough, you will still see it, even if it's past their angular resolution limit.
What?
Yes.
So no light extinction.
Light extinction, if you mean like the inverse square law, right? The further away you get, the more.
That's one. And the scattering that you've already mentioned.
Yes, but if it's bright enough to get through all that, then you'll still be able to see it.
If it's bright enough to get through everything that creates the limit.
If it is bright enough to get through the scattering and for the inverse square law to make the intensity not so small enough that your eyes can't detect it, then you will still be able to see it.
What would you say? Does that exist?
Yeah, stars.
Really?
That far away, yes.
How do you know that?
It's been measured.
So why don't we see every star like right now I don't have stars in my sky.
I mean, I'm assuming it's nighttime. If you live in a city, it's because of light pollution.
Well, why would that matter if they're bright enough?
Because your eyes are overexposed.
It doesn't. If the stars are bright enough, they can get through the light pollution.
Yeah, with the glare.
You can see Venus even through the light pollution in some instances.
This is true.
You can see Venus through a cloud?
Light pollution. He did not say a cloud.
Okay, can you see... I didn't say you said you could see it through a cloud. I asked a very pointed question. Can you, that's a question, see Venus through a cloud?
A cloud would be an obstruction. We already agreed that none of us are Superman.
So a cloud is a wall.
Well, in this case, a cloud would be a local point. It would be a local area where the scattering is incredibly, incredibly high. That's why you wouldn't be able to see through it.
Which would limit you seeing a light.
Yeah, because the scattering's higher. But even then, you can see like a spotlight through a cloud because it's even brighter.
What about reflected light? Let's say the hull of a boat. Would you see that reflected light at a higher point of the boat or a lower point of the boat?
A reflected light, like it bounces off the water?
No, you agree when you see the boat in the distance, that's a reflection coming back to you, right?
Yes, I do agree with that.
Okay, so the reflection of light from that boat that you're seeing, you think you're going to see the upper part of the boat more or the lower part of the boat more?
I think that if you'd be able to see all of them just fine. There shouldn't be a problem.
So you disagree that the lower you get, the more dense the medium gets?
The atmosphere is not that so dense that in 3 miles it would scatter the light enough to... That's incredible. No,
It's really weird, that laugh. You don't half sound like flat earth math, you know, when that happens.
Why did you laugh at that? I mean, I would think it is more dense.
The atmosphere.
I didn't ask you if it was enough. I didn't say anything about a numerical value. I just said, is the layer of the atmosphere more dense the closer you get to, let's say, the water that the boat would be sitting on?
It is more dense, but it's not going to be... It won't affect the scattering to prevent you from seeing the boat.
What about little ripples on the water? Would that reflect the light differently? From the bottom of the boat to the top of, you know, if you have a little ripple on the water, would it affect the top of the boat more or the bottom of the boat more?
The ripple, especially if we're talking like a boat where half of it is cut off, where it's like 20 meters, well, not 20 meters, but like 20 feet of boat cut off. But no, a little ripple is not going to affect you not being able to see the 15 feet of the boat.
Wow, you're putting some numbers on it now. I'm just talking about the bottom and the top. Like, would there be a difference in how we receive the reflected light back to our eyes?
No, a little ripple.
It wouldn't?
Not change. I mean, I've stood on the water's edge and you can look across it to a tree, and you can ripple the water by throwing a rock in it or whatever, and it won't change how I see the tree.
What about the heat haze coming off the water vapor, heat haze, things like that? You think that affects the bottom of the boat more or the top of the boat more?
If you're talking about refraction, then it depends on the conditions of the atmosphere. But in normal
really?
No, it would not affect the top more than the bottom.
So the heat haze and water vapor and all that's happening closer to the water more, you would agree it's happening at the water level more than at, let's say, 20 feet up?
Yeah, but refraction causes things to look higher, not lower. So it would be, if anything, you would be able to see the bottom of the boat clearer, because refraction tends to lift downward. Refraction lifts farther up.
You think the more heat haze you have and the more water vapor that's coming off the water, the more refraction would lift the bottom of the boat up where you could see it more clearly?
Well, for one thing, heat haze is upwards refraction, but that happens over like concrete. It very rarely happens over water. You can have a thermal inversion, but it's pretty rare.
Wow, really?
No, like thermal, because it's unstable, right? Like having hot air,
like turbulence. Yeah, turbulence.
But it's incredibly unstable. It's not. I wouldn't call it turbulence, because that would be assuming it would be going back and forth. But no, it would just go. If you had hot air below cold air, eventually the hot air would go above the cold air.
Is the turbulent air closer to the surface or above the surface?
I mean, it would be closer to the surface, but again, this doesn't happen very often. It's very rare.
Turbulent air close to the surface of marine layer is rare.
This thermal inversion you're talking about is rare.
I didn't mention thermal inversion. I mentioned turbulent air. I mean, you can talk about thermal if you want. That was kind of like the heat haze example, right?
Yeah, the heat hazes would be the thermal inversion.
What about when you combine just the few that we've already discussed? What about when you combine them all together?
You would still be.
Would you be able? Hang on there, cowboy. Would you be able to see the bottom of the boat more? Would you get that information more clear, or the top of the boat?
It would be about the same, and it wouldn't affect your ability to see it. If anything, it would be distorted, but it wouldn't.
You fail. Hey, you know what? Do your teachers mark it with a red marker when you fail? Like X, X, X?
I mean, distortion is not obstruction. That's the
Dude,
problem.
if you're going to tell me you can see things, right, just for the very few things we've discussed, you can see things at a lower level, close to the marine layer, than above the marine layer, then I'm going to give you a failing grade.
Well, for one thing, we're talking about, I mentioned boats, and specifically this applies to very large boats, where you can get pretty far up above the marine, this very turbulent air that might be like right at the water level, like 15 feet up, where that wouldn't really be happening.
Mm-hmm.
15, 20, 30 feet, boats are very big nowadays, right?
None of this, I know. Yeah, very big.
Yes.
Huge. So you can see them further. You can see them further, right? Because they are so big.
But there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to keep seeing it.
Like the smaller boats, you can't see. At the distance, you can see a very large boat, right?
Right, of course.
Why is that?
Because there's something obstructing your vision.
What's that?
Oh, in this case, it would be the water. The water itself is obstructing your vision.
The water? No, I'm talking about so you don't think angular size is a thing, right? You don't think reflection of the light of the surface matters. Like, you think you can see a tree, a 10-foot tall tree, as far as you can see a 10-foot tall white wall?
But they would be obstructed if you walked away from it, they would both get obstructed at the same rate.
I'm not talking about walking over a hill of water or a hill of land.
We're talking about
walking away. Just calm down a little bit. We're talking about how light gets reflected and what it reflects off and what affects that reflection of light, receiving the information of the reflected light. You think you could see a tree the same distance as you could see a blunt object that's a different color?
Of 10 feet with an optic, yes. And you do realize that light exhibits superposition. If you have a light ray coming one way,
superposition,
light ray crosses it.
Superposition.
I'm sorry that if you don't know what the term means.
Yeah, you need to calm down with all that.
Yeah.
So if you have a ray coming towards you,
don't just keep going further. Did you understand what I said? Did you understand?
Yes.
You need to calm down with all that.
Which is why I'm explaining it.
Yeah,
if we're talking about the reflections, right? So you got the ray coming towards you, and then the ray bounces off the water and crosses the ray that's being reflected towards you. Due to superposition, they will just cross each other. No information of the light being reflected from the bottom will be imparted onto the ray coming towards you. The reflection from the bottom will not interfere with the ray coming towards you due to superposition.
Would you agree that more rays that are hitting your retina, the more information you're gathering, the more clear the image is?
Yes, it would look brighter.
So the more that information is being reflected above you, you're not receiving that information, the less clear the object would be.
What do you keep saying, like, reflected, right? So the light's going out, it hits the object, and it reflects back towards your eyes, right?
So you know what reflection is?
Yes.
We agreed upon it right when we started this conversation because I knew you would try and turn it back on me. So yeah, you explained my position perfectly, and yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you would be able to see it. If the light ray is hitting your eye, then you would be able to see it. If it's small, if it's past the point of angular resolution, then you're going to need an optic to help you. But yeah.
What if it gets out of the range of the optic that you're using? The object is still there, right? It's not obstructed by anything. It's just out of the range of the optic that you're using.
But there's plenty of videos where you can keep zooming in and it doesn't change the amount you see the bottom of the boat.
That's my point exactly.
Yeah, but it's not as if the bottom of the boat is farther away, right? So clearly there's something obstructing the bottom of the boat. The optic should have because the optic should have no problem resolving it.
No, the optic has to get all the information too. If you're saying it's being obstructed, then it's not getting that information. If I'm saying it's being scattered and diffracted, refracted, reflected, the medium is more dense, then that same optic wouldn't receive the information, so it'd still look obstructed, right?
If the atmosphere was thick enough to do that, but it's not, so that can't be an explanation. The
so you don't think the atmosphere is thick enough at the bottom of a boat 20 miles away? Like, you don't think you're looking through like, if you're looking at a boat 1 mile away, you're looking through one volume, right? Mm-hmm. If it's 10 miles away, it's 10 times the volume of air, right?
It would be.
That wouldn't cause anything to your vision? Like, that wouldn't obstruct the information anymore?
It would make it blurrier. And if it was dense enough, you wouldn't be able to see it. But
the resolution, right? You wouldn't be able to make it out. At a certain point, the resolution would get so bad because of the density of the medium that you wouldn't be able to receive that information, right?
Well, angular resolution and like the scattering we're talking about is different. But no, again, the atmosphere just isn't thick enough. It's not.
What do you mean it's not thick enough? As the object gets further away from you, the volume of the atmosphere you're looking through increases, correct?
It will increase. Yes, it will increase. It'll get blurry.
So the information you're receiving would get more blurry and more blurry and more blurry as it went away from you, right?
Yes, but
less bright.
It wouldn't get blurred out at 10 miles.
What about at 15?
At 15? I mean, the real answer to this question we would need to do the math.
The real answer is yes.
No.
The further the distance, the real answer, to be honest, is the further the distance and the worse the conditions are, the distance doesn't have to get as far. But under the same conditions, the further the object gets from you, the less information you're getting. And that's why it appears to be obstructed, but it's really not. You're just losing that information, and it's usually bottom up. And I say usually because sometimes the conditions are such where it just blurs out and then just blinks out before it gets to that distance where the atmosphere is too thick at the surface to start losing that information first. You see what I'm saying? Like it truly. That proves truly that it does depend on the conditions of the day, because even the bottom-up obstruction doesn't happen every time.
Ooh, you'd have to show me an example where bottom-up obstruction doesn't happen with distance. But the thing is, what you're talking about, what you're describing, there would be like a blurriness gradient, where at the bottom, you couldn't see it, and then as you went higher, it would get less and less blurry until you could see a clear picture. But that's
what happens.
Oh, what? No, absolutely not. What happens?
A lot of the times it is.
Sea, boat, sky. It's very clear. There's no blurriness.
Oh, I would agree that the foreground sometimes obstructs the background.
No, I'm saying these long distance. It's not blurry. When things get obstructed, there's no blurriness.
What?
No blurriness. What?
You
just said it would have to get blurrier as the object gets further away from you, it would have to get blurrier, and I agree with that.
No, I said what you described from bottom to top, there would need to be a blurriness gradient, where at the very bottom, you wouldn't see it, and then as you went higher, it would get less and less blurry until you had a clear picture.
Of course that's what happens.
That's not what happens in reality.
Absolutely that. When you change your angle, you change the medium, the thickness of the medium and the volume of the medium that you're looking through, of course the top of a building or a boat in the distance is going to be more clear at the top than it is at the bottom. If you deny that, wow.
No, I've never. You're gonna have to post a picture, and let me make absolutely sure, right? So like at the bottom would be most blurriness. In the middle, it would be like middle blurriness, and at the top would be virtually no blurriness. That is what would have to happen if you're saying the atmosphere is causing it.
Well, I'm confused. You agreed with me that's how light would work coming through an atmosphere. The more information you have, the less blurry it would be.
Right. So at the very bottom, in what we're talking about, right?
Which would be the least information getting back to your eye.
Right. So that would be nothing.
Because it's going through more medium, more volume.
Right. Okay. So at the bottom, there would be nothing. And then you go a little bit up and you would get a little bit more. Then you go a little bit further up and you get a little bit more until you got to the top where you'd get the most.
Yeah.
That does not happen in reality.
Absolutely, that's what happens.
Show me a picture. Go ahead. I would love to see where the bottom. Well, there's refraction. No, refraction wouldn't cause it. It would make the entire. Show me a picture. Go ahead, because I'm about to post a video if I can find it.
Show you a picture of reality?
Yeah, where you're talking about this, where it's blurry at the bottom, and then it gets less and less blurry as you go farther up. Go ahead. I will await your evidence of your claim.
All right.
Does anybody have evidence of this claim?
You agreed that it happens.
No,
I don't know why I got to provide a picture that I took or that someone else took that agrees with both of us.
No, I was talking from your argument's sake. I was saying what would happen if you were right. I started at the bottom and said, right, at the bottom it would be most blurry, medium blurry.
Oh, okay. So you don't agree with that?
No, not at all. That does not happen.
I see. I get it. You agree that no matter how much of the medium you're looking through at, no matter what angle you're looking through, no matter how much information is getting reflected back to you from the top and the bottom, it would all look the same. Is that your argument?
No, what I'm saying is that...
No? Well, then you do agree with me then.
You're doing a false dichotomy.
Not really.
But in what you're talking about, the bottom would be the most blurred, the middle would be medium blurred, and the top would be not blurred. I'm saying that does not happen in reality. There is no medium blurriness of an object when an object is obstructed due to distance. That's what I'm saying. Unless you have a video or a picture that says I'm wrong. And I don't even think he's here anymore. Does anybody else agree with that? You have to realize just how crazy that sounds, right?
I don't know. You're talking about objects in the distance. Have you got a camera?
Okay.
Or a telescope? What have you looked at in the distance?
In the distance?
Yeah, what are you... Like, when you're talking about objects, I talk about in the distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not talking about things being obstructed like 10 inches away from your eyes, are you?
No, I'm saying the surface of the water would be the thing doing the obstruction. I figured out why I couldn't.
Have you got a camera or anything?
Well, I have this, which is, I would say, is pretty good.
Dazza the cameraman. That's that guy that did the thing for Fight the Flat Earth in the stairwell, isn't it?
I don't know about that. I have this video, which you'll always bring up the source of the information instead of talking about the information.
I don't know. It sounds familiar. I'm sure I've heard that name before.
Oh yeah, he's definitely been in this community before. But I mean,
this community, he's never been in this server.
The whole flat. Oh, I should not say that in this Discord.
Well, see, no. Like you keep saying a community, right? Now, the community that you think you're talking about is a community of people that don't want us around. Like, we're not in the community you think we are in. Right? And I've heard Fight the Flat Earth talk him. You don't think we're in the same community as Fight the Flat Earth, do you?
No, I don't.
No.
I think
what community are you talking about then?
Yeah, I was just talking about like the general conversation, right? Like not everybody is talking about the topics that we're talking about, right? So I was grouping everybody together.
Topics that you're talking about.
That we're talking about, right? Like, is our horizontals parallel? What happens to boats in the distance, right? Most people don't talk about that.
What happens to boats? I'll say that's what I'm saying. When you look out in the distance, what do you use?
You could use a camera or a telescope.
Okay, now what camera or telescope have you got?
Do I have?
Yes.
At best, like an iPhone. None of these, like.
So when you're talking about looking out in the distance and crispy and blurry and less blurry and like you've got an iPhone, so you haven't got anything to do that sort of stuff with.
I mean, but there's a video right there.
So do you know the conditions that guy was under when he was there taking those pictures? Do you know the conditions that he was there the day before or the day after or all of the other times that he's been there and he's made videos and all of that? Do you know all of those positions? Because you're making a claim about something based on one video, right? This particular video is what you're talking about.
Well, this is just an example, but there's many long-distance observations where you can clearly see there's no blurriness in the middle. Unless there is... Not even unless, because even if you had like a really refracted day, it would just distort the image. But I wouldn't even say refraction causes... Unless you had like a really serious...
You wouldn't say refraction causes it in a video.
No, I was saying refraction causing blurriness. It probably could cause, if it was a very, very, very chaotic day, but those are rare.
A chaotic day?
Yes, where you would have a thermal inversion and all sorts of mirages. Yeah, when you have like mirages and all that, then sure, there's a lot of things that can happen, but those are rare.
I've got 4 Fata Morgana sunsets.
And how long have you been alive? 4 out of how many sunsets have you seen where there's a mirage?
How many other people have you ever seen that have done one Fata Morgana sunset?
None. But I mean, you're bringing this up as if it makes it not rare. It's still rare.
Okay.
Most people on most days when you see a sunset, it's not going to be miraged.
Yeah, I know. But when you say that you're talking about blurry, less blurry and all of that sort of stuff, and you're saying that you've never actually done that yourself, you've just looked at videos.
I just follow the evidence. You know, there's evidence on mine.
Evidence. Yeah. Like the evidence of the 4 Fata Morgana sunsets.
Yeah, I don't deny that refraction happens and that you can have a really chaotic day. Sure. It's just doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, but does timing in or how often it happens, does that have anything to do with it?
How often it happens?
Yeah, because that's what you've just said.
Well, yes, because it means that during a Fata Morgana or a mirage, clearly there is something else going on compared to the norm.
Okay, well, what's the norm?
The bottom-up obstruction. Something is obstructing me from being able to see the bottom of the boat. That's the norm.
Bottom-up instruction. Okay, go on.
Why do you think it's conditions of the atmosphere, one causing one phenomena, and not causing the other?
Because the condition that you're talking about is incredibly rare. Like these.
Right. I understand it takes special atmospheric conditions to cause a Fata Morgana. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So under normal atmospheric conditions, what would it cause? Bottom-up obstruction?
I mean, under normal atmospheric conditions, you would just have a bit of refraction of
bottom-up obstruction.
Well, the atmosphere isn't causing bottom-up obstruction. It would still be.
What if it is? On a normal day, what if it is? And on abnormal days, it's what? How'd you put it? Chaotic.
It would be a mirage because on a
right. But on the other day, what's the definition of a mirage?
I mean, a mirage is it's a refraction that happens when there's a thermal inversion. That's what
I would define. Okay, that might be true. That might be one definition. Let me give you mine. An optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. Do you think that's fair?
An optical illusion.
Uh-huh.
When I hear optical illusion, it's more as if your brain is misinterpreting what you see, rather than the light that is coming to your eyes. Like,
well, that's what light does. It comes to your eyes, and then your brain interprets it.
Yeah, but the difference is that in a mirage, it's not your brain misinterpreting the light. It's the light that comes to your eyes, and then your brain sees what it sees. But in an optical,
which is exactly is what is happening on every other occasion that you view anything. The light comes to your eye and gets interpreted by your brain.
Yes, but clearly not all of it because we can't see the bottom.
Because you're not getting that information due to the atmospheric conditions.
Well, the thing is, you're talking about it in too much of general terms.
Not really.
Refraction doesn't do that.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you, what was your definition of a mirage again?
It was refraction when there's a thermal inversion involved.
Can you post any definition that says that? Or is that just your made-up definition?
Let's see. Mirage. I hope.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll post mine just to be fair. Because I don't want to demand something out of you that I wouldn't do myself. So I'll post my definition, and let's see if it's just word for word.
Here you go. Boom. Look at that. You were right. Cool.
Oh.
Listen, I was wrong.
Holy cow, you were wrong again.
I was wrong. Yeah, I admit when I was wrong.
All right, cool. So let's go back to the premise. Those turbulent days where there's a lot of atmospheric conditions, a lot of thermal input, hot and cold, high and low pressure, a lot of evaporation, a lot of all that stuff that we talked about earlier. You're going to get miraging and all types of, crazy effects. What'd you call it? Chaotic, right? Turbulent effects, right? Things are going to appear upside down. They're going to appear bent, blah, blah, blah. But on the normal day, less refraction, less atmospheric conditions. You think maybe you just get bottom-up obstruction in the distance?
No, because especially if we're saying less refraction would be less optical.
Yeah, you're stuck on that one word refraction. We just defined very clearly a mirage as an optical illusion. Bottom up obstruction due to the conditions of the day.
It's the opposite. A mirage will cause something to look like above the water or upside.
That's not true.
What
a
you
mirage
see is
a
not
mirage is any optical illusion, something that actually isn't happening. Like, we know the boat is on top of the water, right? We know that because we know how boats float on top of the water. Why is the boat obstructed, the bottom obstructed more than what it should? Because that's the optical illusion part. What causes that? A mirage, the atmospheric conditions.
No, absolutely
yes.
not. Because that is not what normal refraction does.
I didn't say that's what normal refraction does. I said that's what the condition, whatever conditions cause the bottom-up obstruction due to distance and the conditions of the day, that is the mirage. That's how your brain is interpreting the information, the reflected light that's coming into your eyeball and being interpreted by your brain. That's exactly what it's seeing on that day under those conditions at that angle and that distance.
My guy, that is not an illusion.
Done with this guy.
That is reality, not.
That's me claiming victory. And don't ever
reality.
laugh at me again. The only reason I rode you so hard because you laughed like I, was beneath you. Who's laughing now?
What? Because you think that's a mirage?
No, because you've admitted several times you were wrong. I think the audience knows that you're full of crap now. And I'll ask again, who's laughing now?
I just laughed again. But again, like my
Good for
guy,
you.
it's not a mirage. You can clearly see it. Mirages happen when there's a chaotic condition. That's not chaotic. There's no waviness to the boat. There's no upside downness happening. That is just reality. And I'm sorry.
Optical illusion. It doesn't mention anything about wavy, upside down, inverted, crooked, bent. It says an optical illusion.
But that is not
caused by the atmospheric conditions.
What you're looking at is not an optical illusion. It's reality.
How do you know that?
Welcome. Because we know how refraction works. That's how I know.
What? We know what optical illusions are.
We know how refraction works. We know exactly
which help cause optical illusions.
Yeah, and we know, because we know how refraction works, we know that this picture is not an optical illusion.
What if there's no refraction on that day?
Then it would still be bottom-up obstructed.
Because of the other conditions of that's causing optical illusions?
No, because bottom-up obstruction is not an optical illusion.
What causes the let me post a picture of my bridge. What causes all the other optical illusions?
You mean
you didn't know earlier?
You mean like mirages and whatnot? Like what type of...
Any optical illusion. All of them.
All of them?
All of them. What causes them?
I mean, it would be just your brain misinterpreting the information.
The atmospheric conditions. Do you not remember the definition that I just read out to you by memory and then posted it?
Illusions. You said all of them.
Yeah, all optical illusions.
Have to deal with the atmosphere. Not all optical illusions. Like, for crying out loud, this is
when you're in the atmosphere and you're seeing something that doesn't look right, like you see a boat that appears to be underwater or a bridge like the one I just posted that appears to be underwater, and it's not because on other days, well, actually you drive over it, so it's not underwater. It's caused by the atmospheric conditions of the day, right?
Yeah, that would be that.
Yeah,
is
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen very often.
What do you mean it doesn't happen very often?
The picture you're showing, these types of mirages, unless you're telling me that
you don't even have a long distance camera, sir. How can you tell me, someone who does have one, who's on that lake weekly, viewing? I have thousands and thousands and thousands of videos and pictures, and you're going to sit there with your smug attitude and laugh at me and tell me that these only happen on certain times, like not very often? You know why this happened?
Does this happen? Is this the common norm? Is it the norm?
Did I say it was the norm? You said it was rare. Do you know why this happened?
Yeah, refraction.
No, what caused it?
Thermal. First of all, I can't even tell what. No,
I can tell you. Yeah, that's a bridge. Isn't that amazing? You can't even tell what it is. And you know what? A little rainfall caused this. Just a little rain.
Water on your camera lens?
No, just a little rain, right?
Is it raining right now in the picture?
Nope. But it rained right before this.
So, yeah, it created a thermal inversion.
Right. So just a little rain, right? Atmospheric condition.
Yeah, I mean, I've said before that the atmospheric conditions will cause...
So a little heat haze, a little water evaporation would cause what? On a normal day? Maybe some bottom-up obstruction?
No.
No?
No.
Well, you sure are confident for someone who don't even own more than an iPhone.
It's because I know how refraction works.
No, you know what you've been told, and you trust it like a fairy tale religion.
Refraction myself. That's how I know how refraction works.
Yeah, I was nice to you all night, even after you laughed at me, but my patience is wearing thin. Get yourself a camera. Get out on a local lake or water and do it for about 2 years. Come back and tell me what you think you know.
It'll be the same as every other person who has gone out on the water, looked at a boat.
You mean I'm the only one who doesn't think the way you do?
Oh no, there's plenty of people. I'm trying to figure out
So
why.
you said every other person. I was confused by your statement.
That
Are
is
you
true. I
sure?
apologize. I need to choose my words very specifically.
Yes, you do.
Okay. Most people who have been living for centuries know that when you look out over... Oh, yeah, of course we know how refraction works. There's a nautical almanac that has tables on how to calculate it.
You think most people know about the table or how the refract? I would bet you any amount of money. I would bet every dollar you own, which earlier you told us was around $200, that you can go out in 10 people out in the public and ask them if there's a refraction table, and none of them would know. Not one.
I was conflating two sentences. I admit, I was rambling. I was conflating two sentences there.
People have no clue. The only reason they think boats disappear bottom up due to an Earth curve is because they were told that.
No, it's because it's obvious.
No, because they were told that, and they don't know any other way that it could happen.
It's obvious.
Yeah, it's not obvious.
Super obvious. That's
Which boat did you use to test it? With your cell phone, right? Which is what you've admitted you have as the camera. What boat did you use to test this bottom-up obstruction idea that you think you have?
I mean, I was on a boat and I left the shore, and you could see the buildings on the shore get obstructed.
Smaller and lower in your view, lower angle.
Well, not just lower, but like you could not see the shoreline.
So you're saying you lost the information at the surface before you lost the information at a higher level?
Because it got obstructed, yes.
That's amazing. So not because of anything else, because of what you just said.
Because I lost the information because I couldn't get obstructed.
Your angle got shorter. The medium gets more because you're going away from it, right? So you're looking through more of the medium. Anyway, we've discussed that already. You can say that all you want. That's fine. But until you go out and test it yourself, don't try and tell me what you think you know, because I know opposite. Some days you see bottom-up obstruction. I would say most of the days you see that because that's the normal conditions.
Agreed.
Some days you see further.
I also
which
agree.
Now you are going to have to say, because of the conditions of the day, it's being refracted up.
Yeah, because that's how.
Yeah, but on the other days, you're going to say it's not the conditions of the day.
Well, I mean, it'll still
it's a pretty big contradiction, don't you think?
Well, no, because even if it's getting refracted up, if you move further away, it'll still get obstructed bottom up. The thing doing the obstruction is not refraction.
Why would it do that? If it's being refracted up, why would distance matter?
Why would distance? Because it's a globe. Because
it's the conditions of the day. I would agree that distance is a factor, right?
I mean,
but you just agreed that it is the conditions of the day.
You're wondering why I'm laughing. It's because it's not that.
Because only idiots laugh. Only idiots laugh like that.
Harder than like Andrew Thomas.
I do not think that. You should be laughing at yourself for saying that. I'm just a common guy that for years. I'm just a common guy that for years that happens to own a boat. Okay, and that for years have been testing this, talking to an arrogant schoolboy prick that hasn't done any of his own observations. That's laughing and making a fool of himself.
Because you think you know more.
No, I don't.
All the people.
No, I don't.
Then agree with them. Why wouldn't you agree with them?
Because not all these people you're mentioning, you can't bring them here, and probably hardly any of them have done these observations that I have. They just read the books that you do. They just think there's a refraction index that is their God.
Oh, so you don't think that there are scientists who haven't gone out and quantified the measures of quantified refraction?
I don't know any scientist has ever measured.
I think nobody has thought, hey, why don't we go quantify what's happening out there? Incredible.
Yeah, how light works. That's not measuring the bulge, the water. That's the water obstruction that you're talking about. No scientist, no surveyor has ever measured that wall of water that you're talking about. That in 10 miles is going to block 10 feet of the boat.
Jesse Kozlowski did, but y'all just deny him.
No, he didn't.
It's fake. Y'all
No,
just
he
fake.
didn't.
I mean, it was
You
over
just
a mile, not 10 miles.
He was? I thought it was a half a mile.
Oh no, we talked about this last night. It was 7,000 feet. We brought it up and everything.
Brought it up?
Yeah,
I doubt that.
The link. Did you not see the link I posted?
You weren't talking to me. You weren't talking to me when we talked about 7,000 feet, Jesse Kozlowski.
At first, I said I didn't know it could have been a mile or half a mile. Then I brought up the link, and it was 7,000 feet.
Yeah, you didn't. I didn't talk to anybody yesterday about Jesse Kozlowski 7,000 feet.
Well, that is the distance he measured over, and he measured.
So it wasn't me.
Well, he measured that the water was curved. And
he did.
By the measure,
I doubt that.
All you would like, but he measured directly that the water was curving.
I doubt that. I bet he took some type of angle, differential angle or something like that. I doubt he created a horizontal and measured down to the water.
No, it was to a marker, not the water.
So you're saying he measured a mile and a half to a marker over water?
Yes, and there's a
How high off the water was he?
I think it was about 3 feet.
And you think that's valid?
Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, that's the answer I was looking for.
If you have two objects 3 feet above
You're a
water,
joker, man.
if you have two objects...
Quit coming here and acting smart and telling us that other people did what you think you know.
Oh, but there's plenty of other people who have done way more than anybody in this Discord. And
They did? Measured curved water? How? Did they get really low to the water also and measure a mile and a half?
Oh, you think refraction's at play? Well, the awesome...
No, you do.
I do. I actually do think that refraction...
Then how do you think his measurement is valid?
Because refraction brings things upward, which means...
How much refraction did he calculate in his measurement?
I mean, you would just use standard refraction. Like
how much did he use?
Let's find out.
Oh, so you don't know. You're just invoking that he did measure the curvature of the water, but you have no idea. What about tool era?
It's almost like I don't remember everything from the giant website.
It's almost like you're just taking what other people have told you on YouTube and trying to tell me that I'm wrong.
It's almost like all of classical physics is telling you that you're wrong.
No, no classical physics has measured curved water, sir.
Surveyors have. Thank you very much.
No, they haven't. You've only invoked one, and you don't even know what he did. You don't even know if he calculated in refraction how much, or tool error, or human error. Did he calibrate his equipment before he used it? Over a mile and a half? Wow. And what unit did he use? Because is a mile and a half his standard usage, or did he go beyond it?
It's almost like I don't remember all of the specifics from the giant...
No, it's almost I know that because everybody uses him. It's almost like I know you just don't know anything about it, and you just think you can get away with using him. It's almost like that. It's almost like you laughed at me earlier, and now I'm handing it back to you tongue-in-cheek.
Where?
Right now, when you don't know shit.
What?
You didn't even know the definition of a mirage when you were in a conversation about miraging.
And I admitted I was wrong. I mean, I know how they work.
Again, you didn't know shit.
Cool. But as I said, you all have not done as much as the collection of scientists.
How do you know that?
They are...
I just told you I've been doing observations like this over water.
Because people have been doing it for decades and centuries. That's how I know.
One guy's been doing it for centuries? Or they just been reading books on what people wrote down? You know, a lot of guys are doing this now?
Yeah, that would be called documentation. Yeah, I don't know.
You know, a lot of people are doing this now, right?
You want me to bring up citations of people?
You know why there's an upsurge in people checking into this now? Because the technology is caught up. We can all afford to go out and buy this equipment. And we can make our own conclusions, and it's not hard. You don't have to trust Joe Blow that writes it down and gets a grant for it. And they put it in the textbooks and just read it and pass the test and take it as your old holy grail. You can go out and do it yourself. You haven't. You would rather come here, spend your time arguing for those other people instead of doing it yourself against someone who did it for himself.
You've measured the dip angle?
There is no dip angle.
You've measured that there's no dip angle? You've measured that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about Earth curve?
You've done this thing that Jesse Kozlowski did, and you got 0 for the dip angle. That's what I mean.
Jesse, you can measure dip angle. It's an optical effect. You're measuring into the distance.
But
He did not measure Earth curve.
Yes, he did. Absolutely.
No, he did not. You think dip angle is Earth curve?
If you have two objects at the same elevation and you look across and one of them is beneath the horizontal, then clearly the surface is curving. Undeniably.
Is that what Jesse did?
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
I thought he took zenith angles with us to.
He's done multiple things.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the one I'm talking about is where he had two markers. I believe they were 3 feet or some other distance above the water. He measures across 7,000. Well, he didn't. 7,000 feet from each of them. You use GPS to confirm that. He establishes a horizontal with the level. He looks across, and even though both of them are 3 feet, the other marker is below the horizontal. Wonder how that happened.
What do you mean both of them are 3 feet?
For the measurement I'm talking about.
That's not what he did. You know that, right?
You do realize he's done multiple measurements. And I will just provide the link.
He's never done what you just described.
He has, and just give me a moment. I will provide the link. I literally presented it yesterday.
You're going to provide me a link of a guy measuring 3 feet above the water 1.5 miles. No, thank you.
Oh, so you don't want to see the truth. That's okay.
I don't want to have someone put an optical tool 3 feet above the water 1.5 miles away and tell me he did an accurate measurement. No. I use these tools every day, sir.
I mean, so then you would know that this is a valid
method. I don't need Jesse Kozlowski to break out his tool, put it 3 foot above the water, and measure 1.5 miles and tell me what he measured. I have the same exact tools he does.
Oh, then do it. See, then
I have done. Oh my goodness, are you that dumb? You think I have the tools at my access and I've never done these things?
You just
why would I
did this?
I would never, ever, ever, ever waste my time and take my tool and put it 3 feet above the water and measure 1.5 miles across water. And if you don't know the reasons why, you shouldn't be in this conversation.
Don't y'all know water's flat? You should get it. Actually, due to refraction, the other target should be a little bit above.
It doesn't matter what measurement you get 3 feet above the water 1.5 miles away. It doesn't disprove or prove the water being flat. That's not the way you can do it.
Absolutely is. And Jesse's...
No, it's not. How do you know that? What tool have you used? What model do you have?
What?
What? You said absolutely is the way to do it. What's that method called?
He's a surveyor. It's trigonometric leveling is what he would have been doing.
No surveyor is going to take a tool and shoot 1.5 miles over water and say it's an accurate measurement. Not one surveyor. You've been tricked, duped, deceived, fooled by Jesse Kozlowski.
But we can go and we can see if the tool... We can go check the tool error. See if the tool error is giving us that measurement or not.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, that's documented as well. This is why I'm laughing, because you think you know so much, but you all don't. That's the joke. You all think you know so much about geometry. And
you're projecting now.
Even though you're
projecting. You think you know what Jesse has told you. You can't even recite what Jesse did, much less know what he did.
It seems pretty conclusive to me.
Conclusive of what? He told you he measured Earth curve, and that's conclusive enough for you, right? Because you think it's Earth curve.
No. That's just
you never double checked it. You don't even know what he's done, and you haven't done it yourself.
Well,
you're telling me to go do it. You're telling me to go do it.
Well, here's the thing. It's just one piece of evidence in a body of a ton.
So are you throwing him under the bus? It's not accurate?
No, I'm saying...
It's not a real good piece of evidence then because of refraction and things that a real surveyor would never do?
Oh, I would never hold my position just because of one piece of evidence, even if it was good. It's because there's a mountain.
Boy, you really sucked his balls off there for a little while, though.
What? No.
I heard Jesse's name like 10 times.
It's a good piece of evidence, but why would I hold
You ever met the man?
one good piece of evidence? No, I
You
haven't.
ever met him?
No, I haven't.
What if he's a lying asshole?
That's why we compare it to all the other pieces of evidence. You're right. He could be lying. We compare it to
like a legitimate surveyor, right? Like, call one up tomorrow, a legitimate surveyor, just a random one, and ask him, would he ever use a measurement for accuracy 1.5 miles over a marine layer?
Why wouldn't I just ask him if the Earth's curved?
Why wouldn't you ask him that?
I would just ask
Because then you would know Jesse Kozlowski is full of shit, and you would never use his name again, and you would never make yourself look like an idiot again.
I would just ask if the Earth is curved or not. That's what I would ask a surveyor.
That's what you would do instead of asking him if what Jesse did was what a real surveyor would do.
Well, because the best way to verify what he did is to check using other methods. That is the best way to see if he's lying or not. If we measure it in a different way and we get the same answer, then we know he's telling the truth.
Ask that same surveyor that you're never going to call. Ask him if he's ever measured curved water.
I mean, we would have to ask a surveyor who's done like geodetic surveys.
No, you wouldn't.
Like,
1.5 miles in geodetic. You said 1/2 mile earlier. That's not geodetic. You're just repeating what you heard on YouTube again. Are you sure you're smart? Because I'm outwitting you back and forth. You said earlier 1/2 mile.
You think you're outwitting me?
It's actually a lot shorter
my
than
words. That's all you're doing. I said because most surveyors already know that the Earth is a geoid.
No, they don't. They know what they've been told, just like you. They've never measured it.
The geoid are people who have done large geodetic surveys, or people like
you're just making yourself look like a fool again. You've never talked to a geodetic surveyor.
You're right. I did. I already said that.
Then call one up. Ask them have they ever measured curved water.
Didn't Bev talk to?
Ask them how they know the Earth is a globe. Were they taught that, or have they measured it? Ask them that question. There, smart guy.
That would be a very interesting question. I'm curious.
Call 10 of them. Just write it down so you don't forget. Write it down so you don't forget.
I'm probably not going to.
Call 10 random surveyors and ask them, sir, I know you've been trained. I know you're good at what you do. You make a living at what you do. Have you ever measured curved water? And right when they say no, say fair enough. How do you know it's a globe? Were you taught it's a globe, or have you measured convexity of water?
Well, again, we would have to find a surveyor that has done a large geodetic survey.
1/2 mile?
No. Oh my goodness.
What about a mile?
Incredible.
A mile's 8 inches. That would prove it, right?
Have to have a legitimate conversation.
Remember the 8 inches per mile square there? 1 mile.
Okay.
Even less, right? You mentioned 1/2 mile. It's even less than that.
No, 7,500 feet or 7,000
feet. That's not geodetic.
No, it's not geodetic. I said that.
So you wouldn't have to call a geodetic surveyor. You could call just any old regular planar surveyor, which, oh, by the way, just the same thing.
Surveyors do not. They operate on too small of a scale. You should know this as a surveyor.
Yes, that's why I'm telling you. I'm telling you that all geodetic surveyors.
Are you listening?
Listen, are you listening? You want to learn something? All geodetic surveyors are planar surveyors. All of them.
Incorrect.
You want to bet?
Oh, I can pull up a source.
Wow. You can pull up a source. All of them use the same method. They're all planar surveyors. They don't do anything different than a planar surveyor does.
They all survey locally.
They all survey locally by creating horizontals.
Are y'all licensed?
They use the exact same tools.
Are y'all licensed? I'm genuinely curious if anybody.
Are you?
I'm licensed.
Are you?
I'm licensed.
I'm asking.
I'm licensed by the state. State of Louisiana. I'm licensed.
Cool. For a planar
What
survey,
now?
I'm assuming.
What?
Right?
What?
For surveying.
No, for contracting, which I have to pass test on surveying.
And it doesn't.
What now?
And it doesn't.
What now?
I'm asking, and it doesn't include anything about the geoid. You're surveying.
I've never taken any. No, I've never had any question about the geoid on any of my licensing tests. None. I've never used.
You can't argue with somebody who's going to state anything that's been wrote down in a book anywhere. I think that's what you're arguing against at the minute, Rakia. Is like,
that's all right. I'm enjoying.
At this point, I'm just asking questions.
I'm
just going to have to shut off the YouTube chat because I'm getting knackered and it's another late night. So I'm just going to shut off.
Job,
Anybody wants to come into the Discord, this will still be carrying on.
I am going to leave as well, unless anybody has any questions.
Hey, don't forget to call those surveyors, man.
People laugh. It's late. Oh,
See you
yes.
later, yeah. I know. Show Pony. I was just saying I'm shutting the YouTube off. Thank you.